Chapter 51, Chapter 28 Oracle of Delphi. Finally established basic authority among the gods. He should have been pleased, only the parting words of Laine stopped him from feeling any joy. "Let's begin," Cronus said evenly, under the gaze of the gods. "Let us take 1,000 individuals as a collective so they can cooperate to survive on the land. Each of the true gods present will receive at least their due share, and as for the rest, let them be ranked according to their own power and contributions." The gods nodded in agreement. Such is the way of chaos, where power always precedes contribution. Thus, in a relatively harmonious atmosphere, in front of the newly born humans, the gods commenced their division. Chapter 52, Chapter 29 Faith. The nascent humanity probably numbered over 800,000, a figure significantly larger than the one depicted in later myths. However, considering the vastness of chaos's domain in this world, with the Mediterranean region potentially being just a colossal island here, these numbers didn't seem excessive. As the divine king, Cronus and the gods residing on Mount of the Gods received the largest share. They took 300,000 humans back to Mount Otherworld, including the very first king of humanity. The Lord of the Outer Seas obtained 150,000 people, while Pontus and Aurea each received 100,000. The two sea gods took humanity to the islands, transformed from celestial bodies that fell and continents shattered during the great battle between the Heavenly Father and the gods. And the god of the mountains, alongside the divine king, brought humans back to their birthplace. Of the remaining 200,000, Gaia kept 100,000 near her dwelling, and the rest were divided up by the true gods. Some followed the god of celestial light to the underworld, while others were taken by the god of celestial bodies to a place on the western frontier of the continent. This place was where heaven and earth were closest post-First Era, and Caius left his two daughters in charge of looking after these humans. Before departing, each deity involved in humanity's creation left behind their likeness at the Oracle of Delphi. Subtly influenced by the god's power, the oracle also began to manifest its extraordinary nature. The 100,000 humans following Mother Earth settled around the temple, building houses in the image of the oracle, praying to the gods for food as their sustenance. As a result, edible plants naturally grew around them, pluck one, and another would sprout, their vines never withering. The newly born humans were deeply grateful. Other than eating and resting, they had nothing else to do, so they devoutly worshipped heaven, the moon, and the gods. Under the gods' guidance, temples were thus constructed. The first generation of golden humanity was naturally strong and resilient, possessing incredible endurance and exceptional learning abilities. Those taken away by different deities often worshipped different gods as their primary deities and built the temples in styles that reflected their patron god's preferences. During this process, perhaps due to the union of soul and body, along with their devout worship, a mysterious power was born. The gods may or may not have noticed, for they paid no attention to it. Perhaps because creation was executed with such deliberate intent, the golden humanity only had positive, beautiful emotions, and the emergence of those mysterious powers seemed feeble in comparison. This fragile power might have had some effect on territorial gods, but every god involved in the creation was a true god, and they clearly wouldn't care about such an insignificant existence. Laine was not surprised by this, as the faith of humanity was not strong at the time, which was just the way of life in the spirit realm. Even without physical bodies, they offered even less faith to Laine. Perhaps only beings with wisdom and physical bodies, whose thoughts have not been altered, can generate an abundance of faith, he mused. The Zeus of later times could even break the limits of godhood, equalizing the mantles of human and natural divinity. Though derived from faith, its influence would inevitably be limited by faith itself, yet it remained formidable. Feeling somewhat sentimental, Laine glanced at the origin of the wine in the spirit realm. It was weak and feeble. Even if the gods couldn't stop praising it, the so-called god of wine could only become the gatekeeper of meager divine power. In contrast, the god of wine in later times even secured a position among the 12 principal gods of Olympus. As long as there was an unending flow of faith, Dionysus would remain a deity of great divine power day after day. Regarding this, Laine only had some speculations, but given the current scarcity of faith, he was not certain. What he could be sure of was that as the master of spirituality and the first to come into contact with faith, even chaos could only prevent the creation of faith, not forcibly claim the faith directed at others for himself. This suggested that faith might indeed lean toward spirituality but was not simply an extension of spirituality alone. Laine also vaguely discovered that acquiring faith might not solely rely on devout worship. Alternatively, the faith gleaned from pure prayers might actually account for a minor portion of the whole, with its variability being susceptible to the fleeting emotions of mortals. After all, even as the creator of life in the spirit realm, those spiritual bodies that truly revered Laine in devout faith were actually in the minority. Even the spiritual beings born later, who had never seen Laine, tended to regard him more as a symbolic figure. They revered him as great ancient spirit will, and considered him to be the world itself, devoid of personal thoughts and ideas. In contrast, spiritual beings often worshipped the angels traversing different planes of the spirit realm. Even so, the faith that the Christodes receive is still far less than mine. Indeed, compared to worship, leaving a profound mark in the history of a race, having a unique significance to them as their godhood, and even becoming a part of the cultural heritage of a civilization, these acts bring about faith that is more meaningful than reverence. Just like the spiritual beings of this moment, although the faith born from their existence isn't much, Laine could still feel that, compared to their unconscious worship of him, the concept of being their creator, the creator of the spirit realm, brought him significantly more faith than the former. This creation of beings was also an attempt by Laine to verify his hypothesis. After all, one piece of evidence alone does not establish the truth. The experiences gained from the beings of the spirit realm might not be applicable to all situations. But now, Laine could confirm his thoughts. As the creator of humans, Laine could feel that even without humans knowing exactly which god he was, there was still faith emanating from the collective of humanity. He even had a faint feeling that even if the humans of this era were completely wiped out from history, with not a single creature surviving, as long as the traces they left in the world remained, this type of faith not born from reverence would be endless. It might diminish, but it wouldn't completely disappear. This was the intuition that the godhood of history gave to Laine. Perhaps this magical power, stemming from intelligent life, has a special nature that even time can't erase, enduring through the ages, eternal and indestructible. Truly magical. Civilization, faith, life, they are indeed the most elusive things in this world. But if that's the case, the fate of Prometheus no longer seems strange. The forethinker? The afterthinker? It's really nothing more than great folly resembling wisdom and great wisdom resembling folly. Recalling the birth of those two brothers and his actions akin to those of Metis, Laine saw even more clearly the secrets hidden behind the myths of a previous life. The fire thief and his brother, as the first to come into contact with bronze humanity, might have vaguely discovered the secret of faith, but in the end, the two made different choices. The three divine kings also realized this. Perhaps Pandora's box and the world-ending flood were also attempts by Zeus to probe the nature of faith. He discovered this then weak force and decided to test it. The result was pleasing. He further completed the missing emotional part based on bronze humanity, and then understood that faith was more than just kneeling in worship. And this, quite possibly, was the very key that Zeus used to fight against fate, indefinitely delaying the birth of the next divine king. Even the subsequent adventures of Dionysus and the 12 labors of Heracles were nothing but his further exploration of the power of faith. Civilization, huh? It coincides with my original plans without prior consultation. Looking at the still empty third layer of the spirit realm and the vacant third oracle stone tablet, Laine finally turned his gaze to humanity. Through the connection between the master of spirituality and souls, he gently plucked the strings in his hand. And so, Chaos's first dream was born. Chapter 53, Chapter 30 Dream. Time flew by and 700 years had passed since humanity was created. Phew. At the foot of Mount of the Gods, another nearly 10-meter-high boulder had been moved, and Cohen wiped the sweat from his brow, looking at another temple that was about to be completed in front of him. Tall and majestic, unlike the oracle that was born from the finger of a god at the very beginning, this was a temple built by the golden humanity on their own. Before this, they had already constructed many temples in turn, and every true god on the mountain had one of their own. There were no exquisite bas-reliefs, no mysterious patterns, no sense of the sacred that could reach the soul at a single glance, but Cohen still felt very satisfied. What gods built symbolized their might. What mortals constructed symbolized their devotion. The two should not be confused. King, please take a break. Just as he was about to move another stone, a voice from nearby made Cohen halt his steps. In serving the gods, we should not long for comfort. Shaking his head, Cohen was tired, yet he did not feel the slightest dissatisfaction. Humans of the Golden Age encapsulated all positive emotions. They were upright, kind, hardworking, brave, and held a heartfelt reverence for the deities. In their eyes, serving the gods was a matter of course. Besides, as the first human personally created by the Lord of the Spirit Realm, he was naturally crowned king of humankind. After the division of the gods had come to an end, it was only natural that he was chosen by the divine king and brought to the surroundings of Mount Otherworld. Now, several tribes of different sizes were scattered around Mount of the Gods. They nominally belonged to the various gods of the mountain, but all heeded Cohen's commands. As the chosen leader, even though the title of king was more ceremonial at this time, without concepts of aristocrats, officials, and state, he still held himself to the highest standards. Of course, being the first human, he indeed possessed abilities far beyond those of ordinary people. We certainly should serve the gods, but you haven't rested for 7 days. Hearing Cohen's words, the person who came to him understood but still tried to persuade him. Although Cohen, as the first created human, possessed strength far beyond that of ordinary people, he was after all not a deity. Even in the original myths, it was only after death that the people of the Golden Age ascended to the heavens to become special heroic spirits, approaching the status of quasi-gods. Alright. After hesitating for a moment, Cohen was finally persuaded. Only with enough rest could one work more efficiently. Proper rest was indispensable. Nodding, Cohen said goodbye to the person and walked over to a shady spot, where he sat down leaning against the trunk of a tree. In the Chaos world, there was originally no sleep, and what humans called rest was merely to stop working. As beings blessed by the gods, they could refresh their energy quite rapidly after a short pause. But this time, just as Cohen sat down, a strange sense of trance washed over him. He didn't understand what it was, so he tried hard to stay awake. Yet the power of mortal things ultimately couldn't resist authority, and in the end, Cohen leaned against the tree trunk and fell into a deep sleep. Darkness everywhere. It felt like sinking into the abyss, with thought unable to stir, encompassed only by a cold sensation. The concept of time became blurry. It seemed like a day or maybe a second. At some point, Cohen seemed to see a trace of color. Phew. Suddenly waking up, Cohen realized he was no longer in the original place. He was now in front of a towering building. Unlike the stones he had seen before, this building was constructed from various unknown materials, decorated with exquisite patterns and designs. Some carved with humans, some with objects. Although Cohen couldn't understand most of the meanings behind the patterns, he recognized one. It depicted a person carving. He had learned carving, but upon seeing that scene, Cohen felt that what he had learned before was a clumsy joke. May Goddess Themis forgive my presumption. As soon as this thought emerged, Cohen hurriedly prayed in his heart. Before, all of humanity's superficial skills were learned from the goddess of justice. This included temple construction, record-keeping of significant events, and sculpting of divine statues. Beyond that, the goddess also helped humans simplify the inherent texts filled with extraordinary power and taught them much knowledge. Humans used this to write history, commemorating the significant events that had occurred. However, although what he had seen now was much more than what he had previously learned, Cohen, who quickly came to his senses, did not think it was a problem with the goddess. Gods could not err. The goddess only taught him those skills because mortals should comprehend just that. After silently praying for a while, Cohen began to observe his surroundings again. Although he did not know where this place was, it was undoubtedly a place befitting only a god. Cohen did not dare to enter the dwelling of a god on his own, so he looked around. For some reason, everything was shrouded in white fog, as if he were enveloped in the middle, with only him and the temple being real. Creak. The sudden noise made Cohen turn around sharply. He did not know when, but the great doors of the temple had opened by themselves. Severa's temple, that was the name of this place. Although Cohen did not recognize any characters, he somehow knew this. But faced with this unexpected change, Cohen was instead relieved. He had confirmed that everything he was experiencing must be the will of the gods. Great deity, if it is you who has guided me here, then I shall come forth and meet you. After bowing respectfully to the great door, Cohen carefully crossed the threshold and walked into Severa's temple. Past the great door was a long corridor, flanked by rows of columns on each side. The frescoes inside the temple were even more exquisite, but Cohen dared not look too much. He walked carefully and quickly forward, not to make the master of this place wait too long. The corridor was very long, far larger than the temple itself as seen from the outside world. Cohen did not know how long he had walked, the concept of time seemed to blur. Faintly, he seemed to hear a voice coming from afar. Morning. Land of spirits. Is that the voice of a god? His spirit lifted, Cohen hurriedly quickened his pace. Whether it was a god or not, since it existed in this mysterious palace, it certainly had a connection with the divine. Light. Body. Almighty. Where the crown, in circle. Billion trillion. Together. The name of God. The closer he got to the source of the voice, the clearer the words became. Cohen gradually distinguished that it seemed to be a poem. The great master of law had witnessed similar things, hence the divine king wished mortals to also learn poetry. Unfortunately, though the golden humanity has an excellent learning ability, it lacked creativity altogether. This was not intentional on Laine's part. No matter how much mortals embellished their so-called positive emotions, a being that only possessed these was still twisted. A twisted soul, not strong enough, of course, could not bear more. Moving quickly forward, out of respect for the gods, Cohen did not run, but his pace was still fast. In one moment, the scene before him finally changed. No longer an endless corridor, Cohen found himself within a vast hall. There was no deity as expected, only a slender figure enveloped in a white hood. She was sitting sideways on the ground, and the poem from before had come from beneath the hood. And now, the sacred song continued to echo, and as Cohen left the corridor, he felt as if he had crossed an invisible barrier. It was only after crossing the barrier that he suddenly realized that the previous song was not sung in a language he was familiar with, and those brief verses contained such immense power. How can the sinner look upon the true Lord's majestic glory? Each adorned with jade crowns and ornaments, reverently present the temple's golden hall. Holy, holy! In the west of July bastion, eternally clear in the sky. Was, is now, and forever will be, eternally throughout the ages. Chapter 54, Chapter 31 Civilization. He seemed not to notice the arrival, or perhaps he simply did not care. The sacred hymns continued to echo within the great hall, but this time, Cohen heard them clearly. The language was not of the gods, nor was it a simplified version interpreted by humans after listening to the divine tongue. Cohen had never heard such a tone before, beautiful and mystical, yet it did not seem like a sound that could be produced with vocal cords. He felt as though he was undergoing a baptism, his soul becoming transparent and sanctified. A yearning originating from the depths of his heart faintly emerged. It was unlike any longing for beauty, it was more like a thirst for wholeness. But as a divine masterpiece, Cohen did not know what he was missing. May the gods forgive me. Kneeling on the ground, Cohen prayed devoutly. Although it was his first time hearing it, Cohen effortlessly understood the meaning of the hymn. Sung by the being in front of him, it praised the supreme existence. He who causes the moon to rise from the western hills, lights up the underworld with the light of spirituality. He is the great one above time, the eternal sovereign. After a while, or perhaps a long time, the vast hall fell silent again as the last note dissipated. In the silence, Cohen heard footsteps approaching from a distance. He lifted his head, and it was the mysterious being who had been chanting hymns. He had never seen such attire. The white robes were woven from materials unknown, not at all like the stems and leaves of plants. The hood hung low, covering the individual's features. Although Cohen did not believe himself to have any eye for appraisal, he still felt that it looked better than the garb worn by the gods on Mount of the Gods. It was a thought he should not have had, but thinking that the other might also be related to the gods, Cohen convinced himself again. The gods can naturally do better than another god. Are you human? From beneath the hood, a gentle yet distant voice came. It was still that strange language, although unheard before, Cohen could understand its meaning. In his perception, this language did not seem to be heard by his ears, but conveyed to the depths of his heart in another way. I am, Your Highness, Cohen replied respectfully to the query of the being in front of him. Despite not knowing if the other was a god, Cohen still used a respectful title for deities. Your Highness, it was not my intention to intrude here, I was just planning to reason. I know. The person in white before him interrupted Cohen's explanation. You came here through a dream, human. 700 years ago, the Lord brought sleep to the creatures on earth. First it was the plants, then the animals, and then you humans. Eventually, even the gods will gradually learn to sleep. And you, as the first intelligent life to dream, are permitted to cross the 7 layers of the spirit realm and step into the temple on the sacred mountain. The gods will sleep. First startled, then somewhat astonished. Cohen's attention was entirely captured by the first part of the statement. It was beyond his imagination that gods would also be forced into dreams. This was inconceivable. It's not what you think. Shaking her head, Evangeline glanced at the mortal before her and began to explain. Just as water, food, and breathing are indispensable parts of existence for mortals, the gods can choose to accept or reject them, and sleep is the same. I understand, thank you for answering my questions. Feeling calmer, Cohen replied respectfully. Gods can refuse, which aligns with the simplistic logic of the golden humanity. As for whether the other party had deceived him, the human at this point did not yet know what deceit meant. I still don't know your honorable name, Your Highness. Blessed by the gods, I was allowed to come here to see you. When I return to my tribe, I will surely build a temple for you. And your Lord, so that whether by day or night, there will be humans singing praises of your greatness. Cohen did not lift his head, but he felt that, from beneath the white hood, a gaze had sized him up for a moment. I am Evangeline, the angel who sings hymns for the Lord, the embodiment of the spirit realm's music. As you have surmised by the definition of the outside world, I am indeed a deity. Gently shaking her head, Evangeline spoke softly. But the Lord does not need you to build temples, nor does he need your faith, and neither do I require them. If you wish, then do one thing for me. Cohen was taken aback, not having expected such a reply. But as the divine king had a request as part of the golden humanity, he naturally intended to comply fully. As for not needing faith, Cohen easily accepted this. In fact, limited by the flaws in the souls of golden humanity, their scant power of faith did not catch the attention of the gods. Under such circumstances, some gods did not even wish for the mortals to worship them. To serve your highness is the very purpose of my existence, Cohen replied reverently, just as he had done every time he received a divine decree in the past. Good. What I want you to do is quite simple. Step forward and note down whatever you can remember, that is all. The cool voice fell and Evangeline pointed towards the stone slab on the central pedestal. Following the direction indicated by the god of melody, Cohen clearly saw that at the center of the great hall, 2 sculptures with wings on their backs were kneeling on the ground, their hands raised high, together supporting a pedestal. Above the pedestal hovered an ancient stone slab. As it bobbed up and down, Cohen vaguely made out something written on it, but when he looked closely, he found it hard to discern clearly. For some reason, Cohen felt that the faceless deity before him seemed very similar to the statues. If the beings holding up the pedestal folded their wings and donned their hoods, the one on the left would be the spitting image of her. As you command, Your Highness. Collecting his thoughts, Cohen stood up and slowly approached the pedestal. At first, he felt as if he were engaging in a futile effort, for no matter how he approached, he still couldn't make out the content on the stone slab. Time passed by the second until, at a certain moment, he finally saw 2 symbols on the slab. They were characters he had never seen before, ever changing, flickering in and out of existence. But for some reason, Cohen understood their meaning. Civilization. Era. The next instant, endless knowledge flooded into Cohen's mind, and amidst the torrent of information, he nearly lost his sanity. Some he could understand, some he could not, and when these mingled together, he felt as if his soul was being torn apart. It was as if in a flash, or as if a long time had passed, Cohen felt himself leaping through a colorful tunnel, and then suddenly awoke beside a tree. Instinctively clutching his head, Cohen realized that the influx of knowledge had stopped. Disorganized thoughts swirled in his mind, yet he found many useful things within them. Civilization, what is it? Muttering to himself the first sentence that had been imprinted in his mind from the slab, Cohen knew of Era, the mighty force said to be governed by the divine king and queen of gods. But civilization was something he had never heard of before. King, what's wrong? Nothing, just feeling a bit under the weather, he replied. Cohen's abnormality was noticed by passersby, and in response to their inquiries, Cohen brushed them off casually. The day's experiences were truly unforgettable, but considering the knowledge in his mind, perhaps that was the treasure gifted by the gods, meant for him to share with all of humanity. Thus, Cohen stood up and walked towards the temple that was under construction. Previously, he had been astounded by the magnificence and beauty of the temple, deeming it the pinnacle of human skill. But now, he felt that what he had done was still far from enough. Gifted with knowledge by the gods, he naturally would not keep it to himself. He planned to organize it and teach it to every golden human. Only skills originating from the gods could better serve the gods. Walking on the firmly packed earthen road, Cohen was somewhat excited. However, what he did not know was that at that very moment, the king of all gods, who had once bestowed the decree for him to build the temple, was watching him from the summit of Mount Otherworld. Before slumber, during slumber, and upon awakening, the divine king had been quietly observing him. He watched Cohen excitedly share his recent experiences with other humans, teach them various pieces of knowledge, and speak of the mysterious slab. Humans. So, what exactly do you want? Shaking his head, Cronus turned away and returned to his chambers. Chapter 55, Chapter 32, Pointing the Sword at the Stars. Atop Mount Otherworld, Cronus returned to the palace, waving his hand to dismiss the nymphs standing by. On the day humans were created, many plants in the vicinity of Mother Earth's dwelling were also bathed in the breath of spirituality. Their accumulation was already sufficient, but their spiritual power was still weak. Now that their deficiency had been replenished, they transformed and emerged one after another. The nymphs were born of nature, they had no divinity but possessed longevity. The gods were fond of these beautiful creatures and took some back with them, and Cronus was no exception. This resolved an issue that had long troubled the divine king. He no longer had to handle everything personally. Therefore, he slowed down the notion of bestowing divinity upon humans. Compared to now, Cronus planned to wait until humans died and then promote those he valued in the name of reward. You must have seen it. Humans have learned sleep and begun to dream, and even that human leader has learned new skills in his dreams. He calls that repository of knowledge the civilization slate, which doesn't seem like a natural creation. Behind the bedroom, the heavenly Empress Rhea walked out slowly, her golden hem dragging on the ground. I know. It's nothing more than someone else's scheme, a shame I still haven't seen through it. From his previous choices, humans themselves are not important. Or rather, it should be said that humans might indirectly achieve his some purpose. Fate, what a mysterious power it is, always leading the gods on the correct path. Shaking his head slightly, Cronus reached out and embraced his sister, sighing deeply. Nyx and Laine, the only two deities who presided over fate, were not at his disposal, or else he would not be so vexed. The prophecy from the past and the curse from the father god had never been cast aside by him, instead, they drove him to pursue power more urgently. It's good that you know. Nodding, Rhea leaned on her husband comfortably. She'd just used an excuse to come over. Cronus' attention to Laine had long been evident, and these humans, especially the first human, were always closely watched by him. In this regard, Rhea didn't need to remind him at all. Compared to human affairs, perhaps due to the influence of the Queen of Gods, she desired to bear their own divine children with Cronus, just like her siblings. But many years had passed, and due to his apprehension about the prophecy, Cronus had always refused. But such refusal was meaningless. Bearing deities was one of the responsibilities given to the divine king by the world. Cronus could delay it with other methods, but only delay it. Do you think there's something special about these humans? Gazing down the mountain, Cronus did not notice Rhea's emotions. He was pondering in his heart what he might have missed. Creating dreamscapes, imparting knowledge, what could he gain from these humans, or does the fact that humans gained knowledge from the Lord of the Spirit Realm have some special significance? Perhaps it's purely for the dreamscapes, or the divine offices associated with that knowledge. Rhea conjectured. In the entire chaos world, aside from the primordial gods, only the two of them knew that Laine could devour source power. Among the other deities, even Hyperion, who had suffered greatly, only thought it was the power of 2 generations of divine kings that allowed Laine to take away the moon's concept and shake the divine authority of the sun. Perhaps, at least dreamscape and sleep are indeed powerful authorities. I even have this vague sense that the gods can sleep and dream now. Nodding, without any other ideas, Cronus could only express his agreement. But he still felt that this wasn't Laine's true intention. After all, what did skills like smithing and weaving really amount to compared to the real powers of a natural priesthood? Compared to the power of a natural priesthood, human cultural priesthoods such as smithing and weaving were pitifully weak. Aside from some use in crafting divine artifacts, they were essentially worthless. Even Cronus knew that beings like the Cyclops, even without any form of godhood, possessed the ability to forge divine artifacts, a power inherited from Mother Earth. To gift civilization with the ages, and to gift the ages with civilization. Perhaps he is more suited to be the god of language than Mnemosyne. After laughing, Cronus couldn't help but think of his sister, whose whereabouts were unknown. There were rumors that she had attempted to visit Mother Night but, sadly, had never been received. It was said that she later visited the abyss but ultimately dared not to take even half a step further. The last time he heard of her was when Epidus' youngest son Atlas was born. She reportedly stumbled upon the young deity, freshly born just a few decades ago, and for reasons unknown, she was chastised by this new god. Afterward, her figure vanished, and the gods heard few rumors about her. How about it? Do you plan to look for her? Rhea asked, seemingly reading her husband's thoughts. There's no need. Actually, it's quite good for a deity like her to live in seclusion. To have the noble status of an ancient Titan god without the matching strength, and to top it off, a proud personality. In a world where new gods are emerging more and more, that's not a good thing. Shaking his head, Cronus had not much to say about his weak sister. Besides, compared to others, he was more concerned about himself. As the Divine King, he had already preliminarily possessed power. If he expanded his divine authority once more, claiming half the starry sky, a third of the lands, or a portion of the seas, he could truly solidify his standing in the realm of divine power level 20. But as for the authority of a divine king, he was still far from it. The starry sky, Cronus whispered, be it the seas or the mountains, each has its principal god. They have great power within their respective domains, but the starry sky is different. In this world, there is no inherent deity born to rule the starry sky. The sun is the most powerful celestial body in the starry sky, but that doesn't mean it should naturally be the master of the stars. If there isn't a suitable reason, the divine king can't just directly move against his Titan kin, doing so could easily provoke the sensitive nerves of his brothers. But now, there was a suitable candidate on the Mount of the Gods. Through him, Cronus might also gain a following. Zeus has always been disinterested in power. Lightless celestial bodies are just like his godhood, he's always uninterested in bustling places. But, compared to him, Phoebe is not one to favor solitude. Let's go, let's meet with Creus. The god of stars is a common descendant of him and Hyperion, how could the god of sun rule alone? And as for his second son, Perse, I think the goddess of the morning star would suit well as his wife. Cronus arm with his queen of gods, hurried to the dwelling of the god of meteorology. Though he knew that after the god of the stars, Astraeus, and the goddess of dawn, Eos, had given birth to their offspring, Creus had already struck a deal with Hyperion for the wind gods to belong to meteorology and the star gods to the sun, he did not care. He believed that if given the opportunity, his brother would not mind either. Chapter 56, Chapter 33 Lady of the Night's Interrogation. Since the birth of humans, creatures proliferated, and the chaos terrain seemed to suddenly come to life. The conflicts among the gods appeared to be alleviated. They turned their attention to the myriad of lives, especially the human surrounding Mount of the Gods, who attracted the most notice. With the knowledge learned from the dreamscape, the inherently intelligent golden humanity, as if given an unfair advantage, divided professions, built cities, and rapidly widened the gap between themselves and other human communities. In just a few hundred years, they transformed from savagery to civilization. Even if they had only positive emotions by nature, primitive city-states might have already emerged. Among the gods were wise beings who guessed the source of it all, but they did not care. No matter what purpose the Lord of the Spirit Realm had in spreading knowledge, they too benefited from it. It is easy to go from frugality to luxury, but hard the other way around. Exquisite trinkets and luxurious garments, once accustomed to the various creations of humans, the gods could never again do without them. In such an environment, the eldest son of the ancient sea god and the daughter of the ocean deity sovereign, Doris, united. The disputes among sea gods seemed to have a tendency to pause. But in the heavens of chaos, another conflict was brewing. With the support of the divine king, the god of meteorology, Cronus, who recently advanced to possess strong divine powers, ordered his son Ra to rally a group of gods of stars. They no longer obeyed Hyperion's commands but revered the master of Mount Otherworld instead. The god of sun was enraged. He wanted to retaliate with war, given that the gods of stars could leave, but as territorial gods representing celestial bodies, they still hung in the night sky. However, as Cronus and Phoebe were invited to Mount of the Gods, tranquility was restored once again. The situation became a stalemate, with only their children occasionally battling in the starry vault. Until this day, in front of the seldom visited nether moon, a familiar hemline appeared all of a sudden. "Princess Nyx, it has been many years since we last met. How have you been recently?" The cool moonlight shone through the underworld, just as Laine always gazed at the earth. He appeared right outside the nether moon the moment he sensed the presence of the Lady of Night. More than 1,000 years ago, when he actively sowed the dreamscape, Laine knew that this day would come. After all, in the original trajectory, the god of sleep and Thanatos were true gods that Nyx conceived alone. Setting death aside, sleep is the rest of the soul and also the rest of the body, similar to life. Laine's absorption of sleep was not complete. If incomplete, it would be discovered. Nyx could easily perceive that the divine child she conceived lacked half of its godhood, and the corresponding power had long since flowed into the spirit realm. Of course, Laine certainly wouldn't admit that he had been plotting from the start. "Unlike Mother Earth, you rarely venture out, Your Highness. You're putting on quite the act." "What? The Foreseer can also play innocent?" Nyx scoffed, and just like thousands of years ago, her words were no less impolite. However, for this homebody ancient god, Laine, nevertheless, had a high tolerance. Partly because he couldn't beat her, and partly because, although the Dark Overlord was cordial and polite the last time, he still found the Lady of Night to be more real. The intuition of the Sovereign of Spirits is still worth trusting. "What words are these?" Thus, Laine said with a smile, "Peering into fate also requires power, and as a primordial god who governs destined affairs, unless you allow it yourself, no one can see the fate related to you. Perhaps there's been some misunderstanding. Why not talk about it?" As Nyx's gaze swept across Laine's face, her expression did not change, but her heart was slightly shaken. In the domain of destiny, there was little that could escape her perception. Whether or not Laine could see the future related to her wasn't something she was entirely sure of, but even if he could, Nyx would definitely sense it. Prophecy is the observation and anchoring of destiny, and the Lady of Night herself symbolizes destiny. The rationale is clear, but this doesn't affect her stance. No matter whether or not this matter involved Laine, she temporarily assumed it did. After all, in chaos, no one could take advantage of her for free. "You've absorbed the concept of death, haven't you?" Gazing at the coldness beneath Nyx's veil, Laine nodded nonchalantly and said, "That did happen, though it was merely an accident. After I created the beings of the spirit realm, I found that unlike the gods, although they were conscious, they were not immortal. So I accelerated time and orchestrated chaos's first death. Since then, the source power of death has been linked to the spirit realm. However, I must say death is pitifully weak, incapable of sustaining even a god with weak divine power." This was a lie. The absorption of the source power of death was clearly no accident, but the latter half of the statement was true. Compared to life, death was practically non-existent. In other mythologies, the god of death is often one of the baseline figures with potential to be one of the top ancient gods, but this was not the case in chaos. Here, death was merely a third-rate bystander, playing a role akin to the black and white impermanence, unable to decide when mortal beings should die, and their souls had little to do with him. In this world, the physical death of a being fell under the realm of destiny, subordinate to fate. The end of a life was due to it being destined to die, the string of fate snapping, not due to the exhaustion of life or the transformation of life to death. The later Moirai symbolized this kind of destined death. One was the weaver of the thread of life, one determined its length, and one was the cutter of the thread. Their collective name was not the three gods of death but the three fates. As for the soul, Laine could indeed ascertain that there were a few laws of death. "Fine, I'll assume it was an accident for now." At his side, Nyx did not care about what Laine had said. She just continued to inquire, "What about dreamscape and sleep then? What Were those also accidents? Faced with the Lady of the Night's questioning, Laine merely smiled slightly but did not rush to answer. Instead, he asked, "The spirit realm cannot absorb source power that already has corresponding gods, so this should not be within your domain, madam. Since it is unrelated to you, but you have sought me out nonetheless, it must be that you were supposed to be called by the world to give birth to offspring corresponding to these domains." Faced with Laine's precise speculation, if it were not for controlling destiny, Nyx would have suspected that he had somehow prophesied her own future. But now, she could only glare at Laine, unsure of what to say. However, with the Genesis artifact, the Nyx black dress, almost no more than 30% of her glare's intensity was conveyed. It seems my guess wasn't off the mark. So tell me, could it be that Princess Nyx is very intrigued by the idea of progeny burgeon from the prime body and that is why you have come to bother me? From our last conversation, I thought you and Lord Erebus were quite averse to it, not at all wishing for the prime body to bring you unexpected. Enough. Nyx interrupted coldly. But perhaps because of her naturally ethereal tone, Laine couldn't detect much harshness. Regardless of whether I like it or not, you've done these things. Since you have taken the corresponding powers, you must also solve the troubles that come with them for me. Troubles? Now Laine was genuinely surprised. He had thought the Lady of the Night was purely on a mission to reprimand him, but it turned out she needed a solution to some trouble. After a moment of thought, Laine decided to listen. He also wanted to know what trouble it was that she couldn't solve. Chapter 57, Chapter 34, The Stuck God of Sleep. I would like to hear the details. Facing Nyx, who had lost the initial air of authority and instead looked somewhat annoyed, Laine said with great interest. Those deities whose godhood he had preemptively taken away at most experienced a decline in strength, but all those gods had been born through union. He honestly didn't know what kind of additional trouble the loss of godhood would bring to Nyx, who bore children through celestial conception. Taking a deep breath and looking at Laine through the veil naturally formed by her black dress, Nyx began to narrate slowly. You should know the difference between our true forms and our personified avatars as primordial gods born with the world. Laine nodded slightly. Over the years, his understanding of the primordial gods had deepened. He was no longer limited to mere speculations based on myths from later generations. I know a bit. Your true forms are part of the world. If the world were seen as a person, they would be the different facets of that person. But after personification, you separated yourselves from the world. Of course, from then on, you no longer possessed a complete divine status. As Laine had long known, the offspring engendered by the true forms of the primordial gods had no essential connection to their personified divine bodies. Mother Earth bore children with Uranus and with Pontus, following the same logic. For her, these three gods were at most her titular offspring, birthed by the Earth, but not birthed by her, Gaia, herself. So, Nyx and Erebus were actually purely siblings, nothing like the so-called spouses of later legends. Exactly. Our true forms are an aspect of the world. So when the world's laws are shaken, it's possible to celestial conceive and give birth to new gods. Talking thus, Nyx glared at Laine again. So, it's your business to absorb chaos's power, but could you not just absorb half? Laine had been a bit puzzled before, but with that remark, he instantly understood the cause and effect. Unlike the almost non-existent domain of death, sleep does have a material aspect. Or, rather, most domains have both aspects, spirituality and materiality, in opposition yet united. The intertwining of these aspects births most concepts in the world. So just like with the domain of life, where the spirit realm could only accommodate half, the same went for sleep. In theory, the remaining power could still engender a weakened version of the god of sleep, except that this time he wouldn't be as powerful as recorded in the myths, nor would he have the power to put the divine king to sleep. But perhaps because of the different mode of conception, the god of death, Thanatos, certainly missed out on the chance of being born, while the god of sleep, Hypnos, also faced a little accident. So you mean to say that the embryo of the god of sleep was conceived with the complete domain of sleep, and it should originally also come with 3,000 subordinate quasi-gods of dreamscape. But now, because the source power was taken by me in advance, his birth has been stuck. Laine tried to maintain his usual expression. Although he knew that Nyx and her true self were not one and the same, the thought that she had a divine child stuck halfway in conception still made him want to laugh. You had better not let that laugh out. or I will make sure you can never laugh again." A faint voice came from behind the ever-changing black veil, enveloping Laine in an inexplicable chill. But, having existed until now, Laine was no longer the same person as before his reincarnation. His expression remained unchanged, unfazed, and after a brief contemplation, he responded with seemingly serious gravitas. "Regarding this matter, Princess Nyx, I extend my deepest sympathy for what you've endured. But looking at the current situation, I have 3 methods that could resolve your trouble." Nyx continued to gaze at Laine with the eyes of death, as if pondering where to strike her knife. Seeing this, Laine directly spoke of his method. "The first method is the simplest, but it also requires the greatest expense." Laine tilted his head and glanced below at the underworld, where Tartarus lay. The Cyclops and Hecatonkers were imprisoned there, still restricted by the decree left by Uranus. Unless the divine king who reigns pardoned them, they would not be able to step out of the abyss. Just like Mother Earth, you could exhaust your origin to fill in this gap. The cost, however, is that I cannot guarantee what kind of offspring will be born. But there's a high chance they'll be monsters with godhood, with the Cyclops already being one of the more presentable ones. Continue. The Lady of the Night was clearly not satisfied with this answer. Not to mention a monster, she didn't even want a true god. Chaos brought its own provisions. Expecting her to be surrogate was troublesome enough. Hoping she'd exhaust her own power was utterly fanciful. The second method is somewhat painful. Laine didn't expect Nyx to agree. In fact, the option he truly favored was only the last one. Do you remember the former Heavenly Father? If Uranus could send the 12 Titans back to Mother Earth's womb, then using a similar method, surely the gestating embryo could also be extracted. Since true gods are immortal, let it be an eternally immature embryo outside the body. Laine's suggestion was cold, but neither he nor Nyx minded that. For her, the burden that the world had forced upon her essence was something she didn't even want to glance at. As for Laine, an existence that had not even birthed wisdom was equally inconsequential to him. What about the third method? She was somewhat moved, but remembering Gaia's anguished wails, Nyx still wished to hear the final option. Moreover, such an act that clearly defied the laws of the current world would not only bring pain but would inevitably invite the current world's retribution. "The final option is to leave it to me," Laine said calmly. "I will restore sleep and power to it, but it will be corroded by the spirit realm, reborn through a new gestation, and born in an alternative way. The spirit realm cannot erode mere matter, but divinities, they can hardly be measured by spirituality or matter. I tend to believe that divinity itself possesses both aspects." The eyes behind the veil narrowed slightly, as Nyx seemed to have realized something. "This is your true desired solution, isn't it? Never at a loss, always finding a way to benefit, typical of you, Prince Laine." However, Laine's solution was satisfactory to her, so she just scoffed, already deciding in her mind to accept it. Laine wasn't upset in the slightest. After all, as Nyx had said, he had never lost out because of it. "So your decision is?" "It is yours," Nyx replied without hesitation. "The collection of origin power that chaos forced upon me, I never want to see it again." Chapter 58, Chapter 35, Land of Eternal Night. "Then let's go?" Under the illumination of the nether moon, Laine spoke. Since he had made a decision, he didn't plan to waste any more time. However, before leaving, Laine glanced to the west. In that direction, there was a presence trying hard to conceal itself, but it was conspicuously obvious. "What, isn't that your man?" "No, unless there's a surprise, that's probably someone sent by Cronus." Sensing the invisible current that thought itself well hidden under the nether moon, Laine found it somewhat amusing. One of the 4 wind gods, specifically which one remained to be confirmed, but from the aura, it was most likely Zephrus, the god of west wind, who was turned away last time. The other party had been there for a long time, but since Laine had been staying in the spirit realm all along, he hadn't bothered with him. But whether it was the god of west wind or not, Laine didn't really understand why he dared to secretly surveil in the presence of him and a primordial god. Even for Laine, unless he hid in history, whenever he set foot on the underworld or the earth, he would be subtly sensed by Gaia. The wind god's concealment was more a matter of physical transformation, which might fool other gods, but in front of Laine and the primordial gods, his presence would be seen in an instant. "Do you want me to deal with him?" At his side, Nyx said carelessly. She wasn't interested in why Cronus sent someone to watch Nether Moon's movements, but the fact that the other party dared to stay after seeing her was a challenge to her authority. No need, I can probably guess what he's here for. Shaking his head, Laine said indifferently. Cronus wants to make a move on the stars, but I also have a few star gods among my subordinates. He probably anticipates that if there's a sign of me intervening in the conflict, he would try to stop me in advance. After all, I am not a Titan deity, he doesn't have to consider his brothers. But since he wants to know what I'm up to, let's show him. Let's go. If this guy is still here when I come back, it won't be late to deal with him then. Ignoring Zephrus's presence, Laine didn't mind letting him report to the Divine King. But if he dared to come again later, that would be a different story. Then let's go. Indifferent, Nyx nodded and walked towards the edge of the underworld. To someone like the god of West Wind, unless he jumped in front of her, Nyx wouldn't even bother to glance at him. Whether resolved or ignored, it made no difference to her. Passing through the Grey Plains, by the banks of the river Styx under the guidance of Lady Night, Laine arrived at the land of eternal night for the first time. At the creation of the world, darkness enshrouded everything and eternal night covered the sky, but when the true god of the sky was born, both sank below the earth, between the abyss and the earth's strata. Latter, due to the interweaving of the original powers of the four primordial gods, the underworld was born. At the edge of the underworld lies the domain of eternal night and darkness, which is why Nether Moon has a high status in the underworld, and Hecy, following its trajectory, even became the sub-ruler of the underworld. For the underworld is actually defined by the range enveloped by the light of the Nether Moon. Where there is light, there is the underworld. Where there is lightless, there is darkness and eternal night. Unlike the surface, the underworld also expands with the rise of the world's source power, but its expansion is not a growth of land, but the limits of the Nether Moon's illumination. Therefore, the expansion speed of the underworld in this world is actually even more rapid than that of the land on the surface. Because now, the Nether Moon is the external manifestation of the spirit realm, its light emitted in turns by the 7 moons of spirituality, which is much more powerful than the original trajectory. One might say that if one didn't consider Laine's privatization of public property, overall, under the restructuring of the spirit realm, the origin of chaos has actually increased, only that for now, this growth only manifests in the expanded area of the world. Is this the land of eternal night? Following Nyx, Laine crossed the boundary between light and night. Everything went black for a moment, but the next instant, the surroundings brightened again. Contrary to Laine's expectation, the land of eternal night, though only harboring the night, was not devoid of light. Although he could not find its source, Laine could distinctly discern that the brightness of the land of eternal night came from celestial bodies in the night sky, including the illusory stars he had hung there himself, their starlight also capable of shining into this place. This was the domain of the primordial gods, and the alternating day and night of the present world were nothing more than the ebb and flow of the external powers from this place. After all, night existed long before the birth of the sun. Therefore, it was not the rising and setting of the sun that determined day and night, but the persistence of nightfall that divided dark and light. The legends of the gods tell that the land of eternal night is the underskirt of the goddess of the night, and that Lady Night weaves her hemline in secrecy, adorned with stars as her embellishments. Now it seems, the rumor holds some truth. As he admired this mysteriously beautiful scenery that he had never seen before, Laine couldn't help but express his sincere admiration. Then you're going to be disappointed, because apart from the night, there's nothing else here. The tone was as always, but this time, Nyx's heart stirred slightly. She planned to find out later who was the first to utter the underskirt of the goddess of the night. The gods probably didn't realize that, in the domain of fate, her true form was the embodiment of destined, and that the Mother Night's most proficient domain was calamity, actually. As he moved forward, wandering through the land of eternal night, Laine felt a peace that came from deep within. In his eyes, this place was nothing but a quiet and beautiful garden, with plants along the way that were rare to see outside, no different from the ground above except for the dim skies. Beyond the plants, there were many forms of life hidden within the cloak of night. Laine could feel that they were once souls that stemmed from his own hand. Within the land of eternal night, those peculiar beings seemed to have become quasi-god existences. They radiated powers such as fear, silence, calamity. and even a small amount of chaos mingled within. The former was the manifestation of Lady Night's sovereign power, while the latter was the residue from the dawn of creation. Without Nyx's guidance, any god or mortal entering the land of eternal night would not see the slightest glimmer of light. They would grope in the curtain of night only to become fertilizer for plants that seem normal but whose insides are now unknown, or to be utterly consumed by the life that roams this place. Even as gods, they might not die, but an eternal slumber would be no different from death. Every ounce of divine power they derived from their godhood would be drawn out, and they would never wake up again. Laine couldn't tell how long they had walked, but he felt the pervasive chaos around them slowly diminishing, until it vanished completely, and the power of the night became more intense than ever before. Gradually, Laine began to feel an aura closer to that of the world. It was fate and karma, inevitable destiny, and natural order. Lady Night's tri-phased incarnation, or rather, Chaos's current tri-phased incarnation. Of the primordial gods, the night was the last to be born but bore the world's greater favor. Until a certain moment, Nyx, who was leading the way, suddenly stopped. "We've arrived," she said. "Arrived?" A little confused, Laine asked, "What about the embryo of the god of sleep you mentioned?" Isn't it right there?" With a curl of her lips, Nyx stretched out her hand and pointed ahead. Following her direction, Laine looked over to see a large white somnus blossom gently swaying in the middle of a purple field. The embryo of the god of sleep was not some giant cocoon, nor did it bear any traces of flesh. A flower, that was all it was. Chapter 59, Chapter 36 Assimilation. Is this the embryo of the god of sleep? It was somewhat surprising. Laine had not expected it to look like this. Of course, so please remember not to pretend to understand when you do not, Prince Laine. With a light snort, Nyx explained, "You didn't think the conception of a primordial god and that of an ordinary deity would be the same, did you? Conception is just a way to make it easier to understand. In reality, it's just like our own births. The power related to chaos gathers, transforming into something tangible, and then we came into being." As she spoke, Nyx pointed at the white blossom. It somewhat resembled the white somnus blossom from a previous life, but judging by its size, it was as large as several people huddled together. "When it fully blooms, a true god will be born from it. And the nourishment it absorbs as it grows is the power of my very being." Nodding his head, Laine seemed to somewhat understand. No wonder the birth of offspring among the Titan deities did not lead to a decline in strength, whereas Gaia had fallen from the most robust of ancient gods to the very last. This was not only due to the division of godhood but also because deities born without mating directly absorb the power of the mother. Therefore, they are born powerful, unlike those who come later and have a process of growth and development. The 12 Titans were caught in the transition between the two, so they were born with power, but not as mighty as their uncles. "I see," Laine began to understand. So the world once poured origin power into the earth, using the most suitable environment to foster it. When the time was ripe, they would transform into gods, and that's how Uranus and his two brothers came to be. When the 5 primordial gods were gestating, there was no matter in the world, so everything was witnessed by Laine. But exactly how Gaia gave birth to the 3 deities, he was not entirely clear. Of course, the foreseer wouldn't really think that the earth gave birth to the sky and the oceans, right? With a light laugh, Nyx seemed to be in a slightly better mood. Shaking his head, Laine felt that he had become used to Nyx's way of speaking. Compared to that, he was more interested in this special method of divine gestation. Previously, because there were no creatures of adequate essence to bear the godhood, he had been hesitant to continue bestowing it. But now, he might try this method of origin gestation. You won't be able to do it, or rather, it will be very difficult. As if seeing Laine's thoughts, Nyx reminded him, in fact, this act causes significant harm to both the nurturing environment and the world itself. Why else would Uranus be crowned as the divine king for inventing a new method of divine birth if the drawbacks didn't outweigh the benefits? Given another 30,000, or perhaps 50,000 years, he might have really taken that step to become the first great divine power achieved post-creation, and with that, confront the power of fate. Power is power, and rank is rank. Whether it's the personified twin gods of the dark night at their zenith or Uranus, their power may exceed that of a newly elevated great divine power, But a gap in status means they can't do many things, and confronting fate is one of them. Although to confront and to defeat should not be confused, it is ultimately a breakthrough from 0 to 1. Just as there are mortals who can defeat gods in later times, but gods are immortal, they can defeat the deities 1,000 times, but if they lose once, everything is over. I understand, but I'm still going to try it, Laine said with a smile, nodding his head. Practice is the only criterion for testing truth. As for the judgment of chaos, I really don't trust it that much. With a scoff, Nyx did not continue to dissuade him. She just mentioned it in passing. If Laine had to hit the southern wall before he turned back, then let him try. Now, she was more eager to resolve the issue of this embryonic deity. If you want to try, go ahead, but we have arrived at our destination. Use your method to let this embryo continue to be nurtured into existence. Although I have separated from my original form, the feeling of constantly being drained of power is still very uncomfortable. Alright, remember to release the barrier of the land of eternal night to the outside world. The power of the spirit realm is indispensable for assimilating it. Laine nodded and stepped forward. The divine form before him felt peculiar, or perhaps divinity itself was simply that, peculiar. It couldn't be wholly described with either spirit or matter. To be precise, it possessed the qualities of both, yet it seemed as if it had neither. If he had to describe it, Laine thought that the divine flesh leaned more towards a quantum state. If you observed it in the way you would a material object, it would exhibit the properties of all matter. If you observed it in the way you would a spirit, it would then exhibit the properties of all spirits. And the subjective will of the deity was the only observer who could make this wave function collapse in the direction they desired. At the moment, the somnus blossom before Laine existed in a material state. The first step to assimilating it was to allow it to convert itself into a spirit state. Laine reached out to touch the petals of the embryo before him. But quickly, he ceased this action as he faintly sensed the traces of the will of the world. It was born under the will of the world and naturally is protected by chaos. You can only touch it when it voluntarily relaxes its restrictions. By his side, Nyx spoke up, watching Laine's act and offering a reminder. Voluntarily? Huh? That's easy to manage. Laine nodded slightly, his will merging with the spirit realm that already enveloped the underworld. Nyx timely released the restrictions of the land of eternal night, and the power of spirituality followed the path Laine had come by, reaching directly to the proximity of the embryo. In the next moment, the sleep and dream source power, already devoured to the last drop, appeared in Laine's hands. Sensing the affinity with its own origin, the white flower immediately began to sway, and the power that shrouded it also vanished without a trace. Seeing this, Laine didn't rush to send over the source power that had been transformed by the spirit realm. Instead, he operated his divine power, quietly pulling the embryo of the god of sleep into a dream state. In the dream, the embryo's faint consciousness seemed to sense that the surrounding environment had changed, out of sync with its current state. Thus, driven by instinct, the characteristics of its divine form began to change, shifting from a material state to a spirit state. On the outside, Laine watched the somnus blossom begin to change in sync, and he no longer hesitated, infusing the source power that appeared in his hands into it. Sensing a breath of the same origin connecting with itself, the somnus blossom, even while in a dream, voraciously sucked it up, making it a part of its own godhood. However, as the source power blended in, the flower converted into a spirit state failed to notice that it was also being assimilated by the spirit realm. For Laine, the source power he offered was akin to bestowing a divine aspect, which did not affect his control over the related fields, and it was rather like installing an external plugin. For the embryo in question, assimilation was not a concern. After all, it was merely a transfer from an entity known as chaos to one known as the spirit realm, and as it had no self-awareness, it felt no difference. Only the present power that had originally swirled around the embryo once again stirred tumultuously, but neither its protected charge nor Laine paid it any mind. Chapter 60, Chapter 37 The Sun God Divine King. This is the consequence of not having wisdom. Nyx sneered, feeling the world will that was gradually becoming active yet couldn't be stopped due to the embryo's initiative to cooperate. She had never had much fondness for the will of chaos, which was always causing trouble for the primordial gods. Perhaps, but if it really developed a consciousness, you might find yourself missing the present situation. An eternal and supreme ruler, omniscient and omnipotent, would be far more terrifying than any divine king. As Laine assimilated the embryo before him, he still had the leisure to chat with Lady Night. Unless something unexpected occurred, he would have to spend at least several hundred years here. For it was not a simple task to assimilate a true god for the first time. He had considered taking it back to the spirit realm to hatch, but the flower's roots were already deeply embedded in the land of eternal night. Forcibly taking it away would only cause greater harm to Lady Night's main body. Now, this was fine. The power of the spirit realm flowed into the eternal night through the crack that Nyx had left open. The war outside is about to start, happening right above the sky, involving a dispute over the ruler of the stars. She abruptly changed the subject. Clearly, Nyx wasn't keen on having an eternal divine king. Her gaze pierced through the night sky, and unsurprisingly, she saw the preparations for battle among the stars. About several hundred years ago, Croesus' second and third sons were born. The second son, Pallas, was the god of war, while his third son was Perseus, the god of material destruction. Not long ago, under the guidance of the divine king and the goddess of daylight, Phoebe, he united with Croesus and Phoebe's second daughter, the star goddess Asteria. It was for this reason that the situation above the stars had become increasingly tense. I guess Croesus has sided with Cronus, blocking Thea together with Phoebe. Laine speculated casually, his tone unrushed. The silence from Lady Night beside him confirmed without a doubt that his guess was accurate. Although the war had not yet begun, the movements of several titans could not escape Nyx's notice. Unlike the earth and ocean, Chaos did not have the starry sky as his main domain of godhood, but Nyx, who presided over the night, could be considered half of one. It is normal. Croesus indeed has no interest in power. He is the god of lightless celestial bodies, and perhaps tainted by the source of darkness. Just like you and Erebus, he does not like to wander. But Phoebe is different. She does not have a complete domain of her own. Her light comes from the power she received at birth from her older sister, and her body comes from the sun. Driven by her innate godly instinct, she yearns to shine as brightly as her sister but cannot help feeling some envy. So do you think the war in the starry sky will soon have a victor? Nyx hadn't paid attention to these matters before, or to be precise, as a primordial god within the system of chaos, there wasn't much for her to pay attention to. After all the gods of the outside world combined were no match for her, and the deities of this world had no path of cultivation towards advancement. Other than merging with her main body and blurring her perception of time, she didn't know what else she could do. No, this war will not end quickly. Laine said softly, shaking his head. The starry sky is different from the land. It not only has an area but also has levels, which means its victory cannot be determined in a short period. Moreover, for well-known reasons, Cronus himself will not take action. At most, he will dispatch his queen of gods, and in the starry sky, Rhea and Croesus may not have the advantages one would imagine. Just watch, Laine concluded. If nothing unexpected happens, there will be no victor in this celestial conflict before a real turning point is reached. It will last at least 1,000 years, and because the divine king's energies will be diverted, the recently pacified ocean deity Sovereign will once again stir up strife with his uncle. And you? Nyx asked, looking at the eloquent black-clad deity, where do you stand in this conflict? Facing the slightly strange gaze of the Lady of the Night, Laine looked up at the sky. 3,000 years, perhaps 2,000, he said. When the time is right, I will personally hand the knife over to Cronus. Fate's intuition tells me that once the divine king occupies the starry sky, the urging from the laws of the current world will be unstoppable. The 6 divine children will descend one after another, and the flames of war will reignite between the 2 mountains. As for me, with a slight smile, Laine looked towards the abyss. Tartarus, the only primordial god whose form remains intact. He silently devoured all the chaos of the world, and even the later myths recorded scant about him. But this is a real world, or rather, a world where destiny's trajectory is increasingly skewed. Once Zeus takes the throne, the so-called myths won't be that credible anymore. As for me, how about being a one-day divine king? Laine caught a glimpse of Nyx's expression from the corner of his eye but had no intention of explaining. There are some things that he is only guessing at now. After all, involving 2 divine kings and Chaos's unique mythological system, he doesn't know if his idea will succeed or not. But trying it out isn't a big deal. He told Cronus to Start where it all began, but conversely, the same is true. Compared to the starry sky, I'm actually more worried about your sister. Sighing, thinking of the life vase, Laine still doesn't believe that Mother Earth would have silently endured that loss. Not all gods put pros and cons first. Rather, among the whimsical deities of chaos, those who do what they desire are in the majority. Gaia, in particular, is not only thoughtful but also capable. Atop Mount Othries in the Divine King's palace. While Laine was transforming the deity embryos in the land of eternal night, the god of the west wind had already returned to the Mount of the Gods. Cronus was seated next to a table and chairs, with the wind god Zephrus before him. Not long ago, this being whom he had dispatched to the underworld had delivered to him crucial intelligence. Laine had left the spirit realm but did not go to the surface. Meanwhile, those true gods of the spirit realm who often appeared in the sky had also returned to the underworld. You are saying, the Mother Night and the Lord of the spirit realm met, and then they rushed to the land of eternal night together? Cronus asked, pondering slightly and confirming with the wind god once again. Although he hadn't said it outright previously, the Divine King had actually intended for the other party to just watch at the gate of the underworld, monitoring the movements of the underworld deities. Even Laine was of secondary importance. The true gods of daylight and the goddess of daylight, each with corresponding godhood, were the ones he truly needed to guard against. After all, these two deities had contemplated moving to the starry sky in earlier years, and Cronus couldn't guarantee that they wouldn't stand with Hyperion, which is why he dispatched the god of the west wind to guard the underworld in advance. But who would have thought that Zephrus would exceed his expectations? Cronus was genuinely surprised. This west wind god, who had barely stepped into weak divine power, was so brave as to tail the lord of the spirit realm and lady of the night under the glow of the nethermoon. Even he himself might not dare to do such a thing. You've done very well, Cronus said in a gentle tone. I just need to confirm once again. Zephrus, are you certain they did not detect your presence? Chapter 61 Chapter 38 Urging. I'm not very certain, Your Majesty. After a moment of hesitation, Zephrus still dared not to make any reckless statements. Facing the great ruler of the land of eternal night, I can't guarantee she didn't notice me, but it seems Mother Night did not pay any attention to my presence. In fact, the god of the west wind felt that he was probably detected by Lady Night early on, but she simply didn't care about him. After all, to the chaotic gods, the twin gods of the dark night are ever present. Aside from a few exceptions, they don't even bother with their own offspring, so Zephrus thought that being ignored by Nyx was completely normal. As for Laine, the god of the west wind didn't feel he was detected either. Perhaps in other mythologies, simple physical transformation is easy to see through, but the deities of chaos do not possess this ability. Transforming into animals or inanimate objects to evade other deities is a common trick used by the later Olympian gods, and it works without fail. As for the Lord of the Spirit Realm, I have wandered through the underworld for hundreds of years. Since he did not expel me at first, it seems he didn't discover my trail. Regarding his own realm of authority, the wind god was rather confident. In terms of battle power, he didn't rank among the gods, but when it came to hiding his presence, even the principal gods of the major divine families might not detect him. Is that so? After musing for a while, the Divine King was unsure whether to believe him or not. In contemplation, his fingers lightly tapped the tabletop, producing a rhythmic sound. Zephrus, continue to watch the edge of the land of eternal night. If someone comes out, or if other deities show unusual activities, remember to inform me immediately. The god of the west wind was startled upon hearing this. Being sent to the underworld was one thing, he felt he was well hidden. But being sent specifically to the edge of the land of eternal night, who knew if it would be seen as a provocation by Lady Night? Your Majesty. I know the risks are great, but I'm only asking you to take a look. If you encounter Lady Nyx, you can retreat immediately. Just do this task well, and I will recognize you as the leader of the wind gods in the name of the Divine King, promised the Divine King, watching the changing expression on Zephrus's face. In chaos, the elements of earth, water, wind, fire are not balanced, and the power of wind is subtly the weakest among them. Moreover, the four great wind gods merely represent the winds on the earth. In an age where only those with intermediate divine power are considered strong and those with great divine power can influence outcomes, Cronus believed that despite the perils, Zephrus would not refuse his offer. "As you command, your majesty." Zephrus's face struggled for a moment, but he ultimately couldn't resist the temptation. The four wind gods themselves do not represent all aspects of wind, and by his own estimation, reaching the middle ranks of weak divine power was the limit for the god of west wind. But if he became the leader of the wind gods as recognized by the divine king and even possibly continued to expand the authority of the west wind through divine king's decrees, then he might well hope to reach the realm of intermediate divine power. And Zephrus thought, since Mother Night did not pay him any mind at the beginning, it was likely that there would be no trouble later. No other deity would probably detect his trail. Taking the order, the god of the west wind immediately transformed into a breeze and departed. Watching Zephrus leave, the divine king appeared lost in thought. "It seems you've made up your mind." In the quiet palace, a voice suddenly rang out. Rhea emerged from the passage of time, looking at the contemplative divine king and quietly asked, "Yes, it's time to begin." Sighing, Cronus looked towards a corner of Mount of the Gods. The union of Perse and Astria had come about through his own push, otherwise, even if the two came together, it would have taken at least a few hundred years. But perhaps it was because he was too eager, that Perse was quite dissatisfied. As the third son of Creus, wielding the deity of material destruction, his godhood limit was enough to support his advancement to great divine power. Despite the slow accumulation of divine power due to the type of his godhood, it didn't affect his disdain for the goddess of luminous. A deity who could barely reach weak divine power, what right did she have to be with him if not for the pressure of the divine king and his father? "Are you confident?" No longer dwelling on vexing matters, he believed that the god of meteorology would pacify his child. Compared to Perse, Cronus cared more about Rhea's situation. "With Creus and me together, and with your sickle, Hyperion is no match for us, but under the premise that the celestial god couple continues to stand on our side," Rhea said. Even though the godhood of sun was far superior in combat to that of meteorology and passage of time, and the starry sky was partly their home field, with a high-grade artifact in hand, Rhea had enough confidence to defeat the god of sun. But that was only if Hyperion was alone. If light and sun were to join forces, then she could only rely on her godhood to drag out time. Creus might not care about the ownership of the starry sky, but Phoebe has always envied Thea. After all, with the mother of light and the god of sun present, who would care about a goddess of luminous? Shaking his head, Cronus wasn't worried about the situation of the celestial god couple. He turned his head and asked about the other side's situation. "How are things going at sea?" "As stable as ever," the heavenly empress said. "Since the soft and gentle Nereus and Doris came together, the ocean deities have not had conflicts with the ancient sea god for a long time. They're just putting on an act. Once I make the first move, they won't be peaceful for long." Sneering, Cronus knew this was the effect of his own short-term increase in the divine king's authority over the past few hundred years. "Once the starry sky gets lively, they'll temporarily let down their guard against me. As long as I don't take action myself, they won't band together. Let's go, let's meet Creus. The starry sky is too vast, even with an advantage. It would be hard to completely decide the victor for at least a few hundred years." Having said that, Cronus rose to his feet. Rhea was silent for a moment, then immediately followed her husband's steps. However, just before stepping out, she hesitantly spoke out. "Cronus, I have already felt the innate urge of the heavenly empress's authority." Stopping in his tracks, the divine king's expression was unchanged, but a shadow of gloom flitted across his eyes. As the world's laws were still incomplete, chaos naturally hoped for more deities to be born soon, and the divine king was undoubtedly the exemplar for the gods. But at this moment, to procreate was, without a doubt, for Cronus a step towards his own destruction. "I know, Rhea, I felt it too, but let's wait a bit longer." Taking a deep breath, the divine king consoled his sister. "Let's settle the starry sky and have the ocean, at least nominally, submit to me. At that time, I'll be sufficiently assured to face my destiny." He said so, but Cronus actually understood that even if he completely conquered the ocean, his strength still would not match that of his own heavenly father. Perhaps the position of divine king was barely suitable, but Uranus's might was never solely because of authority. Chapter 62 Chapter 39, 700 Years of Divine War. Atop Mount Otherworld, another 8 years had passed. When everything was ready, following the Divine King's command, the first true divine war erupted in chaos. The war was nominally between the god of meteorology and the god of sun over the allegiance of the god of stars, but the Divine King merely stood atop the mount of the gods, remotely unleashing his powers. Thus, aside from the family of the god of sun, no other deities went to aid Hyperion. Even the two sea gods merely became silent spectators. Unlike the brief divine war that lasted only 7 days before, it was easy for deities with intermediate divine power and above to compare strengths, but difficult to decide victory or defeat. Unless there was a crushing gap, they wouldn't end their battles in a short time. Consequently, as the Mother of Light was detained by the celestial deities couple, the war facing the Queen of Gods and the god of meteorology became protracted. Amidst the starry sky, with similar divine power levels, the power of the god of sun was extraordinarily great. Even if Cronus handed the sickle that had once wounded the heavenly father to Rhea, it would still take them several years of battle to briefly repel Hyperion. After all, this high-grade artifact, which was born later, caused the greatest damage to the sky, secondary damage to the Divine King, and was completely ineffective against the earth. In the face of the god of sun, it indeed could make up for Rhea's shortcomings in battle. But that was it. The battles between principal gods were protracted, and the disparity in true god numbers became apparent. Compared to the few true gods in the god of sun's family, the 3 goddesses of the ash tree beside Rhea, the other 3 among the 4 wind gods, Atlas the heaven divider who was gradually growing up, and even the second and third sons of Creus who had not been born long ago, all shone brilliantly in this divine war. In the first 100 or 200 years of battle, due to Hyperion's strength, the situation was mostly at a stalemate, but as the new generation of deities gradually increased in divine power, the scales of victory began to tilt continuously toward the side of the Divine King. Despite the expanse of starry space and the frequency of battles every few years, it would be difficult to completely occupy most of the star domains without thousands of years, but the outcome of the war had already become foreseeable. One after another, star domains changed hands, and the god of stars whose essence resided within these domains also switched sides. If nothing changed, it seemed like Hyperion had already lost the momentum. Meanwhile, at sea, the relationship between the two sea gods rapidly deteriorated. 200 years after the war in the starry sky began, the brief honeymoon period ended. Although Thalassa, the sea god of gentleness, had several daughters born in succession, the divine war still erupted at sea. Unlike in the starry sky, from the very beginning, the couple of the god of the ocean held an absolute advantage. Even with the mountain gods coming to help, Pontus was defeated in 3 out of 3 battles. A vast expanse of unclaimed seas was taken under the control of the ocean deity sovereign. As long as he could assimilate and incorporate them into his godhood within a few thousand years, these seas that emerged with the expansion of the world would help him continuously advance toward the peak of great divine power. However, as the sea and earth gods are the best at restoration and prolonged combat, a single battle at sea often lasted longer than in the starry sky, sometimes for decades. Moreover, although Mother Earth did not intervene, she still lent out the life vase, so there was no possibility of ending the war in a short time. Over hundreds of years, on land, in the sky, and at sea, the collisions of divine power were incessant. Many creatures on the chaos terrain died from being mistakenly harmed. The scattered humans did not understand the reasons. They thought the deities were angry, so they worshipped with even greater devotion, but by now few deities had the time to look after them. When creatures died, their souls drifted following the mysterious pull into the underworld to the sea, returning to the embrace of the spirit realm. In such an environment, after 700 years had elapsed, the first deity to be transformed by the spirit realm finally emerged. In the depths of the land of eternal night, in a small 2-story wooden house, Laine brewed himself a pot of black tea, quietly observing the final transformation of the god of sleep embryo. Of course, calling it an embryo was no longer quite apt. The originally white somnus blossom was magnified millions of times, and its sky-obscuring petals acquired mysterious dark gold patterns. From the flower's core, a faint fragrance drifted out, inducing a drowsy feeling in anyone who smelled it. Around the great flower, insubstantial shadows appeared and disappeared. They seemed to be the companions of the flower, sharing some strange connection. How much longer? In the next 2 days. Laine sipped his tea, not having expected this transformation to take so long. Moreover, in his original estimation, the god of sleep embryo might have evolved into an ancient evil being similar to the sun swallower or the indeterminate mist, but clearly, the result was not so. After being accepted by the spirit realm, though this divine embryo also absorbed a small amount of chaotic source force, perhaps due to its initial cultivation in the world in a legitimate divine manner, it soon rejected the chaotic forces. At this moment, the majority of the embryo was still orderly. This meant it was destined to descend into the world as a deity. Transformed by your spirit realm, its aura seems to have become somewhat strange. Frowning slightly, Nyx also seemed uncertain of the situation. The deity embryo before her felt different from the chaotic gods, as though it possessed an aura akin to that of Tartarus. Although it wasn't conspicuous, she was certain of her perception. It is indeed a bit strange. Laine nodded, sensing the special aura even more clearly. If one had to describe it, it bore a sense of innate malevolence. I initially thought it would turn into a new ancient evil being. I even had a name ready for it, Eternal Night's Dream. But now it seems calling it an evil god is more appropriate. It has relatively complete wisdom, not like an evil being with confused thinking, but having made contact with the powers of chaos, its emotions will be more faint than those of common creatures. Morals, rules, and order of the mundane are nothing but tools to it. Perhaps only power can make it behave. Concentrating for a moment and sensing the godhood that had already taken shape within the embryo, Laine slowly said, coalescing godhood instead of merging directly with the source power meant it was now a true god. Although direct contact with the source power could bring greater strength for a deity, the real measure of a true god is whether they wield power with rationality. There are indeed many secrets to godhood that remain hidden. Even as the Lord of the spirit realm, when it comes to issues of the source power and the divine body, I know how they are but not why they are. Shaking his head, Laine knew it was because his level of power wasn't high enough. If he possessed great divine power, he would certainly be able to unravel many mysteries of the deity's essence by controlling the spirit realm. But for now, he could only verify his conjectures little by little through practice. The essence of a deity. Even with my original being, I have limited understanding, so you shouldn't dwell too much on it either. Nyx was not hopeful about Laine's ideas. Not to mention others, the reason behind a deity's immortality is something that no entity can decipher. It's starting. Half a day later, during their intermittent idle chat, the final step of the evil god's birth at last arrived. The huge petals began to close, nurturing a mysterious power. But perhaps due to the influence of the spirit realm, the extraordinary phenomenon of godly birth did not present itself throughout the chaos, only the land of eternal night responded to it. The power of the night god wafted over and transformed into a sky full of petals falling down. Under the starlight, it was a different kind of beauty. Laine could feel that the once vague consciousness inside the embryo was becoming clearer. As a deity nurtured by both the land of eternal night and the spirit realm, it would know from birth like the 12 titans of old, rather than gradually growing from infancy. Time gradually passed until at a certain moment, accompanied by a wave of intangible power that made all living beings fall into slumber, the petals reopened, revealing a young deity with wings on his back, squatting with his arms around his knees at the central position. Both his pupil and hair colors were black, but his wings were a pale gray. Wrapped around his body was a cloth made from divine power, in a style unique to the chaos world. The god of sleep, Hypnos, was different from the mild deity in original myths. As the lord of the spirit realm, Laine could clearly sense the true emotions of the deity before him. That kind of indifference hidden beneath the surface, aside from myself, all things are illusory. Chapter 63 Chapter 40 Nyx Trail. The newly born deity opened his eyes, and the first thing he saw of the world was the boundless night as well as two ancient gods who felt even more present than the night sky itself. One was the master of this place, with the entire domain resonating with her. The other was still fused with the power of the spirit realm, with 7 layers of phantoms presenting themselves to his divine sight. In the perception of the god of sleep, 2 vast auras stretched from heaven to earth, capable of grinding him to dust with a mere lift of their hands. Subconsciously feeling a bit tense, Hypnos couldn't help but clench the deep purple flute in his hand. It was his natal divine artifact, a fusion of parts of sleep and dreamscape, along with a slight touch of chaos and music from the spirit realm. The lullabies played on it could put gods into slumber and allow creatures to lose their minds in their dreams, amusing the gods with their skirmishes. Hypnos pays his respects to the father god and mother goddess. His wariness was but a momentary flicker, so fleeting that even if Laine had not been observing closely, he would not have noticed. In the next moment, the newly born god displayed a gaze full of humility and admiration. As a born knower, Hypnos knew that the two divine beings before him were his parents. Since they had created him, they naturally did not intend to harm him. Moreover, in the presence of these two formidable entities, the god of sleep didn't feel that his caution held any significance. Rather than displaying his fangs, it was better to appear gentle and harmless. Father God, according to the traditions of chaos, it seems to be the case. Observing the change in Hypnos' demeanor, Laine was at first startled and then chuckled. For deities, power had a much deeper connection than blood ties. Laine and Nyx's powers jointly created this deity, so from a legal standpoint, they indeed could be regarded as his parents. But one need only reference Uranus and Gaia to understand how unreliable such non-blooded parental relationships could be. Furthermore, this was the chaos world, where, in later mythologies, parent-child strife was practically daily fare for gods and mortals alike. Meanwhile, Nyx's expression was hard to discern behind her black veil. She paid no heed to Hypnos' greeting, simply turning to glance at Laine before opening her mouth calmly. Since the matter is resolved, you can take him away. Regarding the matter of compensation. In the end, Nyx had put faith in Laine's previous explanation. She also felt that no one could spy on her fate without her knowing. Given that it wasn't Laine's intention, she naturally should offer a reciprocal gift. Yet in the empty land of eternal night, there was nothing fit to be offered as such a gift. Thus, Nyx extended her hand and tore a piece from the hem of her dress. With a gentle shake, the tattered fabric transformed into a black silk cloth. The cloth was just an appearance. In reality, she had torn off a small portion of her Nyx's black robe. To the Lady of the Night, after all, this artifact could not advance any further, so this small loss of power was of little consequence. It is yours now. With a snort, she tossed the black cloth to Laine and, turning, merged silently into the night of the land of eternal night. Watching this, Laine couldn't help but smile wryly. Ha ha. Hypnos, it seems your mother goddess isn't too fond of you. Taking the black cloth imbued with the power of secrecy, Laine turned to look at the newborn deity. However, as soon as he spoke, he clearly felt a slight rejection from the surrounding night. Faced with Nyx's subtle warning, Laine said no more. So, Father God, will I be living with you from now on? Looking somewhat saddened by the departure of the mother goddess, Hypnos cast a hopeful gaze at Laine. Watching this scene, Laine felt not the slightest bit of compassion. He was well aware that an evil god, whose creation had been tinged with a portion of chaotic source force, was no paragon of virtue. For Hypnos, if it weren't for the difference in their strengths, as well as Laine's control over his godhood as the lord of the spirit realm, he probably wouldn't care at all about this so-called father god. But Laine didn't care about that either. Come with me, and the same goes for you all. Signaling Hypnos and the 3,000 demigod dreamscape evil spirits born alongside him to follow, Laine turned and started down the path they had come. The god of sleep quickly followed. Despite having just been born, he vaguely sensed that in this realm blanketed by night, wandering aimlessly without someone to guide him would likely not bode well for him. Following the path from before, Laine continued on his way. Perhaps it was because the Lady of the Night had once permitted the power of the spirit realm to probe into the land of eternal night, but now, the return path seemed to genuinely possess some mystic force. The night's curtain subtly gave way, and the local beings dared not cause trouble there. Even without the Lady of the Night's guidance, Laine managed to exit successfully. Not until he had crossed the divide between the curtain of night and the underworld did he look back at the path he had traveled. Through divine vision, a faint halo lingered over the path, but it became erratic as Laine left. This was a slight manifestation of chaos in the land of eternal night. Spaces within could possibly intersect and change. But no matter how it altered, the path tainted by the force of the spirit realm would remain, though its location might shift. If someone is fortunate enough to receive guidance in the future, they would be able to traverse the path Laine had once walked, entering and exiting the land of eternal night safely under the protection of the spirit realm's power. Of course, all this is predicated on the Lady of the Night being uninterested in him. The residual presence of the spirit realm may ward off the beings beneath the curtain of night, but it could not resist the primordial god herself. Hypnos. Laine turned and casually asked, "Do you see that fellow over there?" "Yes, Father God." The youthful deity bowed slightly and gazed into the distance. Above the Styx River, though seemingly empty, Hypnos sensed a surge of intense emotion circling there, blatantly revealing its existence to the outside world. The deities of the present, or rather the gods of chaos, always operated in this manner. They tended to sense and conceal through divine power and form, but they were utterly unguarded against the spiritual. Even the mighty Zeus could be sent into a dreamscape by the original god of sleep in mythology without noticing. To the deities of the spirit realm who observed directly from the spiritual layer, the god of west wind's concealment was as good as non-existence. "Father God, should I take care of him?" Wearing a gentle smile, Hypnos softly inquired. "Go ahead, capture him." Nodding, Laine agreed to Hypnos's request. Similar to the 12 Titans, Hypnos did not reach the limit allowed by his godhood upon birth, but he still possessed mid-level weak divine power. In direct combat, he might not be a match for the wind god. But seeing Zephrus still completely oblivious, Laine knew that the battle would soon be over. Chapter 64 Chapter 41 Punishment. Before Laine stepped out of the land of eternal night, the concentration of the god of west wind's spirit was unprecedented. Ripples spread through the stillness of the land of eternal night that had lasted for hundreds of years, a sign that someone emerged from within. But no one knew who it might be. Perhaps a woman in a black dress, or just a nymph fairy. Under the tense watch of Zephrus, a ripple flashed by and Laine and Hypnos emerged one after the other. The disturbance of the night began to subside, and after waiting a while longer, ensuring that no third person was coming, the god of west wind finally breathed a sigh of relief. Just now, he had been considering, had he been caught by the Lady of Night, how long he would insist before giving up the existence of the Divine King. In fact, this thought had crossed his mind many times over the past few hundred years. Fortunately, reality never granted him the opportunity to make that choice. The Lord of the Spirit Realm has returned, so I can also report back to the Divine King first. But that deity by his side, why have I never seen him before? While somewhat puzzled, Zephrus quickly thought of the goddess of the nether moon, whose origin was unknown, and the weaver of stars who had appeared in the stellar sky. No matter the stranger's origin, all he needed to do was wait for Laine to return to the spirit realm, then report to the Divine King. The position of leader of the wind gods seemed within reach, and Zephrus was getting impatient. What's that sound? Suddenly, the god of west wind felt his spirit become fuzzy. In the haze, he seemed to see a gray feather falling from the void. He should have been vigilant, but at some point, his thoughts had slowed. A pleasant melody rose to his ears, and Zephrus's eyes gradually closed. The intangible wind returned to its original form as the god of west wind collapsed to the ground. In a face-to-face encounter, this true god with weak divine power silently lost his resistance. By Laine's side, Hypnos put his flute away. Just then, the melodious lullaby had been played slowly, and the power of sleep spread in all directions with the sound. The sun god Apollo of later generations also possessed a lyre, with which he could play tunes capable of bewitching deities. But in the hands of the true god of sleep, compared to the lyre Hermes gave to Apollo, his flute was undoubtedly more potent. Accompanied by the melodious tune, Hypnos gently shook his wings. On his pale gray wings, feathers of illusion silently fell and merged into the void. The music was sleep, the feathers were dreams. With no forewarning, Zephrus in the sky only felt a wave of drowsiness before losing consciousness in relaxation. If his spirit had been on edge, ever vigilant, the power of the god of sleep would have been greatly diminished. But clearly, the god of west wind never suspected that he would be discovered, nor had he understood the power of sleep and dreams. Thus, without any resistance, he was easily subdued by Hypnos. "Father God, how do you plan to punish him?" Flying into the sky, seizing Zephrus who turned back to his true form in dreams, Hypnos asked respectfully. Like him, the wind god also had a pair of wings on his back, though they seemed somewhat short. In Chaos World, gods with wings were rare but still numerous, and they were also considered part of the mainstream deities. God of West Wind. Looking at the unconscious Zephrus before him, Laine felt hesitant. He had intended to take him to the spirit realm and seal the immortal deity, but then he dismissed the idea. To seal a true god required a constant consumption of power to counteract the divine power he obtained from his godhood. Although this was nothing for the spirit realm, it was also meaningless. As long as a deity could not be killed, Laine believed that any purely physical punishment was insignificant. Some gods have the god of punishment hold up the sky for eternity, some make him push a massive rock in eternal recurrence without end. Having made his decision, Laine reached out and gently touched Zephrus's forehead. Since you like to pry so much, as a punishment, you will become the most clumsy of warriors. The authority flashed, and the wisdom of the god of the west wind was lacking a corner out of nowhere. Although he could still think any idea that originated from him would have flaws. At the same time, an indeterminate fate silently enveloped Zephrus. In the obscurity, a subtle change had taken place. From that moment on, whenever the god of the west wind tried to hide, he would inevitably reveal a flaw due to inadequate consideration. And even if the flaw went unnoticed, all his actions would lead to an unknown outcome under the dictates of fate. If the original outcome was bad, it would not change. If the original outcome was good, it would start all over again. To the side, the observing Hypnos retracted his wings, silently watching this scene. His expression remained respectful, but inwardly, he felt a chill. For an evil god with inherently diluted emotions, physical punishments did not concern him. Compared to that, these methods affecting wisdom and fate were far more intimidating. Let's go. Leaving Zephrus on the ground, Laine paid no further attention. He swiped through the air in front of him, a silvery gate of light emerged, and he stepped in, with Hypnos hurrying after him. The gods had always thought the nether moon was the entrance to the spirit realm, which is why the divine king sent the wind gods to watch over the underworld, but in fact, at most, the nether moon could be considered the front door. Throughout the entire chaos world, any place covered by the spirit realm could be used to directly enter or exit the realm. But since Laine had never opened access to and from the spirit realm in the current world, no god had ever discovered this. Within a few steps, Laine had passed through 3 layers of spatial barriers. Mount Sinai was not far away, but on the 3rd layer of the spirit realm, Laine halted. Up until a few hundred years ago, everything beyond the 3rd layer of the spirit realm was devoid of concrete things. Space-time was in such disarray that life had no foundation to exist, with only the spirit realm's angels passing by occasionally. But at this moment, where Laine stood was different. On the surface, they seemed to be standing in the sky next to a small hillock. Seeing Laine stop, Hypnos also halted. He looked around the environment. The space here was quite narrow, totaling less than 100 miles in range. A few humans were living in the distance, while on the hillock, a holy figure radiating light was talking to a mortal on the ground. This is the 3rd layer of the spirit realm, where you will make your new home. Slowly revealing his arrangements, Laine did not intend to take Hypnos to his divine palace. In fact, had it not been for Nyx's visit, Laine himself would have had to cultivate a true god to oversee dreams. But now that there was one ready-made, he set aside his original plans. Now that Hypnos had come into being, it was time for him to start working. Although he had only been in existence for 1 day, he was, after all, a deity, and Laine thought he wouldn't mind. Chapter 65 Chapter 42 Dream Spirit Realm. Please command me, and I will do my utmost to fulfill your request. From their brief encounter, the newly born Hypnos had realized that pretending to be a docile and obedient person was of little use, so he decisively changed his attitude. Do you see where this place is? Looking around, Hypnos observed the surrounding environment intently. The first thing he noticed was the figure radiating light. He easily identified the other's identity, a territorial god birthed from the mountain. What surprised him, though, was that he couldn't make out the god's face no matter how hard he tried. This must also be a dream, Hypnos said with certainty after a moment of concentration, a real dream that has been separated from its master. This was a dream, but it was more than that. Normal dreams are built upon the spirituality of living beings, and when the host awakes, the dreams shatter along with them. But Hypnos could tell that this dream had become disconnected from its master. As the power of the spirit realm merged with it, it gradually became more real. Even if its master awoke, it could continue to exist. Yes, this is a sort of real dream. Nodding, Laine said with a smile. This is a human's dream. He is receiving a deity's reward, his greatest wish. Because the world he has traveled is only so vast, the size of this dream fragment has been fixed. In his eyes, deities are supreme, thus, the gods in the dream have no real faces. Like this one, there are many dreams here. What I want you to do is smelt these dreams, reshape them, and then piece them together. With a wave of his hand, the scenery before them instantly shrank. In a flash, the dream fragments in 100 miles radius turned into a transparent bubble. Around the two of them, countless bubbles were born and disappeared in rotation. These were the dreams of intelligent life on the Earth spanning hundreds of years. Some featured humans as their protagonists, many more were of beasts, and Hypnos even spotted a few territorial gods among them. They were stacked together, reflecting off the power of the spirit realm. The stronger the master of the dream, the more powerful the corresponding fragment. Hypnos could even sense signs of life in the dreams of some deities, vague though they were. That was a new life, similar to the 3,000 evil spirits of his dreams, yet entirely different. Real dreams are the best material for bridging order and chaos. Turning to face the god of sleep beside him, Laine granted him partial access to the third layer of the spirit realm. The space-time of the spirit realm gets more chaotic the deeper one goes. But at the same time, the deeper one goes, the broader the laws appear. To powerful spiritual bodies, the shallower layers of the spirit realm can feel oppressive, and they're not conducive to their further growth. Over the years, the spirit realm's self-generated life forms and the souls of beings who died in external divine wars have mostly accumulated in the first and second layers, some even developing primitive social structures. Many of them have grown strong, gradually mastering extraordinary powers. Thus, Laine has been contemplating what kind of material could stably exist in the chaotic space-time and give the shallow spiritual bodies a chance to adapt to the change from order to chaos. Undoubtedly, dreams were the ultimate answer he chose. Your meaning is, you want me to turn the dreams into the cornerstone of this layer's interface. And even after their main body takes shape, to have the ability to automatically absorb dreams and integrate them into itself? Feeling the interface permissions opening to him, Hypnos inquired. Yes, Laine nodded. Dreams are based on reality, yet they transcend it. They inherently symbolize the process of transformation from order to chaos. Let the dreams close to the current world become part of the layer near the second level of the spirit realm. The exceedingly bizarre dreams can be constructed in areas near the fourth layer of the spirit realm. Even some powerful beings' dreams possess their own strength, and once they are built into part of the spirit realm under the influence of the spiritual aura, they might even give birth to some special creatures of the spirit realm. As he spoke, Laine's thoughts drifted. For a moment, he was reminded of some dark fairy tales he had read in a past life. Serious fairy tales could never exist. After all, in dreams, people's behavioral logic is closer to doing whatever they desire. Add to that the inherently chaotic space-time of the spirit realm, Laine didn't believe this place could naturally give rise to any benevolent spirits. I will follow your command, Father God. Bowing slightly, Hypnos softly expressed his obedience. Even though the realms below the fifth layer of the spirit realm seemed somewhat confining to an existence of a true god like him, he harbored no intention of refusal. Hypnos was not a being like Eclipse. He knew how to contain his power and overcome his instincts. Moreover, he didn't feel, not even slightly, that Laine was asking for his opinion. Very well, go and do it then. Lyanna. Nodding his head, Laine summoned the goddess of the Nethermoon. I am here, your highness. As always, her black attire transformed from ethereal to tangible, and Lyanna quickly responded to Laine's call. He is a new god I have created, Hypnos. For the coming period, he will be responsible for constructing the third layer of the spirit realm. She is Lyanna, my assistant. In my absence, any matters can be referred to her. 3 crescent moons hung in the sky, and today, it just so happened that the nether moon was illuminating the outer world. After introducing them to each other and observing the goddess of the nether moon, who had managed the spirit realm diligently for the past centuries, Laine also felt a bit sentimental. Even when he was in the spirit realm, he was often busy with the operation of the laws and assimilating source power. In actuality, the affairs of the spirit realm had always been managed by Lyanna. The majority of the beings in the spirit realm had never even seen Laine. Just as they referred to him, great ancient spirit will, in their eyes, Laine's existence was but a legend, with Lyanna being the true ruler of the spirit realm. Lyanna. Yes. The goddess in the black dress looked up, meeting Laine's gaze. In his hands, part of the element of origin that the spirit realm had absorbed over the millennia was converging, intertwining with spirituality to form a multifaceted crystal. The power of elements is quite special, it seems not to have a true higher godhood. Like the earth element, it is influenced by godhoods such as the earth, mountain, celestial body, magic power, witchcraft, etc., yet it doesn't fully belong to any of them. Interestingly enough, while in chaos, darkness is stronger than light, life far surpasses death, and earth, water, wind, fire are not equal, the powers of the elements do not follow this pattern. They maintain a dynamic balance, appearing to be completely unaffected by the varying strengths of authority. And magic power is even more peculiar. It is the result of intelligent life refining elements through the spirit, and its power is not constant. The purer the spirit of the being refining it, the more powerful the magic power becomes. This power originally belonged to the owner of the nether moon, but now, it will belong to the new master of the nether moon. Lyanna, this is magic power, Laine said with a smile. It will become your moonlight. Strictly speaking, although Lyanna was called the goddess of the nether moon before, what she actually governed was only the concept of the nether moon. Because, at that time, the nether moon did not truly exist, it was a projection of the spirit realm into the underworld, and its moonlight was actually the rotation of the 7 crescent moons of the spirit realm shining down. But from now on, the nether moon will have its own unique moonlight. To serve you is the purpose of my existence. As the new multifaceted crystal merged into her body, Lyanna's presence became much more substantial. Her divine power remained unchanged, but the upper limit was raised yet again. Without surprise, as the underworld expands further, the threshold of potent divine power will open up to her. Even considering the unique nature of the nether moon within the underworld, Lyanna may step into the realm of great divine power quite soon. Meanwhile, the originally serene light of the underworld began to change. The silvery brightness turned into dark purple hues, dispersing invisible forces. Under such light, some of the corpses that had been brought to the underworld and died for various reasons shuddered imperceptibly. Gradually, it seemed as if new souls emerged within them, burning in the form of flames. Soul fire, that was their name. When the fire extinguished, it also signified the end of the Wraith's rebirth. Chapter 66, Chapter 43, Secret Talk. Fire is the first of the elemental domains under spirituality. Thus, the newly born consciousness of the undead can also persist within the soulfire. Although the undead have spirit in their name, most of them are not spiritual bodies, and are essentially still existences in the material realm. The only difference is that, while the bodies of normal lives are alive, theirs are dead. But from another perspective, perhaps in the eyes of the wraiths, it is the bodies of the living on earth that are dead, and theirs that are alive. As time passed, the number of wraiths gradually increased. Not only the corpses of life forms, but also places dense with negative energy brought forth life under the nether moon's illumination. A few enlightened beings bathed in the moonlight, regarding the nether moon as the source of life. The wraiths call it the primitive moon, because in their blurry memories, there was a moon on Earth too, but it came later than the one in the underworld. Moreover, most importantly, only the primitive moon can reverse life and death and grant them rebirth. The nascent worship of celestial bodies began to spread, with the meager power of faith flowing toward the nether moon. Laine was aware of the changes in the outside world, but like the humans before the Third Era, it was not yet the time for these mundane entities to enter the scene. Furthermore, even though the existence of the spirit realm had deprived the underworld of the ownership of souls, this place near the source power of the darkness of chaos naturally became the homeland of the wraiths. Previously, because the moonlight of the nether moon lacked strength, they couldn't truly come to life. But now, with the involvement of magic power, the spirit can easily influence matter, and hence the undead were born. However, while Laine was organizing the affairs of the spirit realm accumulated over 700 years in a place unknown to him, a clandestine meeting was taking place in a lightless domain. In the past, relying on his prescience of mythological trajectories, everything seemed to be within Laine's expectations. He was like a player standing outside the world, lightly touching the threads of fate, making the gods dance like puppets. But as the spirit realm grew stronger, the interference of destined forces by the indeterminate destiny became more and more significant, and not even he knew how many paths of fate had already changed. He saw some of them, such as changes in the starry sky, such as the changes in the Divine King, but in Laine's eyes, these were all within his expectations. Yet obviously, some things that were beyond his anticipation had been set into motion the day the spirit realm was opened. Not all gods will act as he expects. Some do so out of simple emotion, others hunger for something further. The realm of lightness, true to its name, is a place where everything is nothing. If one does not possess sufficient strength, even mere existence cannot be maintained here, for pure darkness will devour all. Yet to the two conversing at this moment, the peril of the realm of lightness is nothing more than a joke. Gaia, you see it, don't you? At the edge of the domain, beside the green-clad figure, a calm and magnetic male voice slowly came. If one were to only hear the voice, perhaps everyone would think it belonged to a scholarly man with a belly full of poetry and literature. Yes, Erebus, he has created another god, and he has even snatched it from the hands of the world, Gaia said. The spirit realm. Through this interface, he can do many things beyond your imagination, Erebus replied. Watching the sudden change in the moonlight in the sky, the woman in the green dress did not hide her emotions, or rather, she was never good at hiding them. She doesn't like Laine and never has. When the severely depleted life vase returned to her hands thousands of years ago, this dislike turned into fury. At first, Gaia wanted to retaliate. If she wished, the earth and the underworld would move accordingly, and all life bearing the aura of the spirit realm would be targeted by this current part of existence, and this was just the beginning. She wanted to imprison Laine deep within the earth, and after he surrendered the other half of the dominion over life, make him pay the price for his actions. However, Erebus persuaded her at that time. The Dark Overlord told Gaia that with the opening of the spirit realm, Laine could no longer be imprisoned. He was one with the spirit realm, or rather, he was the personification of the spirit realm, but he was not like the primordial gods, dissociated from his own essence. For Laine, even if his external divine body was destroyed, he could be reborn in the realm at any time. The part of the life vase that was lost was similarly integrated into the spirit realm, and had become nearly impossible to reclaim. Thus, Gaia's unvented rage shrouded the earth for 3 years. But she had not given up on revenge, instead, she harbored her fury deep within her heart. When you urged me to stop back then, Erebus, but now you have called me here again, she said. If you have something in mind, just say it. You have what you want, but I only wish for him to know that the earth is not so easily deceived, she said. The voice was somewhat indifferent. Gaia knew Erebus was no kind-hearted individual. Most likely, he wanted her to do something that only she was capable of. But Gaia didn't care. In later times, she might support Zeus on behalf of the Titans, or she might turn against Zeus because of the Titans' imprisonment in the abyss. Throughout the process, she seemed to gain nothing and instead lost much of her power. But that was Mother Earth. She seldom cared about benefits and was more concerned with momentary emotions. As long as she could get her revenge, she was willing to pay some extra price. Don't talk like that, my dear sister, maybe I simply wanted to help you. Erebus chuckled at Gaia's words, his mood seeming rather good today. But Mother Earth's expression remained icy cold. If he genuinely cared, he could have shown it when Uranus was still around. But he watched as she faced pain. This so-called concern was nothing but a joke. On the other side, seeing Gaia had no intention of responding, Erebus was unconcerned. As she had said, he approached her because naturally, there was something he himself could not do. In the domain of life, although Mother Earth only harnessed the power of her accompanying divine artifact, she was beyond the reach of the Dark Overlord. You know, Gaia, thousands of years ago, right here on Earth, the gods created life, he began. With his right hand, he parted the darkness in front of him, and the lives in the underworld that were created that day emerged before the two ancient gods. Ironically, they had long since died, and what moved now were new lives born from the carcasses. They used your life vase to endow living beings with bodies, and Laine used the well water to grant them souls. Without surprise, the well that scattered the souls was crafted from the source power of life, a divine artifact molded from the same whole as the life vase, he continued. Yes, Gaia replied, I don't need you to remind me how he used what originally belonged to me to bestow souls before my very eyes. You misunderstand, I am not mocking you, in fact, I'm merely emphasizing that in the domain of life, the bodies and souls of beings do intersect. Erebus shook his head as he explained. But to Gaia, it sounded as if he was describing her failure in another way. So, what have you discovered? Gaia was growing impatient, having never realized how unpleasant her brother's character was. Don't rush, my sister, he said with a light chuckle, watching the wraiths wandering in the scene and speaking slowly. I simply found some secrets about life through the bifurcated divine artifact. Chapter 67, Chapter 44 Infiltration. Do you know, Gaia, that all things need nourishment to grow? The world draws strength from its own cycles and the void, while the gods extract power from their corresponding symbols through godhood. One quality transforms into another, and equivalent exchange is the unchanging law of this world. So what? Gaia frowned as she listened to Erebus's words. Of course, I know this. Even the plants that I create need to draw nutrients from the earth, and I don't need you to teach me that. What do all these things you are saying have to do with life and the soul? With a faint smile, Erebus remained unhurried. Perhaps influenced by his godhood, the Dark Overlord quite enjoyed the sensation of revealing secrets bit by bit. Is that so? Then tell me, my sister, plants draw their nutrients from the earth, but where do those lives created by the gods obtain the strength to maintain their existence from? Don't you see? Gaia felt this was another pointless question. They eat plants, or they eat each other. They drink water to maintain the balance of elements in their bodies. What's wrong with that? Of course, that's wrong, Erebus said succinctly. If life could not be divided, then I would also think that's normal. But since the body and the soul can exist independently, why can a life feed on the body of another life, yet its soul does not feed on the soul of another life? Where does the soul get its nourishment if it doesn't have a feeding process? Gaia fell silent as she began to vaguely understand what the other was trying to say. The nutrients for a body's growth are water and plants, but for a soul to grow, its nourishment is the body itself. It needs nothing else. Erebus's gaze grew profound, nurtured by the body's warmth. It directly harnesses power from the intersection between the two in the field of life, directly drawing strength from the former. And as time passes, bodies develop, mature, age, and so do souls, but the latter cycle is much longer. So in the end, they will all return as one, becoming a part of that world. Do you know what this means? It means every soul is a seed, and the material world is the soil from which it germinates. When a life's body reaches its end, the fruit known as soul is ripe. Mother Earth spoke slowly, also somewhat shocked by the realization. Chaos draws power from the primordial chaos, transforming it into leaderless source power, thereby continuously perfecting the world. Meanwhile, the spirit realm takes the material world as chaos, drawing power from it, constantly perfecting itself. Indistinctly, Gaia seemed to see, at the end of time, the day when the spirit realm would stand shoulder to shoulder with the material world. From the perspective of chaos itself, it's hard to say whether this is good or bad, because the growth of spirituality in itself strengthens the effect of the world's inner cycle. But for the material world, oriented towards matter and order, this certainly isn't good news. Just as the world grows increasingly mighty, yet Mother Earth's power grows ever weaker, Gaia knew this all too well. No, that's not right. Suddenly Mother Earth realized something. Given the current state of these lives and their weak natures, even if their numbers were to increase 10 million times or more, even if they covered the Earth, that still wouldn't mean much to chaos. Stop with your alarmist talk, Erebus. What exactly do you want me to do? Raising an eyebrow, seeing his sister catching on, the Dark Overlord was a tad disappointed. When he first discovered this, he was genuinely shocked, but then he realized that drawing strength in this manner was like scooping water from the sea with a basin, and that too, a sea constantly fed by rivers and streams. Unless the number of intelligent beings counts in the hundreds of millions, and unless their level of life can be raised not just by one tier, it would sound pleasant, but practically meaningless. The power derived from the world's self-sustaining operation in one day surpasses what the souls of those mundane objects could transform in 100 years. It's simple. Next time, he said, when this batch of life dies, the next time you create life, I want you to incorporate this into it. He stretched out his hand and an undefined mass of dark gas wavered in Erebus's palm. At first, Gaia did not recognize it, but soon she sensed its essence. It was darkness. In terms of quantity, it was very weak, weaker even than the power of a territorial god, but it was also very pure, for it came directly from the body of the primordial gods. Darkness. Erebus, I don't mind being your tool this once, but I hope you can think of a more reasonable method. To combine it with the prime liquid in the life vase, I can do that. But to expose life directly to source power, madness would be their only outcome. With such an obvious change, do you think he would not notice? Disappointed, Gaia did not expect that her brother would come up with such a method. That's why I want you to dilute it as much as possible, Erebus said indifferently, like a drop of divine power entering the ocean. There will be no problem as long as the amount is small enough. Of course, given its nature, it might distort the thinking of life, but it won't completely destroy their rationality. Just find a reason, like how you previously created humans with only positive emotions, and now you want to do the reverse, to create humans with more negative emotions. Do I need to teach you that? I understand, but can this help me deal with him? Mother Earth hesitantly nodded, yet she was somewhat puzzled. She could see that he was using this method to infiltrate his power into the spirit realm, but how could this pose any threat to Laine? This bit of power would not be taken seriously by any god with intermediate divine power or above, let alone Laine, who was in the spirit realm. In the external world, divine power would limit his strength. But in the spirit realm, the realm itself is his power. Don't you understand yet, my dear sister? Erebus said, a god does not die. So if you want to deal with him, you must first understand him, understand how to target his world. Erebus was somewhat at a loss for words. Although he did not understand what good merely venting would do, he still patiently persevered in order to gain Gaia's assistance. After all, he knew nothing about the domain of life. When my source power enters the spirit realm, I have no expectation of it returning, but after all, it's just an insignificant bit, and the souls of mortals can only carry so much. Laine harvests power through souls, so he will definitely return the souls to their origin. This must be done via the origin of the spirit realm, and this is my goal. I want part of me to come into contact with the root of the spirit realm. Erebus looked straight at his sister, and then I will know how the spirit realm was created. No one tells the truth to an unwelcomed visitor who comes knocking at their door, Gaia, so I have never believed Laine's explanations. I don't want him to tell me anything. I want to see for myself. Of course, when it gets to that point, Laine will surely notice my actions. He will intercept that source power, but I'll get the chance to break free from chaos, and you can find out his weakness. Chapter 68, Chapter 45, The Rift. Watching his sister gradually becoming moved, the Dark Overlord couldn't help but sneer in his heart. Weakness. First of all, it's uncertain whether a weakness truly exists in the world, and even if it does, Erebus would never reveal it. He himself also wanted to take that step, and if he succeeded in creating the world, he would be too busy concealing it to allow anyone else to discover its secrets. After all, Laine is a clever person. Even if she suffers a setback, she certainly wouldn't disclose it. He had even thought that if he could also create a world, although he would come into conflict with Laine over the yet unclaimed power, they might still form an alliance against the current world. Meanwhile, Gaia couldn't understand why, but upon hearing her brother's explanation, her first reaction wasn't admiration for his cunning strategy or the potential gains from success, but rather a feeling that both Laine and Erebus seemed somewhat out of place among the chaotic gods. In her memory, the gods would brawl if they were strong enough, or seek allies if they weren't, at most using some strategies to rally support or launch a surprise attack. Erebus's approach was indeed rare. I will do it. Mother Earth finally said, if Cronus does not wish to create a second generation of humanity, then I shall lead the endeavor. He disregards my will and refuses to release Aranides and Q-crops from the abyss, then I will not concern myself with his thoughts. I will do as you ask, but whether the outcome will be as you hope, that's no longer my concern. Upon hearing this, Erebus nodded. He had finally persuaded Gaia. He couldn't guarantee that this attempt would definitely succeed, but it was the only method he could think of. Soon after, Gaia left with that power, while the Dark Overlord, after watching Mother Earth depart, stood at the edge of his domain, gazing out over the land of eternal night that enveloped the other half of the underworld. Compared to Gaia, he was actually more interested in joining forces with Nyx. If the power of secrecy could also be brought in, the plan would be infallible. But he was also aware that if one could say his sister truly had limited means, his younger sister was simply disinterested in such schemes. She did not harbor a strong desire to become more powerful. If possible, she could even be content living in seclusion for eternity. Breaking free from the control of chaos would be great if it were possible. But it wouldn't matter if it wasn't, as primordial gods, as long as they did not fully personify like Gaia, they would not completely fall from the domain of great divine power. Erebus understood this mindset because a long time ago, he had thought the same. If it weren't for the emergence of Laine, he might have also remained alone in the realm of lightness, watching the changes in the outside world until the end of time. I hope it will be successful. But if it fails, I can still accept it. As an eternal, I have many more opportunities. With a slight shake of his head, for Erebus, the greatest cost of a failed mission would be to raise Laine's vigilance. But action always leads to consequences. In any case, the Dark Overlord was ready to face another enemy. Especially after that source power is triggered, whether or not he achieves the result he wants, he will regard Laine as his rival. But before that, he still had one more thing to do. Come. With a clear call in the next moment, within his true body, Erebus truly mobilized the power of the great divine power. Under the power of the primordial gods, everything that took place today was devoured by darkness, turning into the essence of secrecy, curtailing even fate to a certain extent. Huff. A bit winded even within his own body, wielding power of this caliber was no small burden. It wasn't the sheer power that exerted pressure on him, but rather, the capability to a certain extent to interfere with fate, and that was the real challenge. I hope the gains will be worth my effort. Standing at the edge of the realm of lightness, Erebus began to anticipate the results of his scheming. Since Laine returned to the spirit realm, another 500 years had passed in a flash. During these 500 years, the situation in chaos has been ever-changing. The war in the sky was approaching its end, and although Cronus had slowed down his offensive due to Laine's return and the changes to the nether moon after decades without further disturbances from the underworld, the warfare reignited. Now, over 70% of the stars had submitted to the Divine King, and the god of stars in those regions had also turned. The remaining areas, apart from those allocated to the domains of god of meteorology Cohen, were all that Hyperion had left. Only around the vicinity of the sun, where the god of sun's power was unprecedentedly strong, did the queen of gods and god of meteorology have to slow down their pace. Meanwhile, at sea, the sea gods experienced for the first time what the power of strategy could do. Battles between potent divine powers rarely had clear outcomes, but under Medus's leadership, the god of the ocean's lineage made rapid progress elsewhere. They avoided the battlefields of the principal gods and squeezed the territorial domains of the near-sea deities. Pontus's offspring were exhausted by the struggle, always one step behind. If not for the diminishing warfare in the stars, Pontus would likely have had difficulty maintaining even his last bastions in the masterless seas. Following this, Medus the Wise became a well-known name across the lands and seas. In keeping with the tradition of the god of the ocean's lineage, many deities visited her to express their affections, but the goddess of wisdom rejected them all. Compared to the other gods, she preferred to spend time with the golden humanity that survived the divine war. She taught them hydrology that she had created, enabling them to understand the ocean's currents and climate. Thus, the humans of the sea left traces vastly different from those on land. In such times, in the stars above, Cohen's second daughter, the god of stars Asteria, gave birth to a daughter with the god of material destruction Perse. And with the birth of this child, the relationship between Cohen and the Divine King, which had been relatively harmonious, suddenly developed a rift. Chapter 69, Chapter 46 The goddess abandoned by the world. Atop Mount Othries, within the palace of the Divine King. The gods were seated in a circle, the atmosphere tinged with oppression. The just-born infant lay on the long table at the center with relatives from both sides present, save for the goddess of meteor and her sister. From the seat of honor, Cronus cast a glance over the deities assembled before him and could not help but curse his own luck internally. His throne's power would have surged within 100 years, at most 200 or 300, after Cronus had secured his reign over the majority of the celestial space and the god of stars had sorted out the energy tides brought about by the divine wars. But the problem had to arise precisely now, between the god of meteorology and his greatest supporter. Cohen had no interest in the strife for the stars, true to his godhood as a deity of lightless celestial bodies. He sought no brilliance, but Phoebe, his wife, thought otherwise. Persuaded by the deity of bright bodies, he joined the war in the name of the relationship between his second daughter and Cronus's son, Perse. Though they did not exert their full strength and only confronted Thea, the goddess of light and sight, without truly clashing, it was this standoff that held the key to victory or defeat in the war. But all was coming to an end. If the current problem could not be resolved, even Phoebe would set aside her scheming and sever her ties with the lineage of the divine king completely. Her name is Hecate, correct? Feeling the heavy atmosphere and her husband's mood, Rhea, the heavenly empress, spoke up to break the silence. She looks very cute. She will certainly be a beautiful goddess when she grows up. As the heavenly empress's words fell, no one took up the conversation. Cronus's heart sank gradually. He knew that even Cronus might be regretting his actions at this moment. After all, the gods are immortal and divine authority is eternal, but these were laughable concepts in the face of chaos. While no deity had been heard of as killed by the world, the sight of a new god tearing apart a godhood had been personally witnessed by many. Even now, Cronus himself couldn't help but feel a trace of apprehension toward the female infant before him. A deity without godhood, this was a first since chaos created the world. Even those called territorial gods with a divine power level of 0 by Laine at least had a river, a spring, a small celestial body, or a mountain mound as their domain. These objectively existing things might not be as eternally indestructible as natural rules, but they were sufficient to provide them with divine power to maintain the existence of their form. But this infant was different. Even as divine king, Cronus could not sense any connection between her and anything else. A deity without a source of divine power meant that for every bit of power she used, she lost just as much. It would only take a bit of minor damage for her to potentially fall into an eternal slumber, much like the death of a mortal being. True gods did not concern themselves with territorial gods precisely because of this. Once their territory was destroyed and the remaining divine power exhausted, they might continue to live in concept, but it would be no different from death. And Hecate before them was even worse off, for apart from her immortal essence, she was no different from the humans upon the earth. Caius, she may not have godhood, but I can attempt to give her one, Cronus said with a vacillating tone, looking at the god of stars. While such godhood may only rely on the power of the divine king, at least. It's not a matter of godhood, your majesty, it is a warning from the world. Perseus suddenly spoke up. The atmosphere in the room instantly solidified. Although everyone had been thinking it, no one had voiced it until Perseus disregarded all caution. As the god of material destruction and the father of Hecate, even though he was now weak, he had been expected to belong to a domain of great divine power. But by his father's and the divine king's design, he was forced to unite with a goddess of meteor who was only a level 2 in divine power. He did not know that in the original mythology, he would have been moved by her over a long period of time. However, perhaps due to rebellion under oppression, he had grown to loathe Astria instead. Divine King, your majesty, forgive my frankness, he said, seemingly respectful as he looked at Cronus, but his words were aimed to wound. Perhaps the world does not wish for a ruler who governs all. Just like the once heavenly father. Absolute power only brings pain, thus, he sent this child to tell us that all of this was a mistake. Boom! An invisible pressure descended upon him. It was not the power of the divine king but rather from his father-in-law. The typically reticent god of stars showed his power for the first time in front of the second-generation titans, leaving Perseus' words stuck in his throat, unable to speak any further. Y0 You can read sh0rt t0 ucking and r0 mantic sd0 rezep 0 at c0 upples as well as children's sd0 rezep 0 r free 0 and citist 0 rise c0m. In chaos, aside from life and death, the forces of the dark are always stronger than those of the light. Even Cronus suddenly realized that his silent brother had surreptitiously reached this stage. Perseus, I know you have always disdained Astria. Coeus's voice was not loud, but it was serious and powerful. Since you're so opposed to your oppressive wife, let's end it here. However, from today on, the starry sky will no longer welcome you. Heh. The pressure disappeared, and Perseus gasped for air. He looked at his father, but the god of meteorology remained silent. Not to mention his recent rants in front of the divine king, even Cronus himself was no match for Coeus. In terms of battle, meteorology also only relied on some of wind's power. Thunderbolts in later times would expand its domain, but from the day of its birth, it had its master. As one of the rare titans to be imprisoned in Tartarus, Cronus's downfall was not without reason. Alright, I misspoke just now, Prince Coeus and Divine King, but... Looking around and finding no support, Perseus wasn't surprised. He took a moment to compose himself and said indifferently. However, as the father of such a god of punishment, I am deeply unsettled. From now on, the matters of the divine court will have nothing to do with me. I intend to visit the underworld, or perhaps, the sea. The god of destruction was fearless. After speaking, he turned and walked away, without a care for the expressions of the other deities behind him. Narrowing his eyes, with space itself seeming to stagnate around him, Cronus was somewhat enraged by the arrogance of the deity before him. But until the other left the temple, he made no additional moves. If it were another time, he would never have allowed such insolence. But at this moment, as the orchestrator of the relationship between the other and the goddess of meteor, he tolerated Perseus. Chapter 70, Chapter 47 Exile. The warning of the world, huh? The divine king had been warned by the world in this chaos world that had evolved at an accelerated pace because of Laine, which was a reward even Uranus hadn't had the chance to enjoy. At this moment, even Cronus himself couldn't help but ponder whether chaos truly did not want him meddling with the starry sky, so the world, devoid of subjective consciousness, used this unique god to caution him. Even as he looked at the infant girl before him, if it weren't for the fact that she didn't exhibit the special appearance of the hecatonkers, Cronus wouldn't dare be certain whether she was truly a god or not. Cronus, although I'm sorry, I might have to retreat for a while. The god of meteorology spoke again amidst the stiff atmosphere. Upon hearing this, the divine king's expression changed slightly, and Phoebe at his side opened her mouth but eventually chose not to speak. She craved the limelight, indeed, but she knew that the fundamental reason for the divine king's regard for her was her husband. Now that he had made his decision, she wouldn't persist in her own views. Your Majesty, she thus spoke, as my husband said, we fear we might withdraw from this conflict. If you still wish to act against the sky, I advise you to make preparations early. Very well. After a moment of silence, Cronus took a deep breath and ultimately accepted this. After all, aiding Cronus in controlling the starry sky really held no apparent benefits for Caius. Unwilling to risk inciting the wrath of the current laws of the world, it came as no surprise to the divine king. But remembering that even his brutal father had not experienced such events, Cronus felt some irritability in his heart. Along with it came discontent with the nature of the world itself. First, it chose a tyrant. After he assumed the throne, it only added to his troubles. Cronus couldn't understand what he, as the divine king, was lacking. He had never disrupted the order of the world, on the contrary, he had continuously built upon it. Before today, I hadn't expected such a thing to occur, he said. But this child? Throw her into the abyss, Cronus, the goddess of luminous said coldly. She has no godhood, so even if she is confined there, nothing will happen. Just let her eternally slumber there. Today marked the end of the relationship between Asteria and Perse, and Phoebe's hope to be like her sister Thea had also ended, all because of the birth of this child. As a deity of chaos, the stability of parent-child relationships was never guaranteed, and relations between generations were no different than with strangers. For her granddaughter, Phoebe felt only aversion. Forget it, Phoebe. Caius, however, shook his head and dissuaded his wife. He remembered his second daughter's request before coming to the Mount of the Gods. Despite her dislike for Perse and the child as well, faced with the baby's innocent large eyes, she had pleaded with her father not to cast her into the abyss. Exile her instead, let her go to the earth to live and perish on her own. Her meager divine power is almost non-existent, and as a newborn deity, she will not remember the events surrounding her birth. Let her believe she was a mundane creature created by the gods, living among mortals. What do you think, Caius? As he spoke, Caius looked at his former-in-law. Of course, my brother, let's do as you suggest. Caius naturally had no reason to object, he was equally devoid of sentiment towards this newborn deity called Hecate. As a deity, her birth elicited only one response from the law, which was to proclaim her true name. Such offspring held no interest for the god of meteorology. Glancing at his two brothers, since a conclusion had been reached, Cronus hesitated no more. He mobilized the authority of the divine king, and a formidable power close to divine power level 20 surged within him. No matter what the birth of this child signified, he had to show his brothers that his authority as divine king had only increased, not diminished from the past. In the name of the divine king. He gently raised the scepter in his hand, its 3 gemstones glinting brightly. Just as Cronus had anticipated, feeling the undiminished power of the divine king, the other four titans present all breathed sighs of relief. Regardless of whether the laws of the current world were discontented, since the instigator, the divine king, was unharmed, they naturally would not face any more serious consequences. This actually made the god of meteorology abandon the idea of withdrawing from the Mount of the Gods. He was not a subordinate of Cronus. If there were any disagreements, he could always choose to leave. Person Asteria's daughter, Hecate, born on the day of the spirit count, your existence has violated the majesty of the gods, and you have brought shame upon the deity race. Now, by the authority of the divine king, I banish you from the divine fold. From this moment on, you are no longer a member of the Titan deity clan. Beginning today, you will only associate with mortal things. The domains of the gods will close their gates to you. Redeem yourself in your eternal life, for this is my final judgment upon you. The majestic voice echoed in the hall, the sound traveling from Mount Otherworld but strictly confined to the nearby sky. The next moment, wrapped in divine power, the infant girl was flung from the mountain and plummeted towards the land below. Divine power collided with the air currents, and the interaction of light and heat turned the falling light fiery red. It fell from the sky to the earth, signifying the fall of a deity to the mortal realm. Cohen, leader of the humans, my servant. Cronus did not speak, yet his voice invisibly transferred to the earth below. To ensure that this unexpected offspring faced no other mishaps, Cronus cast her directly toward the human tribal settlement near the mountain and used his divine power to issue a command to the leader of the humans. In the past, he had done this more than once. And unlike the gods, humans always saw his will as the highest honor. Born of a god yet abhorred by the deity race, she is Hecate, the impure sinner. She will live among humans from now on, but without permission, no one shall privately converse with her. The command spread to the earth, reaching the ears of the human in hemp clothing before the temple. 1,000 years had passed and Cohen's appearance was unchanged, showing no signs of aging. He wasn't startled by the voice that appeared suddenly by his ear. Instead, he watched a fiery orb fall from the heavens, striking before the temple and melting the stone slab at its doors into a hollow space. As the flame and heat dissipated, a tiny life form he had never seen before appeared there. She was bathed in flames yet remained unharmed. Without any superfluous emotions, Cohen prostrated on the ground as usual, offering prayers to the deity. I obey, great king of all gods. Faced with the divine edict, the golden humanity needed not to think. What the gods say is right. Just as fire raining from the sky heralds disaster. Chapter 71, Chapter 48, Fire from the Sky. Kneeling in front of the temple, he prayed silently for a long time before Cohen stood up. He looked at the infant girl before him and lifted up the swaddling clothes that enveloped her. She was created by the divine power of Leto, the goddess of nursery, the sister of Asteria. Compared to other gods, Leto and the goddess of meteor did show a trace of pity for Hecate, but that was all. Out of fear for the laws of the current world, both goddesses also regarded her as a calamity. Just as in Laine's previous life, mortals would fear fire, storms, and the blazing sun, though actually, these elements had no consciousness of their own. Similarly, the gods of chaos also felt fear, even though the will that caused their fear had never cast even a fleeting gaze upon Hecate. Fear stems from the unknown. And since the inception of chaos, besides Laine, who opened the spirit realm, only the primordial gods had some deep understanding of the logic of the current world's operation. Clearly, the tenuous kinship among deities was not enough for them to confront their fears. Hecate, is that her name? He sighed. As humans were a species created first and naturally born as adults, Cohen was unaware that the little infant before him could actually grow up. Seeing such a harmless creature identified as a sinner, Cohen also felt some reluctance. But golden humanity would not question the gods, so he merely thought there was something lacking in his own thoughts. It seemed as if sensing something, Hecate, who had only been born for half a day, turned her black eyes and giggled at Cohen, who held her. Clearly, the young deity did not seem to realize that her fate had just taken an abrupt turn. When fire descends from the sky, calamities will arise. Just uncertain where this disaster will strike this time? The wars of the gods in the heavens are beyond the observation and understanding of mortals. But whenever stars are shattered, the fragments that fall to the mortal realm always bring disasters. Moreover, The shattering of stars often signifies that a god of stars has lost their dwelling and is about to enter eternal slumber. Hence in the past, gods told humanity that when streaks of light crossed the sky, an unknown disaster was unfolding in some corner of the world. Hecate was born from the falling light, bathed in fire, and she herself was despised by the gods. Cohen did not know where the disaster originated from, but his nature as golden humanity made him worried about it. Shaking his head, the priority was to execute the divine king's command. Cohen turned around, looking towards the golden humanity drawn by the anomaly and gathering around. King, has the great divine king conveyed another divine oracle to you? Someone in the crowd asked. Seeing this, people turned their gaze towards Cohen. They felt a hint of envy. After all, for the people of the Golden Age, listening to a divine oracle was the greatest honor. Yes. Nodding slightly, Cohen held up the swaddling clothes in his hands. His gaze slowly swept over the crowd, looking at every human. Her name is Hecate, another creature created by the gods. Facing the gathered crowd, Cohen solemnly said, but she is inherently guilty, and the gods are displeased with her. At his words, there was a moment of unrest in the crowd, but it soon calmed down. The innate reverence for the gods made them instinctively dislike this life they had never seen before, but the people of the Golden Age lacked negative emotions, so they couldn't harbor feelings of animosity towards her. However, the will of the gods supersedes all. Regardless of personal thoughts, humans would choose obedience in the face of a divine king's decree. The great king of all gods, Cronus, who rules over everything from atop Mount Otherworld, has passed down his decree. He commanded that she live among us, but without permission. No one is to communicate with her. From this moment forth, all are forbidden to speak of her relation to the gods, and I will build a house for this life at the farthest place from the temple. What about food? Someone asked. What does she eat, and what do we need to prepare for her? There's no need, Cohen shook his head, she requires no food or drink. Though she will feel hunger, it will not kill her. Let her fend for herself. It seems the bodily suffering must be the deity's punishment for her, and we should comply. Ensure she's not harmed by other lives, but that's all we shall do. Beyond this, we do nothing. To stand by as others suffer was not an easy decision for golden humanity. But if it was the will of the gods, it was not hard to accept. Since the gods do not allow us to reveal her past, should I still record the events of today? Another asked. It was Hecy among the golden humanity, the one responsible for recording history. In the beginning, humans carved every interaction with the gods onto the pillars of the temple. Later, when the pillars were filled, they began recording on huge stone slabs. Humans originated from divine creation, and present civilization stemmed from the civilization slate, so they fashioned their records after the slate's likeness, erecting it before each temple, chronicling the past with images and writing. Record it, but omit any parts related to the gods. After a moment's hesitation, Cohen finally decided, Hecate, born into light on the night of spirit count, emerged from fire, the person of original sin. Her arrival to the mortal realm on the night of the spirit count would bring disaster to the world. But remember, Hecy, all this is the judgment of humans, unrelated to the gods. Understood? Hearing this, Hecy nodded. Humans are not eternal. He was aware of this. Compared to the lifespan of humans, stones endure much longer. To enshrine these stone slabs that record history in front of the temples was Hecy's way of expressing his reverence to the gods. After addressing a few more questions and seeing that there were no objections from those present, Cohen waved his hand to dismiss the surrounding humans. Turning around, he left Hecate in front of the temple, instructing a dedicated person to watch over her, and then set off toward a distant forest with only two others. It was one of the places where golden humanity obtained their water, and he planned to build a dwelling for this being from the heavens in the center of that forest, near a small river. The gods did not require him to provide Hecate with food, but the nature of golden humanity made it difficult for him to watch another life suffer. Thus, Cohen decided to build the dwelling there. If this being possessed wisdom and knew how to learn, then she would be able to find food in the forest and draw water from the river by herself. But if she were as ignorant as those also created by the gods yet lacked the capacity for thought like humans, then that was her fate. Just as they revered the gods, golden humanity also revered fate. Based on the fragments they understood from the words of the gods, they knew that fate and wisdom seemed to be closely linked. If Hecate lacked wisdom, it indicated that even fate had forsaken her, and suffering was her only outcome. Chapter 72, Chapter 49 The God Who Grew Up in the Mortal Realm. On the night of spiritual counts, meteors fell from the sky, and in the blink of an eye, more than 70 years had passed. Time hurried by, but for humans, apart from the more frequent abnormal twinkling of the sun and the increasingly common sight of falling stars, nothing much around Mount Otherworld had changed. The environment had not changed because it was influenced by the power of Mount of the Gods, where it was evergreen all year round, and the scenery remained as usual. The humans had not changed, naturally, because that is just how the people of the Golden Age were. If not for that unexpected dream, perhaps they would have remained unchanged until the day they died. However, in the monotonous flow of life, there was a little anomaly. The creature who had once been brought to the human tribe was gradually growing up. She had an appearance like a deity, yet she was different from humans. Humans resembled male gods, she resembled a female goddess, though she was a goddess who never grew up. Even though the humans, following the divine king's command, never interacted with her, with the passing of time, some of her peculiar traits inevitably began to circulate among them. The sinner who stole the authority of deities, that is what humans called her and the power she held. Just like the records of Hecate's descent, this too was engraved on the stone tablets, forever remaining in front of the temple. Sasa. Sasa. Barefoot on the forest leaves, listening to the sound of the wind passing through the leaves. With red hair and a red dress, Hecate walked with a light step along the stream, heading towards her little cabin. La la la, finally, I can go back. Humming a tune, having finished a morning's practice at the edge of the woods, Hecate was in a very good mood. Or rather, except for her childhood, Hecate's mood was always quite cheerful. She was not very tall, by future standards. She was about 1 meter 50 something in height. But matched with her youthful cheeks, it did not seem out of place. It might have been due to the scarcity of divine power, or perhaps for some other reason, but it took a full 50 years for this deity who was originally a minor goddess of crossroads and mistress of souls in the underworld to finally enter the stage of rapid growth for a deity. Then, another 20 or so years passed, and Hecate's appearance remained that of a 14 or 15-year-old girl without a sign of further aging. Uncle Cohen, it's you again. Moving on, at a nearby bend in the stream, Cohen was standing next to a large barrel, too big for one person to embrace, scooping water with a wooden ladle. However, in response to Hecate's greeting, Cohen only twitched the corner of his eye, then gave no further reply. Aren't you the king of humans? Why do you have to draw water yourself every time? Not getting a response, Hecate was not surprised, but she continued to ask. Cohen remained silent in response. The divine king on Mount of the Gods doesn't do this, he has nymphs and the oak tree goddess to do things for him. A god's king can command other deities, why can't you? Although Cohen wanted very much to say, you've never been to Mount of the Gods, so how do you know about the affairs of deities? Moreover, gods and humans are different, the divine king is supreme, but due to Cronus's oracle, he still did not respond a word. And actually, deep down, he thought that if what Hecate said was true, then it was not unreasonable. After all, humans venerated all deities equally, this was a concept written into the soul at creation. Their greater veneration for the divine king was not innate but because the other deities acknowledged Cronus as king. So for the concept of gods serving other gods, it was still something that humans had a hard time grasping. To the humans on the great seas, in their eyes there was no difference between the divine king and the sea gods. So slow. After a while, Hecate grew impatient. Although she had gradually become accustomed over the years, she still found many of the others' actions unacceptable. For instance, if you can carry a bucket while walking, why still use such a small wooden ladle? For example, she had tried to teach them other knowledge, but not a single person accepted. Another example would be the ability to build temples as big as hills, yet not willing to dig a canal to divert water from other places to their settlement. Hecate did ask, but no one responded, and she had also secretly listened to their conversations with each other. However, humans seemed to take this for granted. In private, people would say that they would use the knowledge taught by the deities, but they wouldn't learn things of unknown origin. Or to put it another way, whatever Hecate could invent was rejected by the golden humanity. Creation, that was the domain of gods. Whatever was created, It was not something a mortal could achieve. And gradually, people came to believe that she was shunned by the gods because she had offended divine authority. Forget it, I'll help you. Ignoring Cohen's silent refusal, Hecate reached out her little hand. She made a gesture as if she were lifting something, and an invisible force followed. In an instant, something filled the air, and that force formed a large hand composed of an energy field. But all of this was invisible to the naked eye. The water in the creek, as if drawn by some force, flowed out of the shallow, narrow riverbed. In a few breaths, the bucket was filled. There you go, Uncle Cohen, your bucket is full. I'm going back now. Clapping her hands and knowing there would be no reaction from him, Hecate just smiled and then walked past Cohen, continuing towards her own abode. Behind her, Cohen glanced at the departing fiery red figure, furrowed his brow slightly, but still said nothing. It was this strange power again. Starting about 30 years ago, from some unknown time, this life that fell from the sky had suddenly gained the power to affect nature. Although her power was still weak and nowhere near the supreme authority of the deities, having many things in itself was a form of blasphemy. Sinner. Did she steal divine power? Shaking his head, Cohen picked up the bucket and walked towards the settlement. To Cohen, this bucket, which would be too heavy for 10 men to lift in later generations, was like nothing. His strength was almost at the pinnacle of all things, and even if there were proper methods, the transcendent domain wouldn't be able to stop him. But the current world had no path of cultivation, and even if there were, golden humanity did not care about strength. Thus, thousands of years ago, Cohen already possessed such a physique, and thousands of years later, today, he showed no change. Passing 7 fruit trees, avoiding 3 animal nests with docile residents, the woods gradually began to thin out. In the heart of the woods that Hecate named Redleaf Woods, her small wooden hut built on a clearing was now within sight. The hut was originally built by Cohen, but Hecate later modified it. She adorned the outside with fresh flowers and various colored stones and used magic power to keep them evergreen throughout all seasons. Creak. I'm back. Pushing open the door, Hecate greeted the empty wooden hut as if talking to herself. But there was no response. Just as it had been for the past decades, no one but herself had ever set foot in this place. She prepared a dinner for herself, just some wild fruits she picked on the roadside. Hecate returned to her bedroom, ready to start the part of the day she most looked forward to. Apart from the primeval titans, no one was born with knowledge of it, and Hecate was no exception, but she had a little secret she had never shared with anyone before. After learning to write secretly, the second year, on her way back to the hut, she picked up a treasure. Chapter 73, Chapter 50 Meditation. It was a star-filled night without the moon. The brightest star, whose name was unknown to all, shone especially bright on that day. According to the calendar passed down among humans, Hecate knew it was the day of her birth. Unlike other times, the day of spirituality came only once every 4 years, and on that day, the moon was always absent from the sky. Some gods said that day symbolized the birth of evil. Others claimed it was linked to the creator of humanity. But Hecate didn't care about that, so while the golden humanity gathered in front of the temple to worship the gods, she sneaked off to other places to look at the storytelling stone tablets recording history. Ordinarily, humans would not allow her to approach the temple. For a person forsaken by the gods to come near the place where gods were worshipped was indeed a desecration. However, as the worship ceremony of the golden humanity ended and she was hastily returning, Hecate stumbled over something hard and then discovered this magical relic. This was something she had seen many times, but not one of them was a real treasure. Stone tablet, oh stone tablet, do you have a story to tell me today? In the cramped cabin, Hecate held something very familiar looking in her arms and talked to it in a soliloquy. Are there really humans who disrespect the gods in this world? I feel like the people in your stories are nothing like Uncle Cohen and the others. However, the stone tablet remained the same, not showing any other reaction. Nothing again. Although I've grown up, does that mean I can't listen to stories anymore? Slightly unhappy, but the little girl still accepted reality. After all, in recent years, she hadn't seen many interesting stories on the stone tablet. You should meditate now. Without a sound or a shadow, the ink converged and reorganized, and a line of text slowly emerged from the stone tablet. Today is the time for you to break through the 5th barrier and also the first step towards becoming transcendent. To divine beings, mundane objects cannot be injured, only forces that have been purified by rules can cause them substantial harm. I know, what's the rush? What barrier, isn't it just about having hands to do it? She pouted, but Hecate still carefully placed the stone tablet beside her bed. The first time she saw it, the old stone tablet was as tall as a person and had begun to yellow, but in her hands, it became just the right size for her to carry. Hecate didn't know its origin, but she had some vague guesses. She had seen too many of the same style over the years. So troublesome, but according to what you said, once I step into transcendence, I won't need rituals anymore, right? Muttering to herself, she stood up and took out several bottles and jars from a corner of the room. Their design was rough, marked with the juice of plants of different colors. They were fired from clay in a special way by her. She once wanted to teach this technique to humans, but they refused to accept it. In that era, humans did not have the ability to create fire on their own. Naturally, anything produced by fire was seen as an attempt to steal divine authority. Picking up the bottles one by one, Hecate poured out some liquid from within. She mixed them in the right proportions in a small bowl and stirred counterclockwise with the stem of the moon spirit flower for 3.5 turns. She added a measure of rainwater to symbolize the wind, 2 measures of steam to symbolize fire, as well as 3 measures of river water and 4 measures of fountain water to respectively symbolize water and earth. This was merely the most rudimentary method, like the incense and special life feathers she had learned were more suitable to embody wind, representing communication, planning, and thought. Candles and scepters were more suitable to represent fire, symbolizing execution, initiative, and willpower. However, the conditions for such things were not available, or rather, things like incense, besides Hecate herself, had never been heard of even by the gods on Mount of the Gods, so this was how she had always substituted them. Beyond materials in the realm of numerology, 3 and 7 possess special significance, and thus, Hecate took half of 7, using a reverse method to symbolize the antithesis of the material. These were all efficient ways of using inferior materials. If the materials themselves possessed extraordinary power, she would not need to make it so complicated. After the liquid was prepared, she waited briefly until the liquid within the small bowl mingled into one, gradually turning into a peculiar color. From a shelf nearby, Hecate took a pen made of animal hair and twigs, designed for drawing symbols and patterns. No matter how many times one looks at it, this color always seems a bit strange, doesn't it? Observing the splendid darkness within the bowl, Hecate commented. But no help for it, as the combination of earth, water, wind, and fire, harmonized by spirituality, represented a third of chaos in the mystical domain. Therefore, it didn't matter what color the liquid originally was, visually, it always looked like this color. Picking up the pen and dipping it into the liquid in the bowl, Hecate walked to the entrance. She drew a special symbol on the ground. As the characters were written, an invisible force was activated. It is said that this writing stemmed from the original spirit script. They were not as powerful as their source, but for that very reason, they could be utilized by mortals. The symbol Hecate penned down signified isolation. Subsequently, she wrote symbols that represented connection, purification, and sublimation on the other 3 sides in turn. Once everything was complete, she connected the 4 points with a line and then stood at the center. Alpha Psi. Barely opening her mouth, accompanied by 2 special syllables, the power within the 4 runes linked together. There are 3 distinct types of rituals. One imitates history, another incites rules, and the last pleases higher beings. Setting aside the other 2, the ritual Hecate was presently preparing belonged to the second type. As the ritual progressed, the pre-written rules were triggered. Hecate faintly felt that an expansive world had revealed itself to her spiritual senses. That was the spirit realm, an interface composed of spiritual force. Yet, at this point in time, without special means, no existence could establish contact with the spirit realm. Clearly, however, Hecate's imperfect ritual was one of those special methods. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, with her eyes half closed, Hecate began to channel her spirit. She deftly followed the subtle connection, linking with the vast spirit realm. Countless bizarre shadows flickered by, strange sounds echoed, but all were purified and then isolated. When everything settled back to calm within Hecate's spiritual sea, there were only 7 lunar phases reflecting upon her ethereal spiritual body. At the same time, on the surface of Hecate's spiritual body, lunar phases similarly emerged. However, only 4 were tangible, while the remaining 3 were merely ethereal. Chapter 74, Chapter 51. Legendary. The 7 phases of meditation. This was special knowledge Hecate had learned from the slab. According to the slab, meditation was a way to subtly enhance the spirituality of all things through the influence of higher beings. This higher being could be a life form, an object, or even a concept, which could be sought both externally and internally. Of course, meditation was not aimless daydreaming, only the correct method could ensure personal safety while growing and purifying the meditator's spirituality. Like the 7 phases of meditation, it was a method to draw in the lunar light of the 7 moons of the spirit realm to absorb spiritual energy and strengthen oneself. A plain name, a true and solid effect. Now that Hecate had consolidated the presence of 4 moon phases, she had reached the pinnacle of all beings. The next step was the transcendent domain. Transcendence was not the same as godhood, but only through transcendence could one come into contact with the law. No matter how powerful, the strength of all beings was meaningless before divine power. Only by touching the law could one inflict real and effective harm. Spirituality originates from the moon phases. The moon is his eye. The pillar that props the sky penetrates 7 strings, flowing through the boundaries of 10 nations. With tangible items bearing intangible vessels, return to the initial one. Whispering the incantations lightly, the spiritual forces around her surged like tides, continuously pouring into Hecate's spirit. The 5th lunar phase slowly coalesced, and she didn't feel the barrier that should theoretically exist. This was normal, for although without godhood, Hecate's essence was still that of a deity, an immortal being. Instead of relying on meditation to break through, it was more like she was filling an empty vessel with power. Infusing such power, different from divine power yet endlessly variable. In a distant place, some life form from the spirit realm seemed to have detected the fluctuations here. It wanted to approach, an instinct telling it that if it could devour the spiritual body of this unknown being, it could undergo an unimaginable transformation. Yet there was also a premonition, a sense that if it dared to do so, it would be utterly erased from existence. After hesitating for a while, it lingered for a long time, but ultimately overcame its instincts and reluctantly left the place. Some talent there. In the midst of the air, beneath the pale gray robe, the young deity watching everything commented. Not all life could overcome instinct, especially those without wisdom. Moreover, the inspiration of the other was quite high, being able to vaguely detect the presence of danger. Meditation. Interesting. A strong spirit gives birth to stronger dreams. It's a pity, though, that this kind of enhancement of the spirit seems to allow one to control one's thoughts, even in sleep, not as random and disorderly as other beings. I really wish there were more life on the land. I wonder how long it will take for my divine power to reach its limit at this pace. Shaking his head, the figure disappeared in a flash of wings, and Hecate, completely unaware, continued her meditation. With her potential, such breakthroughs were effortless. The chasms that mortals of later generations found insurmountable, she could step over just by lifting her leg. And so, uneventfully, her spiritual body grew even stronger, the essence of her magic power ascended, and Hecate succeeded in taking this step, becoming the first legendary witch of chaos. The next morning, as the sun rose and shone on her red dress, Hecate gradually awoke from her meditation. Opening her eyes, she flicked her fingertips lightly, and the trinket on the table floated up. This time, she used no magic power, just the action of pure spiritual force. Spirit was not the same as the soul, it was an external force of the soul. A powerful soul only indicated a strong potential in the spiritual domain, akin to godhood and divine power. But unlike godhood, there were many ways to gradually strengthen the soul. When the spirit directly influenced matter without needing magic as a medium, that was one of the most basic characteristics of a legendary witch. This signified that the spiritual force had undergone a fundamental transformation, and it was also the origin of the name transcendent. To transcend the mundane was naturally to be called transcendent. Transcendence, or rather, legendary, is this what it feels like? She murmured softly, and Hecate sensed many things she couldn't see clearly before between all things. That was the manifestation of laws. In the past, due to her divine nature, she could always see them. But only today did she clearly perceive that she could not only see but also touch them. You have succeeded. On the surface of the slab, words slowly emerged, drawing Hecate's attention immediately. Of course, I didn't feel the barrier at all. She hummed with a hint of pride but then fell silent, as if suddenly reminded of something. After a moment of hesitation, she asked softly, "Now that I've broken through transcendence and become a legendary witch, can I defeat a god now? If it's a territorial god, you could try. But a true god, even the weakest, is far beyond your reach." Without concealment, the words on the slab were always so direct. "Is that so?" Brushing the non-existent dust from her red dress, Hecate sat on the bed. Since picking up this mysterious slab not long ago and realizing it was at least harmless to her for now, she had inquired about the confusions she had always had. Who am I, where do I come from, and why am I here? Then the slab pulled her into memory, where she personally experienced that scene from decades ago. Being a new god, Hecate was not born with this knowledge, but that didn't mean she had no memory of her birth. Just like mortals of future generations, those memories, without special methods, would only ever reside permanently deep within her mind. But in the face of the very essence of memory itself, none of these were a problem. Throw her into the abyss, a disgrace to the deity race as the father of the god of punishment, I am deeply sorry. And the first glimpse at birth of the two goddesses, initially full of anticipation, which quickly turned to disappointment and disgust. All these had manifested before Hecate just as if she had relived them again. So what do you want to do to them? Imprison them, torture them, make them regret abandoning you? As the words reappeared, Hecate shook her head. I don't know, actually. Aside from that goddess who wanted to throw me into the abyss and that so-called father, I don't really hate the others much. If I had to say, I want to first possess the same kind of powerful strength they have and then think about what comes next. As she said, considering that her existence brought them calamity and hence they wanted to stay away from her was not something difficult to accept. At most, because of their abandonment, she would henceforth have nothing to do with them. But after learning about the existence of Tartarus from that stone tablet, Hecate started to dislike that goddess of luminous, Phoebe, her nominal grandmother, a bit. And even more so Perse, the god of destruction, this so-called father, she disliked him a lot. However, I have thought of something, I want to make that divine king regret his decision, she said, not that he expelled me from the Titan deity clan, but that the Titan deity clan doesn't have the eligibility to contain my existence. That's quite difficult after all, he is a divine king. So do you have a way? Hecate asked, looking at the stone tablet. Yes, but it's not easy, even now, you only have the qualifications to start the first step. Only a deity can oppose a deity, or rather, at least in the current world, there isn't an intelligent existence beyond gods that can threaten them. So, if you want to master the power to confront a deity, then you must find a way to become one of their ranks first. Become one of them. Huh, I was supposed to be one of them in the first place. Curving her lips into something like a smile, Hecate stroked her hair and continued to ask. So what should I do? It should be very difficult to become a true god with meditation alone. Indeed, gods are gods because they control dominions and govern a part of the world. Pure meditation is meaningless. The only way you want to gain godhood is to create one yourself. Create one. Yes, create one, belong to you, something that you create bit by bit. When it blankets the sky, covers the earth, penetrates the seas, when it becomes an indispensable part of all spirits as its creator, you will possess the power to confront any Titan principal god. However, staying here, you won't be able to do these things. You need to travel to every corner of the world and with your spirit, experience the flow of elements and the changes of laws. I understand, Hecate smiled. So, is this also your purpose? She recalled a story that the stone tablet once told her, a story about a little girl and a diary. The content of the story was not important. What mattered was that it cautioned others to never trust an intelligent being unless you could see where its thoughts were. Of course, this is exactly why I sought you. You have the potential, far beyond what you could imagine. But as usual, the stone tablet responded without any concealment. However, if you refuse, I can also think of other methods. Alright then, I'll listen to you. Without hesitation, Hecate nodded. She tied up her red hair and snapped her fingers. Everything in the wooden house, as if brought to life, bounced and hopped into her pocket. The palm-sized pocket seemed to be bottomless, fitting everything except the furniture, yet showing no sign of being filled. After packing up her belongings, Hecate brought her hands together. An invisible surge enveloped the hut and the nearby clearing, hiding its traces. Finally, she picked up the stone tablet and said with a smile, "Stone tablet, oh stone tablet, you're too eye-catching like this. How about a change? Turn into a book, can you do it?" Without responding, the stone tablet visibly changed shape. Seconds later, it transformed into a book of unknown material. This time, the book really did seem like a book, feeling like real paper rather than resembling a bronze ornament like its siblings. "Very good," Hecate said with a satisfied smile, hugging the book to her chest. "Now, you're the treasure of Grand Sorceress Hecate. From now on, you shall be called Tome of All Spells." Without any hesitation, as her spirit moved, the surrounding wind elements answered Hecate's call, lifting her body into mid-air. Hecate had no sentimentality towards this place where she had lived for so long. She only took one last look, then flew off into the distance. The stone tablet advised her to leave without specifying where to go. She heard that at the edge of the continent was the sea. She wanted to see it with her own eyes. The world was so vast, she wanted to verify for herself whether those things in the stories were real or not. Hecate had left, and the golden humanity did not notice her departure. But in a place unknown to her, high up on the Mount of the Gods, the divine king's gaze followed her retreating figure. He reached out his hand again, but sensing an approaching presence, he ultimately lowered it. The affairs of the stars without the help of the god of the sky, Cronus, were indeed difficult to handle. But if there were another helper, then things might become a bit easier than he anticipated. Chapter 75, Chapter 52. Congratulations. Standing in the sky, wrapped in a refreshed set of black clothes, Laine watched as Hecate's figure receded into the distance. Thousands of years ago, before he had opened the spirit realm, he had negotiated 3 conditions with Cronus in the underworld. The origin of time and space transformed into the foundation of the spirit realm. The concept of the moon, naturally fitting with the spirit realm's yin symbol, became a part of Laine. But the last requirement, the prophesied network controlling the elements, Laine seemed to have forgotten about it and had not taken action for quite some time. It wasn't that he couldn't do it. In fact, if he had done it himself, within a month or two, he could have woven the elemental network that pervaded the present world of chaos. However, this actually held no meaning for him. Like many of the current literary godhoods, even if the magic web were to be born now, it would just be a tool for sorting out the elemental power in the mortal world, nothing more. Without enough users and without sufficient source power to fill it, the magic web could at most support a god with weak divine power. Laine had countless such powers at his disposal, it was merely a matter of lacking appropriate vessels. Although the magic web was somewhat special, there was no need for him to get involved personally. He was the lord of the spirit realm, not a worker there. With Hecate's current progress, by the time she accumulated enough and used the power of the spirit realm to weave the magic web into shape, the third era would be almost upon them. It was when humans capable of procreation appeared en masse that the magic web was truly meant to shine. As its position within history and civilization grew increasingly high, and as the gods began using it, it would be able to take root deeply in the mortal world, based on the spirit realm, becoming an indispensable part of chaos. At that time, as the weaver and the first god of the magic web, it would be the moment for Hecate to show her full potential. Even Laine himself was unclear about the extent of power the magic web might possess at its peak. He was looking forward to it. Of course, the initial version of the magic web would probably differ from what Laine remembered. He needed wizards, not mages. The so-called spell slots would likely not appear in the earliest version of the magic web. Even now, there was no such thing as a spell model because Laine himself did not know it. It wasn't that he couldn't create it, but there was no need to. Rather than defining its scope from the very beginning, it was better to let it grow wildly. When the time came for a multitude of flowers to bloom, then they would step in to set the rules. Besides, ascending a mortal to godhood was simple for him. He just needed to bestow godhood. But for mortals to ascend on their own, Laine had no idea how to achieve that yet. The current version of the 7 phases of meditation only went so far as to touch divinity, granting long life. Laine was even unclear about what the true state of a demigod meant. This type of demigod wasn't like the 3,000 evil spirits born alongside Hypnos, the god of sleep, nor was it like Perseus in later ages, who barely managed to defeat sea monsters with the aid of divine artifacts. It was more like Heracles before his apotheosis, who, while immortal, possessed enough strength to contend with true gods. He could even temporarily replace the sky-supporting Titan Atlas. Such power was rare even among the gods. A person's wisdom is, after all, limited. I wonder if those great sages of Greece will emerge as expected in the distant future. When the most exceptional wise men amongst humans have the opportunity to personally encounter transcendent power, what will they bring to this world? With some anticipation in his heart, but without lingering any longer, Laine turned to look in the direction of Mount Othrys. He was indifferent, but if he stayed any longer, Cronus might be unable to restrain himself. If it were anyone other than him, any other deity would have dared to interact with Hecate, seen by the divine king as a symbol of divine retribution, and would have probably been confronted by now. Such impatience. Shaking his head, Laine took a step and vanished silently from where he stood. In a flash of space, Laine arrived midway up Mount Othrys. All that met his eyes was lush greenery, albeit a bit sparse. Faintly, the sounds of creatures frolicking reached him, the nymphs who dwelled on the Mount of the Gods. Quite a change. Muttering softly, Laine's powerful spiritual sense allowed him to perceive that as he vanished and reappeared, the gazes from Mount of the Gods were subtly focused on him. But since he had already arrived, he was in no hurry to ascend. Instead, Laine walked leisurely towards the summit, taking in the significantly altered scenery of the Mount of the Gods. When Themis was legislating, Laine had only traversed the summit once. Therefore, strictly speaking, his last visit had been when Uranus had just ascended to the throne. Compared to the past, there were now stone paths on the Mount of the Gods, as well as beautiful nymphs flitting through the forests. The vegetation on the mountain had changed a lot too. They were no longer the original batch of plants, and apart from serving as food, they were no longer of use to the gods. Walking up the mountain path, Laine was not hiding his form, yet all living creatures seemed to look right through him. However, Cronus was inevitably different. He was the divine king, possessing the godhood of time and space, so the moment Laine reached the peak, Cronus's gaze turned to where he stood. "It's been a long time," Cronus said, Laine with a nod, greeting him as one would an old friend. "I've taken Hecate with me. But since you've already expelled her from the Titan deity clan, I suppose you won't mind this little matter, right?" "It's the Titan deity clan, Laine." It seemed like the corner of Cronus's mouth twitched, but it was fleeting. "It's all the same." Stepping forward to stand beside Cronus, Laine found that this spot was indeed quite good. Just like how he looked down upon the 7 realms from Mount Sinai, being on the world's highest mountain, the place closest to the sky, standing here naturally elicited a feeling that everything was within one's grasp. Some things have no significance if only you recognize them. They only truly exist when they are acknowledged by all. It seemed as though he was talking about the title of the Titans, but Cronus knew that Laine was actually alluding to his position as the divine king. A divine king recognized by only a few gods is not truly a divine king, only one recognized by all the gods is. Hecate is the original sin born of the world's curse. Her existence led to the imbalance of the starry situation. Not wanting to dwell on a verbal defeat, Cronus shifted the conversation. "Taking her away is your right, of course, but you also need to contribute to the situation of the cosmos. Hyperion has offended you before, and although he has paid the price, everyone knows that, given the chance, he would definitely seek revenge. As long as you stand with me, I won't pursue Hecate's matter any further, and I might even hand over some star domains for your god of stars to manage after the dispute over the cosmos is settled," he bargained. Turning around, he looked Laine straight in the eye. Cronus wasn't the tallest among the Titans, but as a king, he was becoming increasingly qualified. They are true gods of the cosmos, just as the sea god occupies unclaimed seas, drawing power from the star domains. I only require that they do not resist my rule. Everything else is up to you. You have invited others, haven't you? Like Ether, the god of heavenly light from the underworld. Without waiting for a reply, Laine asked with a smile. "Yes," Cronus nodded, "and Hemera, the goddess of daylight, who is always by his side. The world is growing larger, and the number of star domains in the cosmos is increasing. As long as they submit to my rule, I don't care who they belong to." "I understand," so after a pause, Laine spoke, "Are you no longer able to delay?" Observing the sudden change in Cronus's expression, Laine blessed him with a smile. It seems that in at most 1,000 years, your offspring will be born. Congratulations in advance, Cronus. Since you need my help, let's consider it a congratulatory gift given ahead of time. Chapter 76, Chapter 53 Trading. Sometimes, I really don't want to communicate with a god like you. Taking a deep breath, Cronus's complexion swiftly returned to normal. His efforts to rally help were not unknown to Laine. In fact, most of the gods on his side were aware of this. However, except for his queen of gods, everyone thought this was a measure of the divine king, unwilling to accept defeat, promising benefits everywhere. But now, Laine saw at a glance the real reason he did so was because his divine child was about to be born. If he could not take control of the starry sky now, afterwards, he might not have the time to consider this matter. It's not hard to guess, Cronus, you've always been like this. From when you deceived your father with words back in the day, to the moment you bravely took up the sickle when everything was ready. Given a choice, you always want the best, but if there's no choice, you don't mind gambling once. Shaking his head, Laine felt somewhat emotional. In this regard, he felt that he might have some similarities with Cronus. Perhaps, but now I'm quite relieved. Smiling a bit, Cronus seemed a little more relaxed. It seems my first child is a goddess. At least she won't be the one who threatens my throne. What do you mean? Maybe because I've dealt with you more often, I understand you better. If the divine king were about to be replaced again, you wouldn't be discussing the starry sky with me, would you? At a loss for words, Laine had to admit Cronus was speaking the truth. He couldn't help but think that, possibly due to his influence, Cronus seemed much wiser than the myths portrayed. Alright, let's not waste time, as you're probably not too interested in my Mount of the Gods. Stretching out his hand and with the effect of divine power, a star map appeared in the hands of the divine king. Hundreds of spots of varying sizes and brightness appeared, each representing a star domain. Like oceanic domains, star domains are the standard divisions of the starry sky. You have 12 star gods under your command, and they have a leader, correct? Cronus's palm glided across the star map, slowly saying, aside from these core parts of the starry sky, you may choose any other, I don't mind even if you take a few extra. Glancing over the star map, Laine casually asked. So, what do you want, eclipse? Melded with the solar eclipse, it is indeed much more powerful than before. It works well on the sun, but only on the sun. I know, which is why I want not just the Eater of Suns but also the Codex of Creation. I need to borrow it. The goddess of light has her queen of gods and Creus, the god of meteorology, to fend off. Unlike Hyperion, the god of sun, Cronus had no intention of doing anything to the mother of light. A balanced starry sky was what he wanted. Moreover, having already anticipated a hefty price to seal a sun god, the growth in his divine authority wouldn't amount to much more than what he'd expend if he added the powerful mother of light. I needed to break open a seal. Despite Hyperion's strength no longer being formidable as the bifurcated god of sun, the origin of the celestial body of the sun remains as strong as ever. Nodding, Laine understood Cronus's thoughts. Like the ocean, although the original sea god Pontus greatly weakened due to the division of his godhood, the power of the ocean and water in the whole world continued to increase every day, and the sun was no different. Being the supreme celestial body of the starry sky, the seal it laid down cannot be easily broken by even a being of divine power level 20, let alone Cronus being somewhat short of that mark. But imprisoning the god of sun with the sun itself goes against the order. With the Codex of Creation, the divine king could easily release Helios. Only with another sun god in hand could there be a real possibility of victory in the conflict over the starry sky. Otherwise, even if Hyperion was defeated, faced with the masterless sun, the divine king would be at a loss. Fine, I can lend you the divine artifact, but these star domains, let's not bother with them for now. On Cronus's star map, there were hundreds of star domains, both large and small, but it's the core area around the sun and moon that represents the essence of the starry sky and the original boundaries of the starry sky at the beginning of the world. The remote areas are domains that extended as the world expanded. Their energy tides surged, and various desolate and dangerous places were numerous. Although not very dangerous for gods, these didn't add much help to the governing star gods of those domains. It would take thousands of years to gradually transform those areas into outstanding territories. Laine saw right through Cronus's double-edged strategy. By letting others have these star domains, he was also making them work to govern the starry sky. After all, as the Divine King, even if those places were not under his direct control, as long as they changed because of him, he would be able to increase his power. Once the turmoil in the starry sky is over, if you still need my help, then we can talk about the star domains. Gazing at the orbital tracks of celestial bodies on the star map, Laine beckoned with his hand. The next moment, space rippled, and the brass book fell into his palm before flying towards the Divine King. The thing you wanted. Well, if there comes a day, I will. Receiving it, feeling the divine artifact extremely compatible with his own divine authority, the Divine King promised. But what about the eclipse? Don't worry, Laine shook his head, it has no wisdom, and once it leaves my vicinity, I fear it will not heed your commands. Let it stay in the spirit realm for the time being. When you need it, use the codex to invoke the power of the spirit realm, and it will naturally appear. However, finally, glancing eastward, Laine said with a smile, you must remember to set the right time. If you summon it too early, it might not be able to distinguish friend from foe. I will. Nodding in response, Cronus quickly found the special page within the artifact. Seeing that matters were concluded, Laine waved his hand. His purpose for today was already achieved, and he had no intention of lingering. Since everything is done, I won't stay any longer. I wish you success, Cronus. A portal of light emerged, and with a step through, Laine's figure vanished. Atop Mount of the Gods, watching the spot from which Laine had departed, the Divine King did not rush to leave, instead standing quietly for a moment longer. Through the matter with Hecy, Cronus had gained a deeper understanding of humans and deities. He had not realized the significance of faith, but he had discovered something else. If humans could possess free will and souls like Hecy, could they too have some potential to attract the attention of the World Master? If so, then Laine's interest in human knowledge made sense. Perhaps the other party wished to create some beings with enough potential. Sadly, the golden humanity had disappointed him. Creating worlds. This must be the secret of bestowing godhood. In addition to the corresponding power, one also needs a candidate capable of bearing it, mused Cronus. God of destruction Purse, it remains to be seen whether one day your daughter will be the one to reprimand you. This is fitting as the price for your arrogant disrespect, he thought with a shake of his head. The Divine King no longer dwelt on such musings, instead channeling power into the brass book in his hand, closely sensing this one-third of a top-tier sacred artifact. Unlike the sickle, though both seemed to reside in the realm of high-grade artifacts when evaluated, Cronus immediately felt the difference when he actually held it. A naturally formed divine artifact was distinctly different from a man-made one, carrying no such user restrictions as the sickle. What's more, crucially, the brass book was just a third of a complete artifact, harboring even more hidden power. A part of Genesis artifact, even just this fragment alone, is very close to that step. The divine authority of order. If this were my divine artifact, even if its greatest function isn't combat when combined with the divine authority of the king, I could possess up to 70% of the Father God's power, he reflected. Uranus was truly capable of contending with and even defeating the personified primordial gods, which Cronus knew well. Even without taking that final step, an ordinary divine power level of 20 would only have a third of his strength. The sky, divine authority, the symbol of paternal authority, each of these aspects suggested a slight step beyond the pinnacle of mighty divine power. And Cronus now had not yet achieved even a third of that. Feeling a twinge of envy, yet looking at the brass book, Cronus had no intention of claiming it as his own. After all, he could feel that this artifact, similar to a bonded artifact, could be subdued by its owner at will. It's just an artifact, after all. In the future, I might not necessarily have a better one. Soon, when the starry heavens serve me, the mountains, too, shall bow before me, Cronus thought with a cold smile, recalling his eldest brother. Ocean deity sovereign Oceanus had already completely surpassed the ancient sea god Pontus. Without accidents, he would be the final victor of the struggle over the seas. No one knew if the expanding power of the ocean deity sovereign might harbor other ambitions. Thus, once the problem with the stars was resolved, the next target for suppression by Cronus would be him. Chapter 77, Chapter 54 Lord, seeking first subscription and moon tickets. 700 years had swiftly passed in the Chaos world since the Divine King acquired the Divine Artifact. From the birth of humanity, in the blink of an eye, millennia had passed. Gradually, even the lives from the Golden Age were coming to the end allowed by fate. As their bodies decayed and their souls leapt from the flesh, laden with insights and experiences gained from their lengthy lives, they followed the cryptic guidance back to the spirit realm. The soul and the body mutually influence each other, and these beings from the Golden Age, despite their primitive makeup, were especially favored by the deities. Many of them had been in contact with more than one deity and, consequently touched by divine power, their spiritual bodies also became peculiar. Just as the creatures from the Golden Age were more long-lived compared to those of later generations, so too were their souls. If the lifespan of ordinary material souls varied from 7 to 8 times that of their bodies or even more, it could be foreseen that the spiritual bodies of these Golden Age beings all possessed lifespans measured in hundreds of thousands of years. Even for the spiritual bodies of the Golden humanity, Laine had no doubt that if they did not come to the spirit realm, the souls tainted by divine power would not dissipate. Instead, they would wander over the land and skies, transforming into a sort of heroic spirit. Then, in the era of Zeus, along with other remnants of the second epoch, they were erased by a wave of the new divine king's hand. Beyond lifespan, the spiritual bodies of beings from the Golden Age often possessed extraordinary strength under the influence of divine power. This power was not evident in the physical world, but it was amplified in the spirit realm. Using this power, the vast majority quickly crossed the surface layer of the spirit realm and entered the nascent dream domain. There, they instinctively absorbed the scattered spiritual energy to further strengthen their soul bodies, or fought with naturally born spiritual bodies within the dream domain, devouring each other. Quite a few, in the process, gained memory fragments of other spiritual bodies, gradually awakening wisdom and learning to think. So, as time passed, a unique social structure composed of spiritual lives was born within the 3 layers of the spirit realm. Some powerful spiritual bodies chose dream fragments and infected them with their own power, then continually expanded their influence and territory. Once large enough, these expansive dream domains were noticed by the 3rd layer of the spirit realm itself, ultimately reporting back to Laine. When Laine discovered this behavior, at first he was a bit angry. Such acts were akin to creating a realm within a realm, and even the instinctual laws of this world had issued bounties for this before, let alone Laine with his subjective thinking. But later, he realized that although these unique dream domains were controlled by their creators, the primary authority still belonged to the spirit realm. They were different from Laine, their very existence stemmed from the power of spirituality, not an external origin. Therefore, Laine not only refrained from punishment but, in the name of the Lord of the Spirit Realm, acknowledged their ownership over their own dream domains. Just like the angels of the spirit realm before receiving godhood, and the quasi-gods like star gods, river gods, mountain gods, lake gods, these spiritual lives suddenly transformed, becoming quasi-gods with domains of their own. They were not innate deities, so they were immortal, but not eternal. They lacked godhood, yet the dream domains they controlled were the grounds of their divine authority. The broader the dream domain and the larger its proportion in the 3rd layer of the spirit realm, the more powerful they grew. As more and more such dream domains were born, the inner cycle of the spirit realm was slightly enhanced. For intelligent life, desire is the ladder of progress, and in order to become more potent, they always found methods that even Laine found surprising to better manage their dream worlds. Hence, Laine was generous in rewarding those who excelled. He wrote new rules into the laws of the interface. If a being contributed to the development of the spirit realm, then the power of the interface would tilt in its favor. Feeling the response from the spirit realm, these original pioneers of the dream domain were encouraged. They arrogantly declared themselves lords of the spirit realm, proclaiming that they were the chosen agents of the great and ancient spirit realm's will, dignified beings second only to the angels of the spirit realm. Regarding this, Laine simply smiled. The spirit realm was developing, and the outer world was changing as well. Unbeknownst to any, the god of sun had reclaimed nearly half of the cosmos, yet the battlefield was gradually moving away from the sun's domain. In such an environment, 700 years later, a war that would decide the possession of the cosmos erupted deep within the stars. In the depths of the starry sky, tens of thousands of star gods were arrayed on either side. In the battlefield of true gods, the existence of quasi-gods held greater value than their actual worth. As part of the starry expanses, Their assembly here symbolized that the deities of both sides could receive the blessings from a half of the starry sky each controlled. In the midst of the battlefield, within the dark and icy void, several figures larger than celestial bodies clashed together, just as they did in the bygone millennia. In this place where the law of matter seemed weaker, they unfurled their forms and fought like the titanic gods of myth. Or, to put it another way, the titans from the later myths were merely shadows left by the titanic deities. Light. With a gentle cry, that was Thea, the mother of light. As in every instance before, the desolate starry heavens became even brighter. The starlight merged with the sunlight, transforming under divine authority into splendid ribbons. They streaked across the void, passing horizontally through the Queen of God's body without touching any physical entity. This was a separation on the temporal plane, and if one did not possess special dominion or divine artifact, nearly no god could harm the goddess who dwelled in bygone times. However, Thea was unconcerned, for this was a war over the sovereignty of the starry sky, not a duel with the Queen of Gods. The ribbon trailing behind shattered in an instant into skyful of threads, enveloping over 100 star gods and the leading Atlas. With just a gentle collision, their divine bodies burst apart, and even the god of strength's body was left with huge wounds. Clang. In silence, a sickle emblazoned with blood-red patterns emerged behind Thea. In its presence, the ribbons of light surrounding the goddess of light were effortlessly severed, as if they didn't exist, leaving a long gash on her arm. With a slight frown and seemingly superficial cuts, Thea found under the influence of divine power that her wounds were slow to heal. This wasn't her first time, so the goddess of light was not the least bit concerned about the injury on her body, instead returning with a punch to the side of the sickle. The goddess's delicate arm appeared lacking in strength, yet Rhea, the Queen of Gods, was forced back several steps by the blow, her face revealing an abnormal flush. The godhood that presided over the flow of time was inherently ill-suited for combat, and with the sun present, light was nearly doubled in strength. Even though Rhea, as the Queen of Gods, had greater divine power than the Mother of Light, the tide of battle was completely reversed. Without the help of the three oak goddesses and Atlas, if she weren't relying on a divine artifact, she wouldn't even be able to stall her opponent's onslaught. However, compared to the still friendly exchange between the two goddesses, on the other hand, the battlefield between Hyperion, the god of sun, and Cronus, the god of meteorology, was an entirely different scene. The sun has always been fierce and intense, and Hyperion was especially so. Even compared to his own wife, the sun god held nothing back against his enemies, and he certainly did not consider his own people worth any special consideration. Chapter 78, Chapter 55 Breaking the Seal. Boom! While the two goddesses came to blows, far across the starry sky, the battle between the god of meteorology Cronus and the god of sun Hyperion raged on. However, unlike Thea's restraint, her husband was never one to go easy. Confronted with his own grandson in actuality, the east wind god Eurus was struck by the god of sun, crossing half the battlefield and flashing past the god of light Ether, before crashing forcibly onto a minor celestial body. The disparity in divine power left Eurus with no chance to turn into an intangible wind to avoid injury, and upon his collision, the very essence of a certain god of stars shattered instantaneously. Ah! Accompanied by a scream, a god of stars, who stood on the side of the god of sun, suddenly burst into light, then gradually faded away, and ultimately turned into a glowing stone. By contrast, the god of the east wind only swayed his somewhat dizzy head, then clambered out from the wreckage of the celestial body. Witnessing this, all the gods of stars on both sides of the battlefield could not help but feel a pang of sorrow, as if mourning for their own kind. This was not the first time such an event occurred. Other true gods at least distinguished between friend and foe, but the god of sun never cared for the existence of the gods of stars. Nevertheless, despite this, the gods of stars dared not leave, for they were bound by the limitations of being territorial gods. They were innate deities and thus immortal, but unlike true gods, they could not continuously draw divine power from their godhood. Once their territory, upon which they depended, was destroyed, they would permanently lose their source of divine power, and the result of drained divine power was an eternal slumber. If no alternative means of acquiring divine power surfaced, this god of stars would likely remain in this state between life and death, never to return. Such was the case with the Heavenly Father. As the Lord of the Sky, even after losing his divine king status, the sky continuously supplied him with divine power through his godhood. Yet, to avoid that dreadful transformation, Uranus had no choice but to use every ounce of freshly born divine power to resist that change, and as a consequence, he, too, with his divine power drained, was forced into a deep slumber. Over the past millennia, countless gods of stars had fallen into eternal sleep. Even on the earth below, mountain gods, river gods, lake gods, and others were innumerable in falling into this state indistinguishable from death, yet no true god cared about this. In their eyes, these quasi-gods without godhood were no different from mortals and nymphs. Granted with divinity, mortals could be killed, and eternal slumber was not much different from death for gods. A god who could be killed by merely shattering a celestial body held a status amongst gods akin to the heavenly soldiers and generals from Laine's previous life. Though theoretically immortals as well, they were only referred to as heavenly soldiers and generals, lacking names of their own. Why struggle, my brother? You are no match for me. Have I heard right that you and your child have also fallen out? It seems we truly are fellow sufferers, ha 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 ha. Amidst his laughter, Hyperion watched the evasive god of meteorology, his body as if poured from gold, charge directly towards the formation formed by the gods of stars. Battles between true gods could easily result in clear victors, but if one side stubbornly delayed the fight, unless the disparity was too great, the struggle could last for years or even decades, which was quite common. Hyperion found it more worthwhile to kill more of his rebellious offspring than to expend energy on Cronus. How dare they betray him and side with the divine king against him? It was unforgivable. With that in mind, the god of sun let out a great shout, allowing his voice to echo throughout the starry expanse. Astras, gods of stars, this is the consequence of your indecision. And the two of you, Cronus, Rhea, you're not up to it, send Cronus himself. The humiliation I was once forced to confess under coercion by Laine, the frustration of my wife being detained by Cronus and having no choice but to face two enemies alone, the fury from being forced to retreat step by step over 1,000 years, all these angers had been unleashed upon my enemies by Hyperion in recent years, with the god of stars being the primary target. He knew that even if he took back the sky, he would not be able to do anything about the queen of gods and the powerful god of meteorology. But he swore that when the time came, he would send all the stars that had betrayed him into eternal slumber, one by one. Soon, Hyperion, I truly hope you can still laugh then. Suppressing the rage in his heart, Cronus had no intention of stalling for the sake of the god of stars. Everything was coming to an end, and he no longer cared about the fate of those territorial gods. After all, the divine king would have to deal with headaches for a while after the war, as years of divine battles had thrown the energy tides of the stars into chaos. Without these stars, the true gods would have no choice but to intervene and resolve the issues themselves. Boom! The powerful god of meteorology chose to dodge, and the gods of intermediate divine power, the god of daylight and the god of light, also made way in haste. They only wanted to claim a territory in the sky and keep away from their foolish brothers and sisters in the underworld. They weren't truly there to fight to the death for the divine king. Therefore, with no adversary, the god of sun began to wreak havoc among the weaker true gods and god of stars. The three wind gods turned into currents of air, but they were still torn apart and scattered under the radiance of light and heat. Prometheus, the creator of future bronze humanity, was even used as a weapon to smash one star after another. However, several truly powerful gods turned a blind eye to this. In this unspoken agreement, time slipped away second by second. It was at that moment, as Hyperion was rampantly assaulting, that he suddenly stopped. He turned his head toward the sun in that direction. He faintly sensed that the seal he had left behind had been touched. It was the seal he had used to imprison his eldest son, Helios. That seal was with the sun, and even the peak of powerful divine power couldn't contend with those shackles. Deities may hold their godhood, but they are not equivalent to the matters represented by their godhood. Even after the primordial gods personified, they were no longer synonymous with their essence, let alone the titans who were born later. The power of the sun was far greater than his as the god of sun, which was well known, hence Hyperion had never worried that his eldest son could escape the imprisonment. But just now, reality told him that nothing was impossible. Under the force of a powerful order, the seal was shattered from the inside. The divine king's decree, bolstered by the codex of creation, was nearly as potent as if spoken into existence. The seal that Hyperion left could not withstand the test of time, disintegrating amid a tremor. Cronus, it's you. Incredulous, yet it made sense. Cronus remained restrained, not taking action himself, but his long-prepared divine king's decree did not falter. Apart from Laine, who was in the spirit realm, only two gods in the world had a high affinity for the codex of creation, Themis and the divine king. His authority was greatly enhanced by the natural affinity with order and law, making this divine artifact more terrifying in Cronus's hands than the sickle that had once injured the heavenly father. Good, very good. So this is your purpose? Fury turned to laughter, the divine power of Hyperion burst forth, shattering the surrounding celestial bodies. Even though the oppression of the strong over the weak was more pronounced within the same domain, once Helios escaped, he could still disrupt his influence over the sun. It's futile, unless you take action yourself. Even with that rebel sun, you're no match for me. Since you dare to do this, then prepare to face my might. Chapter 79, Chapter 56 Sunset. The voice of the god of sun echoed through space, that's what he said, and that's what he did. He no longer targeted the god of stars. Hyperion turned to the god of meteorology, intending to teach his brother a lasting lesson and remind him of the pain the sun could bring. Is that so? What about this, then? The faint voice came from afar, it was Queen of Gods Rhea. Unbeknownst to others, she had briefly escaped the Mother of Light by using her special authority, and as a consequence, the other true gods around her were made targets. However, unlike her husband, the goddess of light Thea did not deliberately strike at those celestial bodies, instead, she even avoided them. Narrowing his eyes slightly, Hyperion didn't know what trick the other party was playing, but he still looked over. In the palm of the Queen of Gods, a small page shimmered with light. What is that? It looked familiar, but Hyperion couldn't quite place it. Even though he didn't remember what it was, he became cautious. Haha, nothing, dear brother, that's your old friend. With his chest wound slowly healing under the influence of divine power, Cronus finally showed a smile. The divine king had not entrusted him with the most critical task, which was to be expected, but as the god with great divine power, the god of meteorology still knew in advance what it was. Rhea gave Cronus a glance, but unlike him, she didn't speak. She simply ignited the page with divine power and then slipped back into a crack in time, turning to face the Mother of Light. Under Hyperion's tense and puzzled gaze, a bad premonition rose in his heart. He remembered, the last time he had this feeling was. Buzz. A noisy sound erupted in his ears as if millions of lives were playing strange notes beside him. Hyperion's face suddenly changed, and at the corner of his vision, wisps of invisible black mist seeped out of the void, a sense of soul-deep revulsion surged within the god of sun. Is it that? It's you again, damn monster. In his shock and anger, Hyperion quickly retreated, but it was of no use. Eclipse was formless and omnipresent. In the blink of an eye, it clung tightly to the god of sun's form, ceaselessly sapping and eroding his divine power. Compared to the last encounter, the intermediate divine power endowed the ancient evil being with even greater strength. Hyperion's power could no longer tear apart its inconstant divine body, only stirring ripples before returning to its original state. Cronus, make your move. Afar, the Queen of Gods spoke calmly. As per Cronus's plans, he could not directly interfere with the Titans, but he could remotely rescue the trapped Helios. The god of sun was to be dealt with by the witless swallower of the sun, while the Queen of Gods and the god of meteorology were responsible for holding off the goddess of light Thea. Although it was just her and Cronus, when both light and sun were present in one place, their powers were naturally greatly enhanced. For Rhea, stopping her sister until Hyperion was defeated by his nemesis was the entirety of her mission. After all, the Divine King had not planned to seriously harm Hyperion. He could not condemn the embodiment of the sun itself to the depths of the abyss outside the mortal world. To defeat him, to replace him with another god of sun as he had imprisoned Helios, and then to imprison him beneath the Mount of the Gods or in the underworld using the Divine King's authority, that was the limit of what Cronus could do. At least, that's what the Divine King thought at the moment. Move aside. Buzz. It seemed like a long time passed, but in reality, from the appearance of Eclipse to when the Queen of Gods called for the god of meteorology, only an instant had transpired. The previously complacent Thea suddenly found that the battle had slipped out of control. Once again, the monster that had obscured the sun reappeared in the starry sky. Beams of light formed into ribbons that split into thousands, their substance fluctuating between tangible and intangible as they shot straight towards the two Titan principal gods. Frenzied storms blocked the path of the ribbons, collapsing upon contact, but more storms were continuously pulled from the flow of time, endlessly thwarting Thea's onslaught. Rhea, do you really wish to destroy the sun? You actually dare to let that monster attack it? With an angry shout, Thea found it somewhat incomprehensible. Both she and Rhea were goddesses, and before this, Thea had only suppressed her, having never truly unleashed all her might. Otherwise, despite the Queen of Gods holding a divine artifact, the god of stars surrounding her might not necessarily be much stronger than those on the other side. On one hand, Thea believed she held a winning hand, and on the other, compared to her husband, she still retained some degree of rationality. The gods of stars, by their very nature, were beholden to the ruler of their respective star domains. Once they regained control of the starry skies, wouldn't these stars' gods still be their subordinates? If too many were lost, wouldn't they have to stabilize the starry skies by themselves? But what she never anticipated was that the opposition would release the monster that had consumed the origin of the sun. Destroying the sun in the name of claiming the starry skies would not only fail to increase the divine king's divine authority but would also incur the backlash of the world. You worry too much, sister, Rhea replied, shaking her head, her hands never ceasing their motion. She borrowed power from the past, maintaining the god of meteorology's power at its peak. Although not strong in direct combat, Rhea, as the Queen of Gods, was still highly commendable for her supportive capabilities. You've noticed, haven't you? The power of the Sun Swallower has grown stronger. But it is being repelled by the laws of this world. The longer it stays, the more intense the suppression it faces. It cannot remain here forever. Moreover, Cronus has no intention of harming you or your husband. Just let your son and husband switch places, let him come to the Mount of the Gods as a guest, or perhaps live in the underworld forever, and the god of stars will still revere you as the mother of light. Hyperion imprisoned your eldest son, do you really bear no grudge against him? Light. In response to the Queen of Gods, came an even more intense fluctuation of divine power. Clearly, Thea had not been swayed by a few words. Hyperion's act of imprisoning her eldest son was indeed something Thea found displeasing, but it was only a minor conflict. After all, the sun god was not the heavenly father, and his actions were not enough to turn his wife's loyalties. Nevertheless, the explanation from the Queen of Gods ultimately reassured her somewhat. As long as there was no problem with the sun, then there was room for negotiation. In an instant, with Thea unleashing her full power, all the deities on the divine king's side were plunged into darkness. Few remembered that Thea was not only the mother of light but also the god of eyesight. Under her authority, all enemies lost the ability to see their surroundings with their eyes. Even in the distance, the ancient evil being was affected by this power, but since it did not rely on vision and could still sense light and heat, it remained unimpeded in its actions. Time. With a soft cry, Rhea too activated her own authority. She shared the time that had passed with every true god. Although they could only see the world from a moment ago, it was enough for them to react. Hold her off, it will be over soon. Light and storm collided once more, interwoven with the powers of other true gods. Ether, the god of heavenly light, who had been contributing little until now, also made his full effort, disrupting the goddess of light's control over light. However, as the battle intensified, an ominous premonition suddenly arose in the hearts of the gods present. Thea turned her head to look in the direction Hyperion had evaded to, where he was now tightly enveloped in black mists. The sun god had seen his impending defeat, but his face bore not a hint of dimness. Instead, it was filled with madness. Helios, Cronus, my dear son and brother, since you so desire the starry skies and the sun, then I shall give them to you, he declared. Gazing at the black mists that no effort could dispel, Hyperion ceased to struggle. As the god of the sun should face its own death in a manner befitting its status. You may take what you desire, but the outcome will surely not be as you wish. I shall rule these starry skies or watch as they turn to scorched earth. Chapter 80, Chapter 57, Starfall. The voice of the god of sun resonated through the starry heavens as his gaze rested upon all the deities present. His divine body began to burn and his divine power became unstable, but the vaguely transmitted sense of oppression grew stronger nonetheless. Not all gods could do this, but the sun undoubtedly could. Thus, accompanying the madness of its master, the immense luminous body that dominated the starry sky began to expand as well. On the Mount of the Gods, the Divine King, who had just rescued Helios through spatial separation, had a sudden change in expression. Even Laine, who was spectating from the spirit realm, furrowed his brow. Perhaps because he often dealt with those brain-using gods, even Laine had somewhat forgotten that not all gods of chaos were concerned with gains and losses. Any normal deity would not commit such acts that harm others without benefiting oneself. Especially for the immortal gods, Hyperion's actions would not only affect the present, but also bring continuous negative repercussions in the long years to come. Yet he did it anyway, as if he didn't care about those consequences at all. However, fortunately, this mistake, although Laine was the instigator, was not mainly paid for by him. It was just that for a considerable time in the future, the deities who divided the star domains would all have a headache. The gods of chaos are truly madmen. Even if it wasn't apparent before, one never knows when they might go insane, he said. Recalling the Trojan War that swept through the Olympus pantheon in later times, causing the gods to wage a great war in the mortal realm, simply because a discordant goddess didn't receive an invitation to a banquet, Laine felt there was nothing incomprehensible about this. Now it was still manageable, but had it been a more aggressive deity, they might have dragged the sun into a collision with the Mount of the Gods. He sighed and waved his hand, summoning Aster, who stood to the side. Prepare yourself, he said, if nothing unexpected happens, the area around the sun will be the most heavily damaged. Once you arrive there, you'll have to expend a lot of energy. Choose some from the spiritual bodies of the golden humanity to replace the god of stars, that should be barely manageable. Silently making arrangements, the goddess of starlight took her leave. And in the entire chaos world, there were not a few deities startled by the changes in the starry heavens. At sea, watching the fire meteors streaking across the sky towards the earth, the god of the ocean Oceanus also stopped his clash with the primordial sea god, Pontus. The sudden surge in the divine power of the god of sun made them both realize what Hyperion had done. Let's stop here, Pontus, they have already decided the victor, Oceanus spoke to his uncle. Although if he continued fighting, he could gain more, the circumstances no longer allowed him to do so. From now on, the ocean deity sovereign planned to steer clear of Cronus's sharp edge until his child was born. And without unexpected events, this time wouldn't be too far off. On the other hand, the primordial sea god, Pontus, also looked up at the sky. Although he had been at a disadvantage all this while, he still had some gains. Of course I can, but what about you, my nephew? Once Cronus claims victory, you will be his next target, he said. The voice of the primordial sea god was heavy, like the concavity of the earth he originally symbolized. Gaia, who had once conceived 3 gods by herself, was just like this. Uranus symbolized the opposite of the earth, and then the sky came into being. Pontus symbolized the indentations of the earth, and then the ocean was formed. Aurea was the uplift of the earth, which was eventually called the mountains. They were originally part of the earth, which then split this primal matter through the evolution of the world. But you wouldn't really stand by his side, would you? After all, even his own brother was forced by him to dissolve his divine body, said the tall and burly ocean deity sovereign with blue hair cascading over his shoulders, his voice resonating loud and clear. The sea deities present all heard his words. They didn't understand exactly what was happening in the starry sky, but the facts were indeed as such. The Titans showed no mercy amongst themselves, let alone the primordial sea god who did not belong to the Titans. Perhaps, but I won't oppose him either, Oceanus. The affairs of the Titans should be resolved by you Titan gods yourselves. After all, I have never entertained the idea of that divine king's position. Turning around, the primordial sea god beckoned. He took his retinue of true gods and left the place, returning to his palace established at the bottom of the sea. Across from him, the ocean deity sovereign did not obstruct but continued to observe the anomalies in the sky. The expanding sun, the countless celestial bodies crumbling, the thousands of gods of stars that instantaneously lost their support and fell into eternal slumber, and the rain of stars that streaked across the sky and plummeted to the earth, all these wove together into a beautiful tapestry. But the deities all knew that behind this beauty, something significant must have happened in the starscape of chaos. However, the world had grown too vast nowadays, and apart from a few deities with special authority, there were scarce few beings that could see through heaven and earth at a glance. Hence, they could only silently watch the meteors fall like rain while making various conjectures. And in the starscape above, due to Hyperion's actions, 3 principal gods of powerful divine power also unanimously ceased their motions. Hyperion, have you gone mad? Although the god of meteorology didn't quite regard the god of stars, he still found it somewhat incomprehensible. The raging sun instantly turned its surrounding celestial bodies to dust, and those farther away shattered into pieces, plummeting into the mortal realm. Creus could understand if this was to counter an enemy, but what Hyperion was actually destroying were his own gods of stars. After all, those who resided around the sun were beings who could never pledge allegiance to the divine king no matter what. Isn't it obvious? The divine power was still burning, and even Eclipses, who roamed around the god of sun, felt somewhat overfed and distanced himself from Hyperion. This somewhat disheveled ancient titan god sneered as he looked toward the distance, in the direction where Helios had fled. I lost, but not to you. If not for the birth of this rebel, as the sole ruler of the sun, even Cronus couldn't defeat me in the starscape. I know what he wants, and I know my eldest son is waiting to inherit my legacy, but I won't give him that chance. A star domain that has lost 30% of its gods of stars, a supreme celestial body that is berserk and unruly, that's the gift I'm leaving for him. And besides, Cronus is different from me, I would only imprison him, but the divine king only needs a son without the power to resist under his control. Having said that, Hyperion gave one last glance at the surrounding black mist. He did not look at his wife, for he could guess her disappointed expression. He simply mustered his strength and with a loud boom, exploded his divine body. As the god of the sun, Cronus dared not confine him to the abyss. But if he were sealed elsewhere, Hyperion would truly have no chance of turning the tables. So he took advantage of the interval when the ancient evil being devoured his shattered remains, transforming into a golden light and rushing towards the sun. At the same time, the sun in a frenzy also sped straight toward its master, shattering countless celestial bodies along the way. In the distance, the Queen of Gods reached out her hand as if to block, but the goddess of light, Thea, held her back. Although she did not understand her husband's actions, Thea did not wish for Hyperion to be confined to Mount of the Gods. In the end, in her heart, the god of stars was merely a useful tool. Whoosh! Thus, before the eyes of the gods, the golden light entered the sun, yet even though he returned to the symbol of his godhood, this act of self-destruction was much harder to recover from than normal injuries. Unless something unexpected happened, Hyperion would be unable to do anything for at least 1,000 years. Following the return of the god of the sun, the supreme celestial body not only failed to calm down but grew even more violent. Not far away, Helios, who had just escaped confinement, hurried over. He viewed the turbulent sun and tried to use his portion of the godhood to calm it, but all was in vain. Let me do it, said a voice as space warped into a tunnel, with Cronus's voice emerging from it. His goal had been achieved, but what was left was a mess. The divine king didn't know whether he should be pleased or not. Chapter 81, Chapter 58, Seal. Stepping out of the tunnel, Cronus surveyed the situation at hand. Liquid like water sprayed from the sun, scattering across the starry sky, the ocean, and the land. The son of chaos wasn't made of fire, it was more a special existence between solid and liquid states. Just like the stars of chaos, they were not distant suns but luminous bodies with star cores inside, many of which did not have their own god of stars. As parts of the sun fell to the ground, zones with distorted environments appeared. The divine king also noticed some seeping into fissures in the earth, partly becoming magma and partly flowing into deeper realms, the whereabouts of the underworld. They formed a lake of lava, situated at the gates of the underworld like the Styx River, becoming one of the barriers separating the two worlds. Watching all this, Cronus sighed deeply. Although his goal had been achieved and those core stars of the sun's lineage had been sent away by Hyperion himself, he was left with a mess to clean up. Thea, my sister, I hope you understand that I never wanted to reach this point. Putting aside the matter of the sun for a moment, standing in the cosmos, the divine king explained to the goddess of light. The deed had been done, and the consequences could not be undone. Although it was all an act under Hyperion's pride, the other ancient titan gods might not see it that way. A principal god destroying his divine body, shaking the symbol of his godhood. If Cronus were to force Thea to retreat into the cosmos, he wasn't sure what other consequences might arise. Perhaps there would be, perhaps there wouldn't be, but since he had now won, he wasn't planning on creating more issues. Besides, compared to the god of sun who had coveted the throne of the divine king when they were locked in Mother Earth's womb, Thea had always been unconcerned with such matters. As a goddess, she was not as ambitious as her husband, and had she not taken a stand against him, the divine king would actually prefer the cosmos to be governed by a deity like her. Stop posturing, Cronus. You've won. So what do you plan to do with me? Cast me into the abyss? The voice was cold, and although Thea knew Cronus was sincere, she was unimpressed. You worry too much. Shaking his head, the divine king knew the other was merely speaking out of spite. In truth, she also knew that he wouldn't harm her. Glancing at the goddesses of the moon Selene and the goddess of dawn Eos who hid to the side, the divine king made up his mind. With things as they are, the regions around the sun have been devastated, but the starry domains along the moon's orbit still belong to you and your children, he said. However, I hope, Thea, that you won't oppose me again like Hyperion did. You worry about me when you should be thinking about your unborn children. I have no interest in your throne, but they might not feel the same way, she retorted. Leaving behind a cold statement, the mother of light departed with her daughters toward the direction of the moon. As for her eldest son Helios, she knew that the divine king still needed to work with him to resolve the sun's issues. Moreover, since she had allowed her husband to imprison him, he might not wish to leave with her. Helios, how do you feel? Watching the goddess of light leave, Cronus wasn't particularly angry but simply turned to ask the other god of sun. If it had been earlier, the divine king might have been anxious, but knowing that his firstborn would be a goddess had eased his mind considerably. Your Majesty, my father is still within influencing the sun, and I cannot determine whether I can control it, Helios replied after a brief sensation. I understand. Nodding to the young deity beside him, Cronus turned his attention back to the sun. To quell the fury of the sun, the key was to first deal with the sun god within. Weaken his influence on the sun, and let Helios replace his presence. Of course, if the new god of sun developed different intentions in the future, he could always release Hyperion and then watch the ensuing conflict unfold. However, the divine king now needed to seal him away first. Hyperion, even until now, you continue to defy order. As such, as the divine king who rules the present age, I hereby declare your crimes. The authority of the divine king resonated with the codex of creation, as order, law, and royal power were inherently aligned. At that moment, Cronus felt his power wildly surge. Solely in terms of strength, he had almost entirely stepped into the domain of great divine power. This was the domain once reached by the Heavenly Father solely by virtue of the divine king's position, although Uranus had the sky, whereas Cronus did not possess such matching power. But it was already enough. For imprisoning Titan deities on your own accord, preventing them from performing their godly duties, this is your first crime. As the supreme being of light, yet causing the stars to fall and the greater sun to tremble, this is your second crime. For indecent words and actions, insulting the divine king, this is your third crime. Vaguely, Cronus seemed to peer through the sun and see the figure within as he indifferently delivered the final judgment. In the name of the divine king, I imprison you here, effective immediately, for an eternal sentence. The next moment, endless chains of order emerged from the void, directly plunging into the great sun, locking down the figure inside. Simultaneously, Cronus's aura also decreased sharply, no longer as terrifying as before. Sealing a deity was not something that could be done lightly, as a true god can continuously draw power from their godhood, so to seal a god, a continual investment of power was required. From that moment onward, approximately 1/3 of Hyperion's power at his peak was stripped from the divine king, dedicated to maintaining this perpetual seal. This was why the Titans were locked away in the abyss, rather than simply sealed off somewhere else. For those deities imprisoned there, Tartarus would manage them without the need for any additional expenditure. It is done, Helios, your father has paid the price for his actions. Turning to look at Helios, the young god of sun quickly bowed to express his loyalty to the divine king. The burst of power from Cronus just a moment ago was truly formidable. For a second-generation Titan who had never seen the Heavenly Father, it was beyond their imagination. From today onward, the sun will rise and set by the will of the divine king, your majesty. However, I sensed it once more just now, and the results are not splendid. Facing Cronus's gaze, Helios said helplessly, after the father god's previous provocation, the sun has become even more tumultuous. Although the Father God has now been sealed, my power alone is still insufficient to control it. I need your help to fulfill the duties of the God of Sun, otherwise, although I can set the sun in motion, I cannot ensure it stays on its proper course. I understand. Feeling somewhat headache-ridden and dissatisfied with Helios's incapacity, Cronus nevertheless had to resolve the matter. If he couldn't calm the somewhat restless stars caused by the lapse of the god of stars and return the sun's movements to their proper course, the starry realm he had acquired would be unable to enhance the power of the divine king. Regarding this issue, though, it was not without solution. It just meant that he would have to share some of the newly acquired the sky again. After all, if all else fails, just borrow the Codex of Creation for a little longer. With the aid of this order divine artifact, Helios should be able to barely manage the sun. Moreover, with Hyperion suppression gone, the new god of sun would be able to rapidly accumulate divine power. Once he achieves intermediate divine power, he should be able to fulfill his godly duties more comfortably. But the sun, it's better if it remains weaker. Casting a sidelong glance at the young deity, who looked valiant but somewhat restrained due to years of imprisonment, Cronus was indifferent to his displayed obedience. The thoughts of a god can change with the power they command, and no one knows whether Helios will remain the same as he is now when his divine power peaks. Perhaps he will, perhaps not, but the divine king does not need perhaps. Chapter 82, Chapter 59, Not Needed. Spirit Realm, July hung high in the sky. Laine leaned against the backrest of his chair inside the Temple of Lops, casting his gaze outside. 3 days had passed since the fall of the stars, and just as he expected, the two guests had entered the gates of the underworld. Along the way, they casually slaughtered numerous wraiths. After all, not only were the creatures weak, but they also seemed to fall short of the gods' aesthetic standards. Lyanna. I'm here, Your Highness. Black hair cascading like a waterfall, the response was as always. Hundreds of years had gone by, and with the expansion of the underworld, the nether moon had also grown increasingly powerful. Cronus and Helios have entered the underworld. Go welcome them on my behalf. He took a sip of tea and indifferently gave the order. Bringing along the new god of sun, their purpose for coming was obvious without asking. Yes, Your Highness. Lyanna responded softly and then exited the great hall. After a short while, Cronus was the first to walk into the temple. Helios followed behind. The new god of sun moved cautiously, acting like nothing more than an attendant. Apart from the goddess of law, they were the only two true gods who had entered the spirit realm. An incarnation, it seems His Divine Majesty the Divine King has somewhat misunderstood me. Laine nodded with a smile, welcoming Cronus's arrival. However, he could sense that the other was not here in his true form. Not every god could create an incarnation, but Cronus certainly could. The spirit realm grows stronger, and here, the power of the mortal realm is almost completely blocked. I don't feel very safe. Cronus found a chair to sit down and said with a smile. Moreover, like Mother Earth's life vase, nobody knows what they might encounter on a visit here. Laine remained unconcerned with the Divine King's implied meanings. Since we're on the subject of the life vase, have you ever wondered about something? If I am the Lord of spirituality and was the first life to exist, then why wasn't the authority of life from the spiritual side born into my hands, but instead came to rest in a divine artifact? In the original trajectory, Gaia was the first primordial god to be born, and having life was only natural, but now it was not so. I didn't understand before, but now I'm beginning to. Just as almost all gods don't like him, compared to what I have brought to him, what he has left me is just the part he couldn't take away. Everything acts on instinct, the greatest good is him and the greatest evil is also him, or perhaps, it is not appropriate to describe him in terms of good and evil. Laine casually pointed to the long table in front of him, gesturing for Helios to take a seat. The young god of sun tried his best to minimize his presence. This god, who was concealed from birth and had endured a long imprisonment, lacked the presence a god of sun should have. The Divine King, Mother Earth, the world, stories about these powerful beings were things he had no interest in hearing. But today, the Divine King came for the very matter concerning him, so he had no choice but to follow. Perhaps, but if it's the laws of the mortal world we're talking about, I wouldn't find anything he does surprising. If it were possible, among Chaos's gods, there wouldn't be a few who didn't want to free themselves from him, Cronus said. Curious himself, the divine king nevertheless first addressed the matter at hand. As one of the most ancient deities, he was born with only weak divine power. Whatever the story behind that, aside from himself and the will of the world, no one knew what had happened. Although I don't know what past you have with Mother Earth and me, my visit today is for his sake, he said, turning to the god of sun beside him. I need a way to allow Helios to operate the sun freely. In exchange, I will grant the stellar region along the sun's trajectory to your subordinate, the god of stars. It is one of the most essence-rich domains in the starry sky. Cronus was direct and didn't want to wait a moment longer. The sun was supposed to move daily, but at the moment, it was wildly releasing energy into various parts of the starry sky. The queen of gods, Rhea, alongside the god of meteorology, was making great efforts to contain it, but still many celestial bodies were destroyed. Every moment delayed meant an increase in difficulty for the divine king in governing the starry sky in the future. The most essence-rich domain of the starry sky, but also the one most ravaged by destruction, Laine observed. Directly pointing out the problem in the divine king's words, Laine said indifferently, the first thing Hyperion destroyed was the celestial bodies on the solar orbit. By now, that place is probably empty. But this is exactly what you wanted, isn't it? Cronus also refused to give in. Without those obstructive celestial bodies, you can refill them yourself. Owning a world, you could grant territories to gods. Don't tell me you can't do it. The atmosphere seemed a bit tense, but Laine actually had no intention of asking for more. The starry sky is vast, yet the truly valuable places are indeed few. Let's leave it at that, Cronus, he said with a smile, just being a divine king, perhaps you are quite suitable. Lacking excessive personal desires, aside from some pursuit of power and authority, he seldom acted capriciously. Among the gods of chaos, Cronus was actually considered a high-quality deity. I appreciate your praise, but I'd be happier if you hadn't made that prophecy. The divine king's expression softened with the sense of goodwill from Laine. But coming from Laine, such words felt somewhat ironic. I've said before, prophecy can only observe fate, not determine it. There's always someone who hears what they don't want to and thinks it's the prophet's mistake. Let's not dwell on idle chatter. Let's talk about the sun. Cronus, how much do you know about divine artifacts? Tapping on the table, Laine picked up the cup that appeared and took a slight sip. I only know that there are two kinds of divine artifacts. Those that are innate often resemble godhood, containing corresponding divine authority and source power. Artifacts that are acquired afterward, while likewise powerful, often lack the absolute nature of divine authority and are simply strong in certain aspects. Laine's mention of divine artifacts puzzled Cronus, but he shared what he knew nonetheless. The sickle forged by Mother Earth was such a powerful high-grade artifact that possessed no authority by itself but was remarkably formidable against specific targets. The scepter of the divine king and the ocean deity sovereign were the same. Their symbolic significance outweighed their practical meaning. In contrast, artifacts that emerged naturally from the world were different. Not only did they have fewer restrictions, but in intricate applications, they often held an advantage. That's true, but it's not entirely so. In fact, you just haven't mastered the true method of smithing. Artifacts forged afterward can indeed possess divine authority, but they require very special materials. Moreover, the most crucial point is that through the process of smithing, it can emphasize the power of certain aspects of authority at the expense of losing power in other areas. So what are you suggesting? Asked Cronus, glancing at Helios beside him with a contemplative look. Using half of him as a material, I can personally fashion a divine artifact for him, Laine said. I will suppress the parts of his godhood related to light and heat and enhance the power of operating the sun. With this, he will be able to effortlessly drive celestial bodies and fulfill his godhood with only a tiny fraction of divine power, Laine explained. In the end, Laine looked at the somewhat distressed god of sun and the divine king beside him and said with a smile, if you're afraid of the same thing happening to you, I'll allow you to observe my smithing process. All the solar source force will be used by me as material. What about his power? Cronus asked, with some interest. Will his divine power decrease with the loss of half his godhood? A little, but not substantially. As long as the new artifact remains under his control, his limit of divine power won't differ much from before. However, his destructive power afforded by his godhood will certainly decrease significantly. But then again, Laine asked with a smile, "Do you need Helios to possess such formidable combat strength?" The Divine King nodded, looking towards the sun god who clenched his fists. "I guess not, right, Helios?" Confronted with the Divine King's coercive gaze, the god of sun inexplicably remembered his father's final words. Pyrrhion would only imprison him, but the Divine King, he only needed a powerless son that he could control without resistance. He wanted to refuse, for his godhood was at stake, and as long as he was unwilling, not even the Divine King could deprive him of his authority. Without a third god of sun in this world apart from him, the opponent had no other choice. But then he thought of his father, sealed away. Helios did not know whether, once the Divine King calmed down, he might swear upon the Styx River and come to an agreement with the Divine King. Although this possibility was slight, he did not wish to gamble. After all, if he could gain a strong ally in divine power, Cronus might be willing to bury the hatchet. At that point, Helios's situation would become awkward. Of course, things might not develop to that stage. Perhaps there were other, better solutions, but for the moment, Helios couldn't think of any other options. "Yes, your majesty, the Divine King, I do not need such formidable combat strength. Being able to operate the sun for you is already sufficient." Bowing his head slightly and pondering unknown thoughts, the god of sun ultimately chose to comply. Chapter 83, Chapter 60, Chariot of the God of Sun. The party concerned has also agreed, so the matter was settled. Laine had intended to let the God King, who lacked experience, enjoy the catering services of the spirit realm, but Cronus, thinking of the constant crumbling of celestial bodies in the sky, regretfully declined his invitation. Thus, under Laine's leadership, the three made their way along the main road toward the Crete shrine. Regarding the god of sun, Laine indeed had no better ideas, as in the original mythology, whether it was Helios or the disastrous Phaethon, or even Apollo, who was himself the god of light, all relied on the sun chariot to steer the sun. Instead of spending time and effort to come up with a better solution for him, it was more straightforward to craft a divine artifact as in the mythologies. As for whether this would weaken the power of the god of sun, Laine was indifferent. Even without the God King's suggestion, he would at most not take action against the sun on his own. But he saw no need to speak for a deity he was not familiar with. Besides, although the God King acted for the sake of his control over the sun, he also inadvertently cleared obstacles for the god of stars under Laine's command. Since he was to be the sun's neighbor, those he couldn't fight were definitely preferable to those he could. Passing through several pavilions and heading west, the three finally arrived at the gates of a uniquely designed shrine. Unlike other temples, the Crete shrine had no top, and merely approaching it, a soul-warming sensation of heat enveloped them. "Is this the fire aura?" Somewhat surprised, Cronus felt a peculiar sensation driven by the God King's power. Sensing the authority of fire, he had two conflicting intuitions. It was as if he felt both annoyance and pleasure. But overall, the pleasure outweighed the annoyance. Yes, as one of the most destructive aspects of godhood, I had planned to use it to nurture a high-grade artifact geared towards slaughter. However, unfortunately, even after thousands of years, it had yielded no results. So, I let it return to its essence, to burn here in the form of pure fire while using its power to foster another artifact. Nodding, Laine was admittedly somewhat vexed. The nurturing of divine artifacts was very much about timing. Not to mention those forged, those nurtured by the world needed a suitable moment to emerge in perfect condition. Just as the Well of Origins was related to the creation of man and the Codex of Creation to legislation. However, Laine really couldn't figure out how the artifact of fire would come into being and decided to use its essence for something else in the meantime. As for the artifact meant for battle, that required further deliberation, since the Silver Age was upon them and, barring any surprises, Laine's divine power was poised to surge. The Hyperion he had once needed external forces to defeat might soon be no match for even one of his hands. His hypothetical enemies were gradually becoming the primordial gods, especially the enigmatic Dark Overlord. Although there were currently no signs of hostility between the two, being prepared or not made all the difference. And when facing great divine power, an ordinary high-grade artifact might not be ineffective, but its effectiveness was extremely limited. What a pity! Though proclaiming it a pity, Cronus harbored no regret whatsoever in his heart. He was well aware of the might of a battle-oriented high-grade artifact. Even though he had only experienced it once due to its effectiveness against specific targets, that memory still profoundly affected Cronus. Prepare yourself. Laine paid no heed to the God King's insincerity and took the lead in entering the gates of the shrine. Behind the door was a slanting conical pit leading downward. The bottom of the pit was hard to see clearly, and multicolored liquids flowed there, emitting auras of various emotions. Within the center, an invisible flame of changing colors burned fiercely, and an ancient, incomplete stone tablet fluctuated within the flames. Is this the civilization stele that the kings of humanity once saw? Observing carefully, trying to determine the authority of the tablet, Cronus found disappointingly that there seemed to be a barrier between him and the tablet, preventing him from discerning its power no matter what. However, he still took mental note, especially since, for some reason, the artifact was incomplete. Yes, the civilization stele. I am currently using it to carry some humanistic aspects of godhood. With a gesture, the stone tablet quietly vanished. Laine turned to Helios, smiling as he said, "This is the place. Separate half of the source power of your godhood, and I will handle the rest." All right. With gritted teeth, the young god of sun separated a golden entity from himself. That was Helios's son, not as fierce as Hyperion's but gentler and more orderly. But no matter how gentle the sun was, its essential properties could not be changed. In the realm of battle, it was undoubtedly one of the top divine roles. Come. With an outstretched hand, golden source power fell into his palm, and at the same time, dozens of different colored metals emerged from the void. Some originated from the underworld and others from the starry sky, treasures brought back by the true gods of the spirit realm in their daily exploits. Of course, such items were not considered rare for the gods. Contemplating the source power and materials before him, Laine thought for a moment. Shortly thereafter, he pointed, and the flames transformed instantly. "Refine," he commanded softly, and the golden source power was the first to emerge into the invisible flames. A thin layer of liquid at the bottom surged up, and when it came into contact with the flames, the invisible blaze intensified slightly. The divine king and Helios, who were watching from the side, could feel that under the flames annealing, the nature of the golden source power was slowly changing. Source power was indestructible, the foundation of the world, the origin of authority, but its manifest nature could be altered. The wild, scorching parts associated with the sun itself were being continuously hidden within the inside, while the parts associated with celestial motion were annealed to the surface, expanding their significance. At the same time, the various metals around them also melted into a liquid, and under the residual heat of the light blaze, they reshaped their forms. I have two ideas. First, I could make it into a sun astrolabe. It would inherit the concept of the sun as the supreme body of material light and govern the sun's movement in the form of dominion. While continuing the crafting of the divine artifact, Laine inquired to the two clients. And the other option? Ignoring Helios's expectant gaze, Cronus asked directly. The divine king should dominate the starry sky through dominion, not necessarily the sun. The second option, I will make it into a sun chariot. Controlling this artifact will allow one to pull celestial bodies with ease. Moreover, if a suitable candidate is chosen, they could assist with driving the chariot, leaving the god of sun merely to steer. Calmly presenting the second option, Laine awaited the divine king's response. Then let's go with the second one. Controlling the sun is no easy task, and to avoid overexertion, I can have other deities assist with the god of sun's duties. Without hesitation, the divine king chose the second option, feeling that he had made the right choice. To give up just a few star realms, ones that originally belonged to others, but to gain far beyond his imagination. Good. Receiving the expected reply, Laine nodded and quickened his pace. As the days passed, Cronus had made it clear that he hoped Laine would complete the forging as quickly as possible. Therefore, with some compromise in power, within just 3 months, the sun chariot was already taking shape. The sun was inherently a body of light and heat, but today, I grant it fire. Looking at the nearly completed divine artifact, Laine declared calmly, "This is the warm masculine, celestial fire, and likewise, it is the right to use fire that I bestow upon it." This task should have been completed by the future Hephaestus, but Laine did not mind continuing the process. From now on, solar golden flame would symbolize this artifact. Taken aback, Cronus did not understand why Laine had suddenly become so generous. But after sensing the sun fire that flared up on the divine chariot, he didn't dwell on it. The flame provided by Laine was not oriented towards destruction, but rather, it was teeming with life. This would help the growth of all things but would not increase the artifact's power. Turning his attention back to the sun chariot, the nascent artifact was like a never-ending light source, its frame, axle, and wheels shone like gold, spokes glittered like silver, and the bridle meant to restrain the beasts was embedded with sparkling gemstones. Excellent, he nodded with satisfaction before turning to the sunshine god behind him. This is your future carriage. You will drive it for me, bringing light to all beings. Chapter 84, Chapter 61 The Zodiac and the Way of Bai. The divine king was satisfied with the crafting of the sun chariot, but Cronus, concerned for the sun in the starry sky, hastened to leave. He needed to get this celestial body moving again as soon as possible. Every day of delay meant more destruction in the heavens, and the time needed for restoration would be more than 100-fold. Aster, how are the preparations? Watching Cronus's avatar and Helios depart from the spirit realm, Laine inquired softly. The star fields along the sun's path used to be continuous, without detailed division. As you requested, I've divided the star fields the sun passes through into 12 equal parts based on the changes in its trajectory over the course of a year. Corresponding with the 12 months, when the starlight aligns with the land, one can even use calendars to influence the climate changes in the mortal realm. Clad in a silver gossamer gown, Aster, the weaver of stars, replied. But there are not enough human heroic spirits to stabilize the star fields. If we can't calm the chaos in the starry sky by other means, relying solely on these heroic spirits, it would take more than 10,000 years to restore it to the original state. Maintaining and repairing were tasks of differing difficulty. Under normal circumstances, these heroic spirits of the golden humanity, with the starry power controlled by the god of stars, would suffice in stabilizing the star field energy, but the situation now was far from normal. I understand, Laine said after rubbing his forehead, feeling somewhat helpless with the situation. He had not anticipated that Hyperion, in the end, would resort to it to prevent subordinates from being used by you. I might as well kill them all. Approach. The starry sky, unlike the land, was rife with storms and energy tides that ebbed and flowed. Without sufficient gods of stars, a single star field simply couldn't provide stable power to its master. Now Laine was faced with this very situation and needed to find a way to quell the turmoil. Of course, those eternally slumbering gods of stars were not exactly dead. If he was willing to have the spirit realm provide divine power, he could revive them. But Laine was not inclined to expend great effort just to save a group of temps. After all, the illusory stars he had created also numbered in the thousands, and once the starry sky stabilized, those gods of stars were not needed. To save them to use for 1,000 years and then bury them again, this was something Laine couldn't bring himself to do. But in the current system of the spirit realm, there was also no place for the external gods of stars. Let's put it off for now, Laine eventually said. Once Cronus has arranged the trajectories of the celestial bodies in the starry sky, the Codex of Creation will stay with you. Go find Themis in the starry sky, and with the Codex of Creation in her hands, its power is enough to quell the chaotic energy flows along the zodiac trajectory. After hesitating for a moment, Laine added another sentence. Tell her, although it may take some time, after she helps with this, I will afterwards help her avoid an annoying fellow. Yes, Your Highness. Though Aster did not know whom Laine was referring to, the angels of the spirit realm never questioned Laine's commands. So Aster nodded and flew towards the starry sky. The 12 gods of stars had already gone to their new domains. After all, a star field left unmanaged for even a day multiplied the difficulty of its subjugation. Though their divine power was far from enough to suppress a star field's energy, it was possible to manage. After a short while, only one person was left in the great hall. Laine gently tapped on the armrest, his gaze piercing through the void, through layers of barriers, vaguely discerning that figure chained within the sun by the locks of order. Even though he was sealed, the former god of the sun was still struggling ceaselessly. Although this would not break the seal, the divine king's power was nonetheless sapped a bit because of it. This was the god of sun, fervent and reckless. Hyperion. This is the second time he's fallen into my hands, Laine mused. While the second time was indeed orchestrated by the divine king, without Laine's assistance, he wouldn't have succeeded so effortlessly. Colliding with Laine twice and each time ending up worse than before, this fellow truly suffered his share of hardship. But indeed, undying deities are quite troublesome. No matter how many times you defeat them, they always have the chance to come back, and even if sealed, they are constantly wearing down the sealer's power. Third time's the charm. You have one more chance to come out at the time of the Divine King's succession. If you choose to leave or to take revenge on your firstborn, then our grievances can end there. But if you're unwilling to stop, gods are immortal and the sun cannot be destroyed, so strictly speaking, Laine had no way of dealing with an ancient Titan god. However, with some past experiences, he faintly thought of some more interesting, yet more difficult methods of handling the situation. He couldn't do it now. But when the third era came, he could give it a try. The sun is eternal, deities never die, yet death is not solely the demise of the physical body. Your Majesty, do you really intend to hand over the zodiac domains to the Lord of the Spirit Realm? On the way back to Mount of the Gods, Helios ultimately couldn't hold his silence. The zodiac was how Laine referred to the sun's path through the stars over the course of a year during the process of forging the divine artifact. He called the sun's path the zodiac, and the moon's path the bypath, and generally, although they intersect at one point, the sun and the moon do not collide. Only on very rare occasions do their positions come dangerously close, and the Divine King considered such a rare day a thank offering to the devourer of the sun. Although it lacked wisdom, the Divine King remembered its merits, so on that day, he allowed eclipses to emerge and feast to its content, thereby also averting an imbalance of energy between the sun and the moon. After all, due to Laine's doing, the difference in power between the sun and the moon of this world was quite substantial, and if they were to intersect, something not so wonderful might occur. With Hyperion's control over the sun, there hadn't been any problems before, but the Divine King had no hope that would be the case with Helios. Of course, if I don't do this, do you think he'd be interested in any other remote place? If you could operate the sun on your own, I wouldn't need to come here at all. Glancing indifferently at the god of sun, Cronus spoke directly. Your thoughts need to match your power, Helios. I know you're unhappy, but compared to your sister, at least you are a true god with strong godhood. If one day you become a god with formidable divine power, I will seriously consider your ideas, but for now, you just need to execute. If it were any other deity, Cronus would at least try to coerce or entice them. But for the god of sun, he didn't even entertain the thought of enticing him. The starry sky doesn't need so many voices, and coming up, he'll probably have to focus on his soon-to-be-born children. Before that happens, he didn't want to leave himself a pile of troubles. Yes, Your Majesty. Helios responded in a low voice. Although he was about to drive the sun chariot across the sky and the Divine King had agreed to give him some gods of stars to govern after the journey to the spirit realm, Helios felt no different than before, having moved from a small cage into a larger one. But following behind Cronus, the god of sun's eyes flickered. Visiting the spirit realm today reminded him of something he had heard from his parents. Before he was born, around the time when Cronus ascended to the throne of the Divine King, the Lord of the spirit realm, who had not yet created his own realm, made a prophecy, and the Heavenly Father also left a curse before his ascension. Just as Cronus had overthrown the previous Divine King, he too would be overthrown by his own young child. Hyperion had said this in mockery, venting his anger, but reflecting on this incident, the new god of sun couldn't help but feel hopeful. As you rose, so shall you fall. This statement not only implies that he gained the throne through rebellion, but could it also be referring to me? He relies on my existence to control the sun and govern the stars, yet so blatantly disregards my interests, so why should I stand by him when a new divine king is born? Moved by the thought, he quickly suppressed it. After all, the Divine King could release his father at any time, and if he couldn't resolve this issue, any current deliberations were illusory. However, aside from the yet-to-be-fulfilled prophecy, Helios thought of another way to increase his strength. I remember the god of the ocean lineage seems quite fond of matrimonial alliances. I wonder if Prince Oceanus would find me suitable. He was somewhat confident, after all, compared to just one of the Oceanides, the husband of Clymene, the goddess of renown. At least Helios was a god of sun. Therefore, what the god of speech, Epitus, could achieve, he might as well be able to do. With differing intentions on the same path, before long, Mount of the Gods loomed into view. Chapter 85, Chapter 62 imminent. After the day the stars fell, the chaos world had become peaceful for a long time. The disputes over the ocean gradually ceased, and with the expansion of the world, the ever-increasing sea territories had largely been divided. Oceanus of the circumterrestrial river had acquired more than 70% of the share, and he had distributed some of it to his deserving children before integrating most of it into his own godhood. Unsurprisingly, once he fully assimilated this power, the ocean deity sovereign could also reach the peak of mighty divine power. Henceforth, the primordial sea god would no longer be his equal, and thus Pontus plunged into the deep-sea trenches, the concave of the earth, as if not wanting to see the exalted ocean deities. Among the children of Pontus, most concealed themselves with their father god, except for two deities. The once peril of the sea, later goddess of beauty, Keto, and her following three furies still roamed the seas. Or rather, Keto had long stopped considering herself a daughter of the sea god, viewing Uranus as her father, since she and her three sisters were deities reborn from his divine blood. The other one was Pontus's eldest son, Nereus, who had united with the Oceanides Doris. He and his wife begot 50 mermaids, among whom were the future sea empress Amphitrite and Thetis, the mother of Achilles, one of these 50 deities. Compared to his own father, this gentle sea god had great rapport and was closely associated with many deities. With the cessation of conflicts over the seas, the mountain god Aurea also returned to his domain. Unlike the sea god, the thousands of years of warfare had brought him nothing but pain and loss. Meanwhile, in the starry sky, under the auspices of the divine king, the gods had divided the territories once held by the god of sun's family. Cronus gifted the distant starry sky to the god of stars and also commanded the moon and sun to venerate Phoebe as the lord of luminous celestial bodies. Although this was but a titular homage, not involving power or authority, Phoebe was still overjoyed. Having ceased cooperation with the divine king halfway before, she had thought Cronus would not honor the agreement. Evidently, as long as it would stabilize these two titan deities, the divine king did not mind such a token contribution. Besides, as the mother of light, Thea was, although part of the defeated faction, still treated with great courtesy by the divine king. He reserved for her the orbit through which the moon passes in the night sky and allowed some stars that survived the solar uprising to remain under her command. As for what these star deities, looking towards the empty zodiac regions in the distance, truly thought, that was no concern of His Majesty, the divine king. Themis, my sister who staunchly upholds justice, I wonder if you would be willing to do me a small favor. Having redefined the trajectories of the stars with the divine artifact, the divine king handed the codex of creation to the goddess of law. By defining the trajectories of a group of stars, the power of this divine artifact had risen slightly, but it still couldn't break through that barrier. Or, perhaps, a complete Genesis artifact not only requires power but must also have a complete symbol. The life vase could originally take this step as it inherently symbolized the origin of life. When life capable of reproducing thrived upon the earth, it could naturally cross that threshold. But once it split in two, this symbolism was torn asunder, and unless it is repaired in another manner, mere power alone can only bring it infinitely close yet will never complete that crucial transformation. The codex of creation is somewhat more special. Being one component of a complete divine artifact, it can only achieve ascendance in conjunction with the other two pieces. As for what the three Genesis artifacts could combine into, that's a realm even Laine and the primordial gods remain ignorant of. If your request aligns with what befits the status of a divine king, then I shall not refuse. In the starry sky, Themis took the brass codex and nodded in agreement. Her implication was clear: if this was a scheme or a stratagem unbecoming of a divine king's stature, she would not be involved. Of course, it's just a minor matter. I heard that Laine asked you to stabilize the zodiac regions, so if possible, I'd like you to also sort out the surrounding starry domains. While destruction is easy, rebuilding is another matter entirely. Having Themis assist was one of the most cost-effective choices. The destruction caused by Pyrrhion was too severe, with over 30% of the star deities falling into eternal slumber. These territorial gods are rarely of any use, but it's quite troublesome when many of them are missing. I'll do my best. Frowning slightly, even though he was somewhat dissatisfied with Cronus's attitude towards the star gods, all the Titan deity clan were like this now. Besides possessing an immortal essence, the powers of these quasi-gods were surprisingly weak. If they didn't also possess divine power, no one would consider them deities. I can help you, of course, But I must also remind you, Cronus, do not follow in the footsteps of our father. Looking at the spirit realm angels waiting in the distance, Themis spoke earnestly. What do you mean by that? Do I look like a tyrant to you? You know what I am talking about, Cronus. With the codex of creation in her hands, the current laws of the world were clearly visible to the goddess of law. Although the conquest of the stars had further increased his divine authority in Themis's eyes, the countdown for Cronus to resist the law of birth had essentially begun. In 500 or 600 years, the child of the divine king would be born. No one knew what choices he would make then. The father god harmed the mother goddess by committing such atrocious acts. Cronus, I won't meddle in matters between you and your children, but if you dare to treat Rhea like the father god did, I will not stand idly by. Resting her left hand lightly on the hilt of her sword, the goddess of justice's stance was very clear. It wasn't just talk for her, she would indeed act if necessary, and she had the capability to do so. After enacting the laws thousands of years ago, Themis not only saw the strengthening of her godhood but also received two nascent divine artifacts. Now, both artifacts had come into the world. One was the golden scales, born alongside her function as the goddess of fairness, capable of passing judgment on all things in the world, distinguishing their weight. Whether the items placed on either side of the scales were physical objects or more abstract notions, it would accurately make the judgment. The heavier would sink, the lighter would rise. The other was the sword of vanquishing evil, which went hand in hand with her function as the goddess of justice. It could sense sin and differentiate the good from the bad. When facing actions that were unjust and evil, the weapon's power was especially formidable. In later generations, these two artifacts had made a significant name for themselves, and even though they were yet to be unsheathed, Cronus faintly sensed a threat. While unexpected for the divine king, the fact that the goddess of justice, who had just reached divine power level 17, had this kind of power was quite surprising. You worry too much, Themis. After all, this is my business. It has nothing to do with you. Do you intend to partake in the struggle for the throne of the divine king as well? Taking a deep breath, Cronus's expression darkened. If it were anyone else, he would have already demonstrated his divine authority, but he refrained from taking action against his sister. This was partly because he couldn't do without her given the situation among the stars, and partly because he had no intention of mistreating his queen of gods. It had been thousands of years since Rhea had firmly stood by his side, facing the desolate mount of the gods together. He would not show mercy to his own divine child, but he had the same respect for his wife. Rhea will forever be my queen of gods. She was in the past, she is now, and she will be in the future. She is the only one worthy of standing shoulder to shoulder with the divine king. But Themis, I also warn you, anyone who sides with my offspring is my relentless enemy. The strife for the throne of the divine king is a matter for your own family, but be sure not to use your tactics on a wife, a mother. Remember your promise, Cronus, I will be watching you. Turning to leave, the goddess of justice did not say more, she merely made her stance known. The fight for the throne of the divine king was, of course, justified, but Themis had no wish to see the events of her own past replayed on Rhea and her children. Chapter 86, Chapter 63 Hestia and Demeter. Since the stars were pacified, Helios had been driving his sun chariot across the sky, and the world gradually calmed down. Yet in the eyes of a few keen individuals, an invisible storm was brewing. The divine king had subdued the stars, and then he visited his uncle, Aurea, the king of mountains. In a situation that was half negotiation and half coercion, with Mount Othrys at its center, more than 1/4 of the land came under the divine king's control. Of course, as a price, Cronus had stepped forward to warn the ocean deity sovereign. Regardless of what had happened before, if he were to incite disputes with the ancient sea gods again, or allow the Oceanides to encroach upon the domain of the mountain gods, then the divine king would make a just decision. Oceanus remained silent in response, but his deities truly became more restrained than before, which made Aurea believe that the territory he was forced to surrender still had its value. However, at some point, a rumor began to circulate among the chaotic gods. The divine king, influenced by the will of the world, was about to sire a child of his own. But as in the prophecy and the curse of the heavenly father, just as it had happened before, Cronus would be overthrown by his progeny. For a while, the world became eerily quiet. At the center of the earth, on that highest peak, the attention of all deities converged. Everyone wanted to know what choice Cronus would make in the face of the curse and prophecy. Would he, like the Heavenly Father, resort to violence, fighting destiny with force, or would he seek a milder approach, trying to circumvent the problem in a more roundabout way? At Mount Otherworld, in the Divine King's bedchamber, the omen of divine birth had already begun to show. Ripples spread across the source sea, manifesting in the form of law chains that covered the Mount of the Gods from top to bottom. However, contrary to what the gods had imagined, standing at the gates of the palace, Cronus, feeling the increasingly intense fluctuations of the laws around him, felt no nervousness or anger. On the contrary, he was very relaxed, even finding the time to pour himself a cup of nectar and casually observe the many attentive gazes, both overt and covert. Of course, he also had to deal with his sister, who stood by his side. Centuries had passed, and with the efforts of the goddess of law, the disasters once wrought by the god of sun had been mostly quelled. The blessings from the stars also took effect on the divine king. Now, Cronus had truly reached the pinnacle of great divine power. But it was only upon reaching this point that he finally understood how terrifying great divine power could be. The barrier before him was like an abyss, not just impossible to cross, but he couldn't even fathom its depth. It was so profound that even infusing the enhancement from nearly 1/3 of the land into it wouldn't stir up the slightest ripple. As you can see, Themis, I am not worried about the first child Rhea is bearing for me, Cronus said, discerning the subtle gazes coming from every direction. In fact, I have previously determined through certain means that this first child about to be born is a goddess, not an existence that could potentially threaten me. So you need not be so guarded. I won't do anything to a new god that poses no threat. While he spoke in this manner, in his heart, Cronus merely planned to delay dealing with it. After all, back when he had wielded the sword, his siblings had stood by his side. Naturally, he would not make the same mistake a second time. If that is the case, I apologize to you, but I still wish to stay and witness the final outcome, Themis responded. Succinctly, unapologetic about her possible mistake. As the goddess of justice, if she had misunderstood the situation, it was only right for her to offer an apology. There's no need for that, but if possible, please let me stay among the stars a while longer. Cronus shook his head and replied, I estimate it will take at least several hundred years before everything returns to its original state. Until then, I'm afraid I'll have to trouble you. I understand. Having received an answer, Themis spoke no more and instead looked towards the direction of the sleeping chamber. The fluctuations of the laws surrounding them grew more intense, and those subtle gazes became increasingly dense. But none of this concerned the goddess of justice. Right now, she only wanted to wait for Queen Rhea to give birth to her progeny and then return to the stars. It was not only because the chaotic star fields made her instinctively uncomfortable but also because she did not fancy the gods' struggles for power and profit. If she were to use her alternate title, Sword of Judgment, known as the Sword of Vanquishing Evil, to sense, most of the deities of chaos would provoke some reaction from the divine artifact, one by one. Time ticked away and the chains of law extending from the Mount of the Gods became clearer and clearer. All of these signs indicated that the deity about to be born possessed a very strong divine position. But where this godhood would come from was unclear. Perhaps a new concept would be born in the world, or maybe an ancient god would split their position. Time gradually moved into the evening. The moon rose high, and all was silence. At a certain moment, a red light was born from the highest reaches of the sky. It stretched down to the earth, reflecting in rivers and lakes. Simultaneously, the laws proclaimed the birth of a new deity to all living beings. Hestia, the goddess of fire and guardianship. The appearance of the new deity caused a momentary stillness in the laws, but they did not stop. Instead, they grew even more vehement. The red light gradually faded, replaced by shades of green and yellow interweave. The new phenomenon spanned an even broader scope than what had enshrouded them before. The oceans, the underworld, and all plants swiftly matured under an invisible force, bearing bountiful fruits. Does it have to do with plants? What a bother, Cronus said, his expression turning grave as he perceived what was happening. The advent of Hestia was merely the prelude. Her divine position was not as strong as imagined due to the incompleteness of fire. Guardianship, although powerful, was still somewhat lacking compared to the deities that would follow. However, the strength of the divine position was secondary. The fact that the second deity was associated with plants meant that it would once again divide the divine authority of Mother Earth. Due to the titans imprisoned in the abyss, Cronus already had a somewhat delicate relationship with Gaia, and he did not know what choice Mother Earth would make when the new deity was born. However, the birth of a god was not influenced by his thoughts, and the aura of all things sprouting grew stronger. Even within the temple, Cronus sensed the presence of an accompanying divine artifact. Shortly after, along with the thundering of the earth, a verdant light streaked across from the east and shot directly into the temple, announcing the true name of the new deity to the world. Demeter, the goddess of the growth of all things. Following the birth of the new deity, the tumult of the primordial sea gradually calmed. At the same time, all beings with intermediate divine power and above could sense that the divine position of plants had almost completely separated from Mother Earth. In the past, the true emblem of plants was not Gaia but the golden apple tree that had sprouted from the seed of all things in the life vase. Now even the divine position governing the growth and decay of plants had been cleaved by the world, leaving her only with the role of the creator of the plants in the current world. Plants are closely linked to the earth, they draw nutrients from it and ultimately return to it. With the loss of this power, the force of Mother Earth was bound to slide down further unavoidably. Even more critically, even the speed of her power's recovery would be affected. The gods varied in their response, but they all knew that with the birth of the deities walking upon the earth, the relationship between the two ruling forces had once again deteriorated. Chapter 87, Chapter 64, The Gift. Near the Delphic Great Plains, the dwelling place of Mother Earth. The brilliance gradually faded away, the miraculous signs of divine birth dissipated into the air, yet the changes occurring within Gaia had not stopped. As Demeter came into the world, the power of Mother Earth, which had been slowly recovering to its former state, plummeted once more, and her 40-something appearance aged a few years again. From the outside, it seemed she had returned to how she looked thousands of years ago. Her hair color became somewhat dry, her green skirt began to fade to yellow, and, expectedly, this time, it would not return to its original state. After all, the vitality of all things is but a skirt draped over the earth, just as the secret shroud over Mother Night. Now that she had lost this part of her godhood, the chain reaction manifested first in the anthropomorphic image of the deity. At the same time, a part of Gaia's divine status shattered once again. Compared to the twin gods of the Dark Night, she now possessed less than half of their remaining strength. It must be known that at the dawn of creation, Gaia was actually the one with the most robust origin. She was the symbol of the world's primordial matter, the cornerstone of all existence in the present world, but now, she retained only the part that belonged to the earth. Bang! Power rippled through the surroundings, and as the emotions of Mother Earth fluctuated, the strata began to resonate. Not far away, the golden humanity near the Oracle of Delphi was clueless as to the cause, left with no choice but to pray to the deities. But Gaia paid no attention to them, her heart filled with a wrath that had nowhere to vent. She wanted to go to the Mount of the Gods to confront the Divine King, but she knew that this was not about Cronus. Moreover, she no longer had the power to overwhelm him. Chaos, I regarded you as my father, yet you treat me this way. Among the deities of the present world, only she, from the moment of her birth, had continually been stripped of her powers. As one of the primordial gods, she felt as though she was a tool used by the world, endlessly nurturing new gods with her own flesh and blood. She did not know why this was happening. Perhaps it was because the laws of the world instinctively did not want too powerful a deity walking the earth, so as a fully personified primordial god, she was naturally targeted. Even though she had never exercised her powers recklessly since the day she was born, the world devoid of will did not care about this. It had no character and therefore would not differentiate between deities. Whether compliant or ambitious, it only looked at what you have done, and what you are capable of doing. Erebus was right, sometimes I am just too indecisive. Maybe I should be more straightforward. I don't need to think so much. As a primordial god born with the world, as long as the world continues to exist, I don't have anything to worry about. It was quite a while before Gaia calmed down and she remembered the evaluation given to her by her brother, the Dark Overlord. She could have intimidated Cronus into releasing the Titans from the abyss when he was still weak, but instead, she chose to leave Mount Othries alone and came to this plane, which at the time had no name. Monda. She softly called out to her servant, and Gaia reached out to catch a stream of golden light that flew from afar, landing in her palm. A rich essence of life swirled around it, but sadly, for Gaia, it was of no use. Even the remnants of her divine status made many things in this world ineffective against her, including what she held in her hand. It could repair a divine body, enhance divine power, but faced with the remnants of a primordial god status, it was nothing more than an ordinary fruit. "Your Highness, did you call for me?" From the woods not far from Gaia, a figure appeared in response to her call. It was the foremost among the nymphs serving Mother Earth, who had been granted divinity by Gaia, thus achieving immortality. "Monda, I command you to set off for Mount of the Gods now," Gaia slowly said as she looked in the direction of the mountain, "to congratulate the birth of the two new deities on my behalf, and take my gift there as well. But on your return, remember to have the god of speech, Epitus, come to see me. However, make sure the divine king knows nothing of this. You can do that, right?" She intended to keep the divine king's attention elsewhere, letting him think she did not want to oppose him. Of course, that was indeed the case. Gaia was not adept at fighting, so she would not resort to force to solve problems. Fortunately, her brother had prepared everything for her long ago, and although he had his own agenda, Gaia did not care. "I will, Your Highness," a beautiful nymph fairy promised reverently from the side. Although it was difficult after all, speaking with a true god within the divine king's domain without being discovered was nearly impossible. But perhaps sensing the wrath of the principal god, Monda spoke no unnecessary words. "Then you may go." With a nod, Gaia handed over the object to the nymph fairy and left her divine power upon her. This signified that she was protected by the earth and was an envoy recognized by Mother Earth. After a slight bow, Monda took the object and turned to depart. As a weak nymph, even with Mother Earth's help, she needed to set off without delay. Half a day later, Gaia's initially fluctuating aura gradually stabilized as she gazed toward the Oracle of Delphi not far away, reaffirming her decision in her heart once again. The lifespan of golden humanity was drawing to an end, yet Cronus feared the prophecy. Thus, despite the god's suggestions to create the next generation of life long ago, the divine king still adamantly refused. He issued an order that no god should create new life, or else it would be deemed an act of hostility against him. Various gods abandoned the idea, and Gaia also hesitated until today. Erebus wanted to unveil the secrets of creation and then steal the power of the world? Then let him try. It would be best if he hollowed out the current world so that he no longer had the ability to sway the direction of godhood. Cronus did not wish for humans to be born. But she was determined to create silver humanity, to let him know as well, "If you refuse to release the titans from the abyss, I will not make things easy for you either." Compared to her previous reservations, Gaia now only wanted to do something according to her own heart's desire, no matter what it was. Besides, perhaps it was because she had once briefly held the oracle, or maybe it was a spontaneous warning from her remaining divine status, but she could faintly sense that in the not-too-distant future, new gods would come to split her power. And without a surprise, these new gods would also come from Mount of the Gods. Be it the divine king or the world, it's all the same. Clenching her fist, she whispered softly, as if to encourage herself. "Greed, willfulness, egocentrism, chaos, Uranus, and now Cronus, they all care about themselves. No one has ever cared about me. But if you do not wish to let me be at peace, then not one of you, not a single one, shall find peace." Chapter 88, Chapter 65 Solidifying Time. Upon the Great Plains, Mother Earth sent out her servants, and elsewhere, the gods all reacted accordingly. The presence of the two goddesses who were the first to emerge caused those quietly observing the Mount of the Gods to retract their gazes. Hestia, the eldest daughter of the divine king, although skilled in the godhoods of fire and protection, which are well suited for combat, it was uncertain whether she could enter into the ranks of those with formidable divine power because of the imperfection of one of these forces. Even if possible, it would likely take an exceedingly long time. As for the other goddess, Demeter, her godhood was too inclined toward support. Even with strong divine power, her combat capability was very limited. Moreover, in the traditions of the chaos world, a goddess could not ascend to the throne of the divine king. Since there was no possibility of challenging Cronus's rule, naturally no god was particularly concerned about this. They chose to wait for the birth of the divine child. "You've worked hard. Entering the royal chamber, Cronus spoke softly upon seeing the two infants in Rhea's arms. "I'm fine." Rhea's complexion was somewhat pale, but her spirits were still decent. However, upon seeing her husband's figure, she glanced at her two children with a worried expression. "How do you plan to treat them?" she asked. "They are goddesses and won't become the person mentioned in the prophecy and curse. I know, they have no chance of replacing me, but when facing our father, my siblings also stood by my side, did they not?" He shook his head, but seeing the changing complexion of the Queen of Gods, Cronus still reassured her. "However, you need not worry. Their divine powers are still very weak and not powerful enough. The time of the prophecy has not yet come. I have a better solution. If possible, let's keep it this way." He extended his hand, and the power of time surged around him. When the invisible fluctuation covered the two goddesses, their growth slowed. The divine power transformed into a golden liquid, sealing the two infant girls inside, much like two translucent gemstones. Cronus placed them aside and then sat down at the edge of the bed. "Let's leave it at this for the time being, at least for now. Their powers do not pose much of a burden to me." Relieved, Rhea relaxed. Yet, being in charge of a godhood related to time herself, the Queen of Gods was well aware of how much power was constantly drained to delay the growth of two potent divine children. "What about later? We won't only have these two children. We'll discuss that later." Cronus interrupted. He had his thoughts, but he knew Rhea would certainly not accept them, so he chose not to speak of them. Reverting deities to their mother's womb is both harmful to the mother and a desecration of the law of procreation established by the Heavenly Father and Mother Earth. The precedent was still fresh before his eyes. Cronus would not stubbornly oppose it. Furthermore, the prophecy had shown a point in time, the birth of the silver humanity. As long as the new life had not yet appeared on the earth, the future was not so frightening. If he could think of a solution to the prophecy during this period, that would be best. If not, it was not too late to make arrangements later. After spending some time with the Queen of Gods and sensing the Goddess of Justice's disappearing presence outside the temple, Cronus smiled and then left the royal chamber. With the birth of his eldest daughter, he needed to make certain of some things. After all, these would not be his only children. "Zephrus, the leader of the wind gods, whom I personally ennobled in the past 1,000 years, has anyone defied my orders?" Stepping through the temple's grand doorway, his smile fading, Cronus asked in a grave tone. Days before, he had summoned the god of west wind back. If the divine birth had not been a day earlier than he anticipated, the divine king would not have had him wait outside the temple. "No, your majesty. In fact, the gods do not possess that capability." Next to him, Zephrus materialized from his ethereal form and bowed respectfully to the divine king. Creation of life is only possible through the combined action of the elixir from the life vase and the water from the well of origins. Therefore, even though the creatures of the earth have gradually become sparse, no deity has created new life. Nodding, Cronus was satisfied with Zephrus's answer. The birth of silver humanity, the rise of the second mount of the gods, the latter he did not know when it would happen. After all, creating a mountain had many ways to achieve, but creating humans was controllable. Previously, his children had not been born, so he was only generally prepared for the birth of the new human race, but now things were different. Silver humanity, strife would arise upon the earth and Cronus would start here to test the strength of fate. In doing anything, one must proceed from weak to strong, and so it was with confronting fate. If the fate involving the succession of the divine king was something he was now powerless to stop, then Cronus would use silver humanity as a medium to test just how strong the power of fate truly was. Or perhaps, this at least would allow him to understand fate better, to comprehend the mechanism by which it acted upon the present world. Even if silver humanity still emerged, this would be valuable experience for him. "Zephrus, I have another task for you." Looking toward the east of the earth, Cronus said indifferently. "Go to the Delphic Great Plains, watch over that place for me, and record which deities have visited there. Since creating life cannot proceed without the life vase, then all I need to do is keep a close watch on its existence. Note down every being that might borrow the divine artifact, and I shall visit each in turn." His expression changed upon hearing that he was to spy near the dwelling of another primordial god. The god of west wind instinctively wanted to refuse. Although Mother Earth was far less daunting than Nyx, actually, the deterrent effect was the other way around. Nyx was indeed unobtrusive, given her personification. She could not walk outside the land of eternal night for long, so Zephrus thought to himself, even if he were discovered by her, it would not be a big deal. But Gaia was different. The god of West Wind had no doubts that if Mother Earth detected his surveillance, his fate would certainly not be a pleasant one. "I'm not negotiating with you, Zephrus." Discerning the hesitation of the god of the West Wind, Cronus said with a smile. "Your position as the leader of the wind gods was bestowed by the power of the divine king, not heaven sent, and as such, it can also be revoked. However, just like the last time, I will not ask you to do anything for nothing. Fulfill my task, and I shall reward you handsomely." He extended his hand, and a beam of light flashed. The next moment, a scepter that seemed to be cast from gold appeared in the hands of the divine king. It seemed newly born, still unconsciously releasing power into its surroundings. At the top of the scepter, a yellow-green gemstone was set, and one glance would allow anyone to feel that it symbolized both the withering and the flourishing of all things. The weak gold scepter, it's the accompanying divine artifact of my second daughter. It can cause all things to grow, as well as strip them of vitality, turning them into dust. Fondling the shaft of the divine artifact, the divine king envied it. An accompanying divine artifact wielded incredible power in the hands of its owner, and could not be taken by others. If it weren't for the fact that Demeter had just been born and was not yet aware of the loss of this treasure, then at a mere thought from her, this artifact would be stripped of its divine power. But for now, it seemed that for a considerable length of time, Demeter would likely have no chance to reclaim her artifact. "Take it, although this is the accompanying treasure of my second daughter. She is still an infant and naturally cannot reclaim the power of the artifact. I can entrust it to you, to imbue the west wind with vitality henceforth. If you are discovered by Mother Earth, you can use it to save your life as well." After a moment's hesitation, facing the scepter passed by the divine king, the god of West Wind still accepted it. On one hand, just as the divine king had said, he was not really asking for his opinion. Should he truly refuse, then any of the other three wind gods could easily replace him. On the other hand, the fact that the divine king had given away the divine artifact of his own daughter, although unsaid, Zephrus had guessed that the newly born goddess of growth might not meet a good end. With both considerations combined, naturally, he could not refuse the divine king's request. "I will do my best, your majesty." Having received the scepter, Zephrus bowed deeply. "Then be off, soon enough the various gods who come to congratulate will arrive. When they return, you must watch carefully. Any god who comes near Mother Earth's dwelling, you must note them all." After giving his final instruction, Cronus waved his hand, permitting the god of West Wind to depart. The divine king trusted in the capabilities of the god of West Wind. It had to be said that since the last time he had sent Zephrus to the underworld, he suddenly found this particularly courageous deity quite useful. At least in surveillance of others, even if there was a vast difference in strength, it seemed he could bring about a satisfactory outcome for himself. Chapter 89, Chapter 66, The Golden Apple, the Seer, and the Afterthought. The divine king fathered a child, and regardless of their attitudes, all the gods sent envoys bearing congratulatory gifts. Essences and gemstones from the sea, star cores left after celestial bodies shattered, and unique minerals nurtured in the underworld, some delivered personally by deities, others by nymphs. All in all, they were transported to the Mount of the Gods, becoming part of the divine king's collection. However, for the gods, these trinkets only seemed useful. They contained potent energy, but the gods did not know how to utilize them. Or, to be more precise, even if they did, there was no need to use them. In the presence of divine power, such meager energies were hardly noteworthy. Atop Mount Othries, it was uncertain whether the gods' envoys felt disappointment. While watching the harmonious divine king and queen of gods, as usual, the attendants of Monda, the servant of Mother Earth, only made the banquet livelier. Previously, Mother Earth's attitude had been an enigma, but now it was clear, at least on the surface, Gaia did not yet intend to make an enemy of the divine king. "Your Majesty, I am here following the command of the Mother of all gods to congratulate the birth of the two goddesses," Monda said with neither subservience nor arrogance, standing in the middle of the great hall under the gaze of numerous deities. "Welcome, envoy of Mother Earth," Cronus nodded with a smile. "Please take a seat. Today, I permit you to join the assembly of gods." Other envoys who had come to offer congratulations were seated in a side hall, but as the messenger of Mother Earth who also brought information Cronus desired, Monda was made an exception. Despite some gods feeling dissatisfied, believing that the nymph had no right to sit amongst them, they held their tongues due to the presence of the two most powerful beings, the Divine King and Mother Earth. "Thank you for your hospitality, Your Majesty. But before I take my seat, I have a gift for the respected Queen of Gods, the keeper of elapsed time, to convey Mother Earth's greetings," Monda said. With a modest bow and upon receiving permission, Monda extended her hand. The gods' eyes were drawn to her, for they saw something both familiar and unfamiliar. Familiar, because many had seen it before. Unfamiliar, because they had never possessed it. The fruit, imbued with pure life force, stirred a profound longing in them, as it was a rare treasure that could help deities quickly accumulate divine power and heal their losses. A golden apple? Rhea recognized it too. Some surprise flickered across the Queen of God's face as she stepped forward and personally received the legendary divine artifact. Her breach of etiquette was overlooked because of the charm of the golden apple. As the world's first created being, the divine tree growing from the seed of all things, the fruit of the golden apple tree was, to a certain degree, a manifestation of the law of life. Had the golden apple tree possessed wisdom, then the life vase might not have become a divine artifact belonged to Gaia. For in comparison to Mother Earth, the seed of all things was intrinsically bound to the vase from the start. "Yes, Your Majesty has borne offspring, for which Mother Earth has sent me with this treasure," Monda said with a slight smile, offering the golden apple with both hands. If it weren't for the fact that it had little effect on beings of great divine power, Gaia wouldn't have given away such a precious item. But since it was of no use to her, it was merely an ordinary treasure. Over the years, there had been more than one occasion when the golden apple tree bore fruit. This apple was just one among them. "Please convey my gratitude to Mother Earth." Rhea was excited but more ashamed. She thought that after diluting Mother Earth's power with the birth of her daughters, Gaia would not show her a friendly face. Yet, contrary to her expectations, Mother Earth not only did not hold a grudge but also sent a golden apple as a gift. By consuming it, the vital essence lost during childbirth would be replenished, and even divine power could see a rise. But Rhea intended to keep it, believing that such a precious treasure should not be used so casually and that it also served as a token of reconciliation between Mother Earth and the Divine King. "I shall." After giving a respectful response, Monda followed the Queen of Gods to the long table designated for deities. Rhea had intended for her to sit at her side, but Monda declined the offer. "To sit with the gods is already an honor for me. How could I dare to take a place by your side and cause gods to sit beneath me?" she said. Facing Monda's polite refusal, Rhea had no choice but to accept. After all, there were indeed many in attendance who felt the same way. So, Rhea let her go, watching the nymph take her place at the end of the long table, next to the god of speech Epitus and his son, the dull-witted afterthinker, Epimetheus. This weakest original titan was somewhat surprised but nonetheless welcomed her. The seat beside him was typically reserved for his wife, the goddess of renown, Climene. However, in such gatherings of the gods, Climene often chose not to be beside him. This was because, at times like these, the goddess of renown became all the more aware of her husband's lack of strength and status among the gods, which was undeniably unbecoming for the goddess of renown. Monda finding her seat signified that the final powerful deity's envoy had arrived, and the banquet commenced. The Divine King, from his principal seat, gave thanks to the guests, followed by the custom of nymphs singing in the hall and gods and goddesses occasionally stepping out. The gods were not surprised. Although the mores among deities were not as liberal as in Olympus, a few had started to abandon the fine traditions since the time of Heavenly Father and Mother Earth. Some deities disapproved of this behavior, but most were indifferent. After all, morality among the gods at that time was unlike in later times. If they had abstained from such actions previously, it was merely for lack of desire. In the blink of an eye, 3 months passed. Some divine beings left the great hall while others joined. When the Divine King and Queen of Gods left as well, Monda held back her attachment and turned to look at the deities beside her. It was time for her to attend to important matters. This was her first time participating in the deity's banquet as a guest rather than a servant. She savored this experience but sadly knew that a second opportunity was unlikely. "Your Highness, Epitus," Monda began. With a slight lift of her cheeks, Monda noticed that the wife of the god of speech, the goddess of renown, Lyanna, had vanished without a trace. Although she did not know where she had gone, it was clear that she was no longer in the Great Hall. As an ancient Titan god, you really are modest. In a gentle tone, Monda tried her best to appear like an ordinary nymph who yearned for the true god. Haha, the servant of Mother Earth, that is not what I wish for. It's just that compared to my brothers, I simply do not possess their great divine power. Shaking his head, Epidus laughed helplessly. Ever since humans were created, he often lived among the golden humanity with his two children. Prometheus was interested in learning the skills from the Lord of the Spirit Realm, mastering them and creating new variations. He enjoyed this process immensely. For him, imparting knowledge to mortals was a joy in itself. By contrast, Epimetheus was much more silent. He would often sit to one side, silently watching his elder brother. He kept his opinions to himself, appearing puppet-like, so unlike Prometheus's wisdom. However, if tasked to do something, Epimetheus often managed to do it well. Hence, the god of speech did not demean his second child as some other deities might, referring to him as the god of dullness. He preferred to call him the afterthinker, because it seemed Epimetheus did not enjoy creating or thinking, only learning and executing. And then there's Atlas. I can hardly fathom how Lyanna and I could have brought such a powerful deity into being. A sigh resounded in his heart. In comparison with his first two sons, the god of speech's third child was not particularly close to him. The god of strength, Atlas, as his godhood suggested, only respected strength, which Epidus lacked. In the eyes of Atlas, he himself was a second-generation titan to whom the divine king had great expectations, endowed with strong divine power, while his father Epidus was simply unworthy of the title of first-generation titan. Consequently, he seldom stayed with his father and brothers. Regardless, you are a mighty true god. His thoughts fleeting, when the god of speech returned to his senses, the beautiful nymph across from him was raising her cup, smiling at him with words of praise. I am left with only the title of a true god. Shaking his head, although he self-deprecated with his words, the god of speech was still pleased. In the past, apart from the humans on Earth, few lives had so praised him. And so, he and the nymph serving Mother Earth, a guest invited by the divine king, engaged in back-and-forth conversation. Due to his own lack of strength, Epidus's relationship with his niece and wife, the goddess of renown, Lyanna, had grown increasingly distant. Influenced by her godhood, Lyanna did not fancy modesty or silence, and the god of speech had not been without quarrels with her in the past. But now, he felt that the nymph before him truly understood his thoughts, every word striking at his heart. After an unknown stretch of time, as the two left the temple together, Epimetheus, who was at the side, picked up a cup and poured himself some nectar. He drank alone for a while and then turned to look beside him at Prometheus. Brother. Called by Epimetheus, Prometheus turned with a puzzled expression. His younger brother seldom spoke, so when he did, the forethinker always listened to what he had to say. Although most of the time Epimetheus would say some strange things, pose unnecessary questions, Prometheus was still willing to listen. If you encountered a situation where turning a blind eye could avoid disaster, but would leave an existence you value worried and disconcerted, attempting to change it not only has uncertain outcomes but also requires a price to be paid, would you still go through with it? Seeing his brother turn towards him, Epimetheus asked earnestly. Probably, with my abilities, I can always think of a way to solve the problem. Although he didn't know why his brother suddenly asked such a question, Prometheus still answered. He was always proud of his intelligence, and even if he fell short in strength, he believed his superior wisdom would secure him a position in the future. Is that so? Epimetheus nodded thoughtfully, but I wouldn't. My abilities are limited, and I know there are many things in this world that I cannot change with my strength. Since I cannot change them, I'd rather be an observer. It's okay, you still have me, Prometheus assured, though puzzled as to why his brother suddenly pondered such questions. There's no problem in this world without a solution. If there is, it's just that the right method hasn't been found yet. Even the so-called destiny from legends can't necessarily be unchangeable. Perhaps he heard, or perhaps he did not, but Epimetheus returned to his former, dazed appearance. In this world, the only two known destinies are the succession of the divine king and the birth of silver humanity. Epimetheus felt that, for both these predicaments, Prometheus's much-prided wisdom couldn't change either. Chapter 90, Chapter 67, Missed Opportunity. In the midst of a daze, not knowing if he was truly drunk or feigning it, Ipetus was supported by Monda as they walked through a garden and into a palace. This was one of the palaces that the divine king had deliberately built, serving as a residence for the deities who lived on the Mount of the Gods year-round. Indeed, Ipetus was aware of this place. In other parts of Mount Otherworld, as the ruler of the sacred mountain, Cronus was almost omniscient. As long as he wished, no existence below the primordial gods, not possessing special divine authority, could easily elude his notice. But only this vicinity was different. Out of respect for the guests, the divine king never peered into this area. No matter what happened, no one would approach. Leaning against the corner of the bed with Monda's assistance, Ipetus quietly awaited the nymph's next move. But in the next moment, he was startled awake by her words. "Respected god of speech," Monda said, straightening her expression with a smile, "I have come on a special visit, following the order of Mother Earth." Swish! Almost as soon as the words left her mouth, Ipetus sat up straight, forcibly pulling himself back to sobriety. "What did you say?" Looking at the nymph before him with some disbelief, Ipetus even thought he had heard wrong. This wasn't a matter of carelessness. The god of speech hadn't been on guard against Monda simply because he trusted too much in his own godhood. Earlier in the underworld, Ipetus had encountered the goddess of deceit, Apate, and personally experienced her power. Under the influence of his godhood, the words of the goddess of deceit felt as if laced with magic power, easily convincing everyone who heard her speak. However, through the office of speech, Ipetus easily identified the flaws in her words. But today, up until he arrived here, there had been no warning from his godhood. The authority of a deity is absolute. Unless there is a great disparity in divine power or an overlap of godhood, there is no error. Therefore, if the nymph in front of him wasn't masquerading as one of the primordial gods, it meant that she hadn't deceived him in any way, not even in the slightest. "Do not misunderstand, I would not dare to lie in your presence. Indeed, everything I said earlier was heartfelt," she assured. "I truly admire the powerful true gods, and I am indeed just a common nymph. If it weren't for taking on a command from Mother Earth, I would have no contact with the other gods. If you wish, after we discuss the main issue, I think we can still have a chat." "However," Monda said softly with a slight smile, "compared to our matter, aren't you going to listen to Mother Earth's intentions?" As he listened to Monda's explanation, Ipetus's feelings slowly stabilized, and he began to regain his composure. Although Mother Earth was undeniably powerful, this was Mount Otherworld, the domain of the divine king. Since taking control of the stars and subduing the mountains, Cronus's divine authority had only grown. Considering that Mother Earth was not adept at combat, and having recently been weakened by the split of her godhood, she might not necessarily be able to defeat the divine king now. After a moment of contemplation, the god of speech cautiously said, "Whatever order the respected mother of all gods has, this is the territory of the divine king. Your cautious approach to meet with me here suggests that the divine king would not approve of what you ask of me," he continued. "That, I am unaware of. The Highness ordered me to avoid the divine king, and naturally, I followed her command," she responded. "Since you are unwilling to know, then I will take my leave," she said, and without showing concern for the outcome, Monda gave a slight bow and turned to leave. "Wait," Ipetus called out. Even though he really wanted to watch her leave, how could he when he had followed her here in the first place? Anticipating ahead of time, acting oblivious, and personally coming here to decline were completely different concepts. Regardless of whether he intended to comply, it was necessary to listen. "Speak plainly. What does Mother Earth want me to do?" After giving it some thought, Ipetus spoke slowly, "I will consider it before making a decision." Stopping in her tracks, Monda showed no surprise at his choice. Just as the nymph had no choice before the true god, the ordinary true gods also had no choice before Mother Earth and the divine king. Some might choose to stand firmly on one side, but Ipetus was clearly not among them. He had always been just a temporary resident of the Mount of the Gods, and considering his weak power and his status as an ancient Titan god, the divine king had never asked anything of him. In the eyes of Cronus, producing Atlas, the god of strength, was the greatest contribution Ipetus could make. "It's not about opposing the divine king or anything like that. In fact, Mother Earth simply wants to meet with you." With a smile, Monda spoke. "Actually, this could be a good thing for you, couldn't it? No one knows what the future holds for the divine king, but as one of the primordial gods born alongside the world, Mother Earth will surely exist forever. Perhaps, your task is done, whether I go or not, I will decide for myself. Looking somewhat displeased, but in the end, despite what he said, Epitus decided to go. Whether Mother Earth is eternal, he did not know, but according to the prophecy and curses, there's a high probability that the divine king is not. At least in his perception, even though Cronus's power grew day by day, it still fell short when compared to the former father god. If he was careful enough, there shouldn't be any problems. If need be, he could find a desolate place to hide until Cronus met his fate at the hands of destiny. After the conversation, the god of speech did not stay with Monda for long. He hurried back to the temple he had come from, found his 2 children and instructed them to go to the territory of the god of the ocean after the banquet. As for his wife Clymene, being one of the Oceanites, she usually spent quite a bit of time at sea. Prometheus didn't understand his father's request, but he complied with Epitus's wishes. Epimetheus remained silent as always, and neither his father nor his brother sought to consult his opinion. Another 2 months passed, and the birthday celebration for the second daughter of the divine king finally came to an end. The gods returned to their respective territories, and Monda, carrying Cronus's return gift to Mother Earth, set off back to the Delphic Great Plains. Taking this opportunity, when no one was paying attention, Epitus also left Mount of the Gods. Blending with the multitude of departing deities, the presence of the god of speech was unremarkable. No one took notice of his whereabouts. In fact, this Titan god, who preferred the company of humans, had always been inconspicuous among the gods. Even the divine king assumed that Epitus had gone to join his 2 children in some human tribe. Hurrying along the way, by the time Epitus reached the Delphic Great Plains, 7 days had passed. Hovering in midair, the god of speech was about to fly directly to Mother Earth's abode, but suddenly, his gaze caught sight of a human tribe established not far away. These were the golden humanity who once lived near the Oracle of Delphi. Unlike those dwelling at sea or the far western edge of the continent, being near Mother Earth, they had avoided the impact of the divine wars, even though Gaia rarely bothered with them. Therefore, although they were equally near the end of their lives, there had been no change in their numbers. Their lives were primitive and constant, barely touched by the influence of other human tribes. The god of speech was curious. He and his 2 children had lived with different humans, but this did not include those from Delphi. Due to his temporary stay on Mount of the Gods, he had always avoided this place. After meeting with Mother Earth, I'm afraid I'll be busy again. Although I don't know what the Mother Goddess will ask me to do, it's unlikely to be an easy task. Since there's no fixed time appointed, I might as well take this chance to visit the humans from these origins. After all, because of the delicate relationship between Cronus and Mother Goddess, I've never come this way before. Making up his mind, Epitus paused in his tracks. After some thought, he concealed his divine power and transformed himself into a large earthy yellow snake, then landed on the ground and slithered toward the direction of the human tribe. He did not intend to reveal his identity as a deity, after all, he was only there to take a look. The humans in these parts must revere Mother Earth, and if he displayed his true divine form, it would inevitably lead to their worship. He had no desire to overshadow and displease Mother Earth. Following little paths carved by humans in the forests and wilderness, the god of speech quickly advanced across the Delphic Great Plains. Birds and beasts along the way failed to detect his presence, and no unexpected incidents occurred. Epitus easily sneaked into the settlement of the golden humanity. He thus entered Delphi, but the god of speech did not realize that surrounding the Great Plains in the sky was a seemingly naturally occurring current of air that drifted continuously. This current of air circled the area, whirling swiftly, monitoring any life that drew near. The serpent that Epitus had transformed into was also in its sight, but unfortunately, it did not realize there was anything amiss with the snake. Just as Epitus could not see through the true identity of the current of air and recognize it as Zephrus, the god of the west wind, the god of the west wind did not penetrate his illusionary transformation. Or rather, Zephrus hadn't even imagined that a god would come here in such a manner instead of flying in openly. His attention was mostly on the passing deities, not every animal entering or leaving the area. After all, besides himself and the divine king, no one knew that Zephrus had been ordered to surveil the plains, so he focused most of his attention on the sky, with only a small portion on the ground. Perhaps it was coincidence, perhaps it was fate, but either way, the two deities unknowingly passed by each other. 3 days later, after concluding his observation of the human tribe at the secluded dwelling of Mother Earth, Iapetus met with Mother Earth Gaia. Chapter 91, Chapter 68 Reproduction. Not far from the Oracle of Delphi, a yellow serpent twisted and transformed, returning to its original form as a handsome deity. Regardless of their behavior, the children of chaos, in terms of appearance alone, were indeed handsome men and beautiful women, each with their own sense of beauty. Like the god of sun Hyperion, he exuded a masculine beauty, much like his godhood. The god of the ocean Oceanus represented a rugged beauty, his muscles strong yet not off-putting. They were all tall, but not awkwardly so. And then there was the divine king Cronus, who gave off an aura of majestic solemnity, and the god of strength Atlas need not even be mentioned, for he looked like the valiant heroes of myths and legends. Or more precisely, the heroes resembled him. As for the god of speech Iapetus and his eldest son Prometheus, they both seemed delicate. However, the aura of the deities reminded everyone who saw them that they were by no means powerless. He walked slowly forward until he could vaguely see a hut naturally formed by plants, where the god of speech stopped. Indistinctly, Iapetus could feel a life force behind the hut. It wasn't Mother Earth, for on the ground, common people could hardly distinguish between Gaia and the Earth itself. So, unsurprisingly, it would be the world's first plant, the legendary golden apple tree, possessing part of the power of life and symbolizing plant life itself. Iapetus, come to pay you respects, Mother Goddess. Hand over chest, the god of speech respectfully greeted her. Pay respects, but I'm not at all at peace, my child. Soon after, with the sound of creaking, a woman in a green dress stepped out from the hut. Catching a glimpse of Mother Earth, the god of speech could clearly see that Gaia hadn't changed much since the creation of humans, with fine lines barely visible at the corners of her eyes. It was apparent that with Demeter's birth, the power she had regained over thousands of years had once again scattered. Yet even so, Iapetus still felt the overwhelming pressure. The status of great divine power, even what little was left, represented a fundamental difference. Mother Goddess, the godhood of new gods is determined by the laws of the current world, and if there was a choice, the divine king would not wish for such a daughter. This wasn't speaking in defense of the divine king, it was simply the truth. After all, given the choice, he would prefer all of his children to be weak deities with meager divine power. I know, but I don't care about that anymore. Cronus isn't willing to release his brothers from the abyss, so I see he doesn't really consider me at all, Gaia said with a snort, looking at her weakest divine child. I have a task for you, Iapetus, my child. Do you see the humans outside? After a thought, the god of speech didn't know what Mother Earth wanted him to do, but he still replied. I see them, Mother Goddess. They gather near the oracle, praying day and night to their creator, but they are also approaching the end of their lives. Perhaps in 500 years, perhaps 1,000, their bodies will return to your embrace while their souls will move on to the domain of the Lord of the Spirit realm. As he spoke, Iapetus's voice slowed down. He probably knew what Gaia was asking him to do. As expected, Mother Earth spoke up next. Yes, as you see, the life of humans is coming to an end. This is the death determined by fate. Once they vanish, these plains will become empty again. The divine king does not wish to live with his mother, and my second son Pontus, who rules the nearby seas, also hides in the ocean depths under the oppression of his nephew, leaving me here alone. Gaia stepped forward and looked at her child. You should understand what I mean. I need you to go to the spirit realm on my behalf and fetch the water from the well of origins. Tell Laine that as long as he agrees to my terms, our previous grievances will be wiped clean. Iapetus didn't know what grudges Mother Earth held against the Lord of the Spirit Realm, but he knew that the Divine King had expressly forbidden the birth of silver humanity. If he chose to go, then he would never be accepted by the Divine King again. Use your godhood of speech, Iapetus, I believe you can do it. As for Cronus, you need not worry about him. Seemingly discerning the god of speech's concerns, Gaia promised him, I swear by the name of the primordial gods, as long as you handle the matters related to creation, henceforth the earth shall protect you. As long as you are on earth, no one shall force you into doing what you do not wish to do, not even I myself. Moreover, consider it carefully, the divine king's daughter has already been born, and destiny has begun to turn. You have seen your father's strength. Do you really think Cronus can defeat destiny? No matter how much had been said before, it couldn't compare to the last sentence. The reason Iapetus had come to see Mother Earth was because deep down, he also felt that the divine king might not be reliable. Burdened with prophecies and curses himself, how could he make others believe in him? I will do my best, Mother Goddess, but I cannot guarantee the outcome. With a slight bow under Gaia's satisfied gaze, Iapetus still gave the answer the other party wanted. Good, you will succeed after all, the birth of silver humanity is what he has prophesied. Oh, right, as if recalling something, Gaia added a last piece of advice. Creating life is quite complicated, and I think aside from humans, the rest of the living beings could be left to your handiwork. Though she hadn't gotten involved herself, the strange life forms previously fashioned by the gods had left a deep impression on Gaia. On one hand, she did not want the new life forms to be like that, for it would remind her of the titans confined to the abyss by the Heavenly Father for their ugliness. But on the other hand, she did not want to spend her time and effort remodeling them. In such a situation, having someone else take on the task was an ideal thought. Moreover, this repetitive creation is too troublesome. Grant those lives unlike the gods the right to reproduce on their own. I understand. He found himself bearing yet another burden, but when one is deeply in debt, they stop worrying about it, and the god of speech resolutely agreed. He had participated in the creation of life once before, and although it had indeed been troublesome, with that experience, he had some confidence. As for reproduction, that wasn't really difficult. What truly decided whether life forms could reproduce on their own was not simply creating females, but bestowing upon them the power related to reproduction. However, on this matter, the god of speech was not worried about being rejected. After all, the increasing number of spiritual lives would inevitably hasten the Lord of the Spirit Realm's accumulation of divine power, and once life could expand its scale autonomously, it would quickly spread across the earth. Iapetus thought that no one would oppose someone else undertaking work for them. So after accepting the task, he then asked Mother Earth for a branch of the golden apple tree as a gift, and then he directly flew through the pathway Gaia had opened to the underworld below the earth. To other deities, only an extremely few cracks on the earth could connect to the gates of the underworld. But in Mother Earth's hands, every part of the earth could link to the underworld. So, once more Iapetus missed the chance to encounter the god of west wind circling the Great Plains, and instead arrived directly in front of the familiar Styx River. Chapter 92, Chapter 69 A Glimpse of the Future. Having traversed the long fissure, Iapetus once again arrived at the gates of the underworld. Unlike the ever-changing surface world, the underworld often remained unchanged for millennia. But this time, at the gates of the underworld, in addition to the familiar river Styx, Iapetus also saw a lake of fire. It was a part of the sun that had fallen, but after being tainted with the mixed aura of the present and the beyond within the underworld, it could no longer return to the sky. After staring for a while, the god of speech silently warned himself that in chaos, unless you possess the boundless power of the twin gods of the dark night, one's strength does not determine one's fate. His own brother had once been so proud, but now he was locked in his own domain, watching his eldest son drive the divine chariot for his enemies. Greetings to you, lady. Accustomed to the route, he nodded slightly to the Styx River and then, as before, received no response. The god of speech flew over the increasingly vast gray plains. Just like the humans before him, certain peculiar life forms caught his attention. They were undead, twisted forms of life made of corpses, white bones, or some other things. They exuded a negative aura, naturally despised by any living being. These creatures are becoming more numerous. Even without corpses, they can naturally come into existence due to the unique environment of the underworld. If these living beings, these undead, dare to appear above ground, the gods would certainly have cleansed them. Frowning slightly, Iapetus did not linger and continued flying towards the direction of the nethermoon. After all, the underworld was not his residence. Like the goddess of deceit or the god of destruction, the deities of the underworld were willing to tolerate them, so there was no need for him to meddle. The god of speech looked down upon the land from the sky, while in the underworld, a few of the wiser undead looked up at the sky. They saw a trail of light crossing the sky, and in the burning soulfire, they too harbored disgust and hatred. They knew of these beings, these gods that sometimes came here. These gods from the earth were different from the native deities of the underworld. Sometimes they were just passing by, but other times they would randomly kill any undead they saw. Although they didn't know why, it was clear that these beings did not like them, so the undead also harbored hatred for the Earth's gods, just as they hated the living on the Earth. Unfortunately, in this era, mortals could not threaten the deities. Regardless of their thoughts, they could not harm the gods in the slightest. Suddenly, the nether moon was right in front of him. Sensing the increasingly powerful aura of this most central celestial body of the underworld, Epitus spoke with reverence. Honored goddess of the nether moon, master of magic power and wraiths, I am Epitus. I am here by the command of Mother Earth to meet with the Lord of the spirit realm. The next moment, just as in the past, Lyanna's figure silently appeared before him. Come with me, she said, the Lord wishes to see you. Crossing the invisible portal, the shadowy illusions of 7 realms flashed before his eyes. In an instant, Epitus felt as though countless lives were speaking in his ear, and an infinite number of lights and shadows flickered by. For a moment, he thought he saw a silver serpent dancing wildly in the sky, darkness and illusion interweaving, a towering figure enveloped in the power of space-time gripping a fiery orb of light, pressing it fiercely toward the east. But that was just a fleeting glimpse. When Epitus awoke, he had truly stepped onto Mount Sinai, and everything was back to normal. What did you see? Noticing something amiss, Lyanna asked. Some visions. What, do they mean something? Not sure why she was asking, Epitus still carefully responded. Visions. I'm not sure either. Shaking her head lightly, Lyanna explained. As the spirit realm grows stronger, time and fate mingle here, and it's possible for those who come here for the first time to unknowingly catch a glimpse of the future. But don't mind it, the fate of the spirit realm is ever uncertain. What you saw may not necessarily come to pass. After resolving the other party's confusion, Lyanna continued to lead them forward. Walking on the stone path, Epitus realized that he was not headed towards the central hall but was on a smaller trail leading to the back mountain. Silently following, he soon found his destination. It was the place he had caught a fleeting glimpse of during the creation of humans, the location of the Well of Origins. And there stood the Lord of the Spirit Realm, seemingly deep in thought by the well. My respects to you, your highness. Even before he approached, Epitus slightly bowed, respectfully speaking. He tried to contain his power as much as possible, not to give any impression of misusing his godhood, something he had not intended to do anyway. Good evening, god of speech. After a short while, as if awakening from his reverie, Laine turned around and greeted him with a smile. Clad in a black robe, for some reason it gave Epitus a feeling both foreign and familiar. He felt he had seen this material before, but he could not recall where at the moment. I have made many conjectures about the course of fate, after all, I have truly changed it, but not completely. I knew that silver humanity would inevitably be born. But it wasn't until you evaded Zephrus' surveillance and, transforming into a giant serpent, arrived at Mother Earth's abode that I was sure destiny in this world remained as before. His body somewhat stiff, Epitus had not expected his every move to be observed by others. The Lord of the Spirit Realm he could accept, perhaps the focus was really on Mother Earth at Delphi, but the fact that the god of Westwind was just around the Great Plain, and he had passed in front of him unnoticed, was unsettling. Fortunately, an unexpected thought had stopped Epitus from going directly there, instead first transforming into a serpent to rush to the human tribes, and thus, he also evaded the surveillance of the god of Westwind. I did not know, he said, I just wanted to see the humans near the oracle. So this is destiny. It always fulfills its purpose when you least expect it, in the most unexpected of ways. Shaking his head slightly, when Epitus went to Mother Earth's abode, Laine truly felt the fluctuation of destiny. It was the curse he had placed on Zephrus. Because of this, he noticed the 2 deities near Delphi. But this time, the uncertain fate and the destined one stood on the same side, both wanted the Silver Age to arrive on schedule. Thus, under the complete force of destiny, everything seemed so inevitable. Tell me about your mission. Did Mother Earth send you to obtain the water of the well, to create new life? Lightly tapping the jade-like well wall, and looking at the clear yet illusory liquid inside the well, Laine spoke. Not fully understanding what Laine referred to as destiny, Epitus always had a sense of self-awareness. That was a concern for the Divine King, not something relevant to him now. Yes, your highness. As you can see, the life of the Golden Age is nearing its end, and the Earth will again see the desolation of 10,000 years past. Hence, Mother Earth decided to create life and entrusted me to seek the waters from the well of origins. He paused a moment, then continued. Moreover, because creating life over and over is too cumbersome, Mother Earth hopes to allow life forms other than humans the ability to reproduce. When life can continue on its own, the two divine artifacts symbolizing life will also be strengthened once more. Nodding his head, Laine was not at all surprised by this. He too was looking forward to this day. Complete, reproducing life forms only with their birth could spirituality advance leaps and bounds in the accumulation of divine power, just like the sun and the ocean. As you wish, you will get what you desire. After all, the birth of new life is beneficial to me as well. Laine nodded. Then go, create life. This is not an easy task. But with the help of your two children, I think you will do well. Chapter 93, Chapter 70, The Last of the Golden Humanity. Leaving the spirit realm with the special well water and the borrowed divine whip, Epitus returned to the abode of Mother Earth. Although he had the life of the Golden Age as a template, the god of speech only needed to make repairs on its basis, yet the task was still not an easy one. Therefore, he decisively accepted Laine's suggestion to detour to the underworld and bring over his two children. He had the clever Prometheus assist him in adjusting the shells of life, and the dull-witted Epimetheus help him remember the characteristics and gifts that different lives should have. As he had predicted, both deities performed very well. Over the centuries, horses, jackals, and various kinds of life that would be common in later ages gradually became recognizable, no longer strangely shaped like their distant relatives from the Golden Age. The personalities designated for their ancestors by the gods were also inherited by the Silver generation. Loyalty, cruelty, docility, cunning, different natures under the influence of divine power were revealed by the water from the well of origins, bestowed upon different creatures. However, to keep it secret, Epitus only created a pair of each kind of being, and then used divine power to protect them. He planned to use the divine artifact that once created people to transform them into tribes only after everything was ready, so as not to alert that watcher prematurely. The god of speech was preparing, and during those years, another major event happened again in chaos. 390 years after the birth of Hestia and Demeter, the third daughter of the divine king was born. Under the proclamation of the current laws, all deities came to know her name, Hera, the goddess of fertility. On the day of her birth, the part of Mother Earth related to the original fertility was once again severed. Fertility, this was the reward Chaos had given to them when they conceived the Titans together. The paternal authority allowed Uranus to ascend to the throne, and the power over fertility made Gaia the queen of gods, which although it couldn't enhance the deity themselves like the former, could bring strength to their spouse and offspring. It was the most suitable divine authority for the queen of gods, and thus Hera's birth brought even more attention. However, just like her two sisters, aside from the day when the new god was celebrated, her figure was never seen again. Years passed, one after another. When the queen of gods Rhea was pregnant once again, and the silver beings created by Epitus were becoming more numerous, time finally came to a certain point. Not by accident, nor affected by wars of the gods, the humans of the Golden Age truly reached the end allowed by fate. Below Mount Othries, in front of the temple of Corolla. Which one is this? Another slab was buried in the ground, and Hecy asked Cohen. The upper half of the stone slab remained above ground, the lower half driven deep into the earth. When its corresponding human lived out their last moments, another body would be buried in front of the slab. Even when the humans of the Golden Age died, their bodies would not decay for 1,000 years. How many? I can't remember either. As the recorder of history, you should know their number better than anyone. After all, for each person who dies, it is you who engrave their past, allowing them to worship the gods just as they did in life. Seated beside Hecy, the king of the golden humanity surveyed the surroundings. Compared to several months earlier, there were far fewer humans around the temple. After all, the golden humanity was a creation of the gods, their lives flung into existence with a single strike of the divine whip. As such, their strength, endurance, and even their lifespans were remarkably similar. When the first human lost their perennial youth and died within just a few days, a great number of humans quickly followed. Half a year later, the tribe of humans beneath Mount of the Gods had already halved. Yet the humans were not afraid of this, not only because they lacked the emotion of fear but also because they knew that death was merely the beginning of another phase of life. The prescient sage Prometheus once told them that surrounding the sun, among those shining stars, the heroic spirits of the golden humanity lived on. They could continue to serve the gods even across the vast expanse of the cosmos. However, it's said that there seems to be little communication between the gods of the stars and those on the Mount of the Gods. Has any deity bestowed a divine message? Continuing to work with a stone knife in hand, Hecy casually asked. Death is not frightening, but the real problem is that once we die, no one will clean the temple, and no one will worship the gods. No. Although Hecy didn't look at him, Cohen still shook his head. It was as if he had been forgotten since that being named Hecate left. He had seldom received divine messages from the divine king. Only occasionally, a deity would pass by. Perhaps the gods do not care, they are indifferent to temples and faith. Somehow, Cohen remembered a dream he once had. In the dream, the goddess refused his offer to build a temple and did not intend to let Cohen pray to her. Over the years, he gradually understood her viewpoint. After all, even the gods on the mountain were more interested in the act of worship itself than anything else. The gods didn't gain anything from the worship of humans, they merely took some pleasure in it. So naturally, when there were other things to do, they would relax their attention to it. True, to eternal deities, humans are indeed insignificant, and even these stone slabs I carve will not last forever. After finishing the last stroke, Hecy examined his work for a while, and after confirming there were no errors, he set it aside and picked up a new stone slab. But in a few days, it will probably be just you left. When that time comes, I'll trouble you to carve my life story onto a slab and bury me in the earth, so my past may be with the gods. If I'm fortunate enough to be chosen for the heavens, to keep company with the god of stars, I shall be watching over you, Cohen. I will. Answering softly, Cohen knew what he meant. As one of the first humans, he was the most unique. Compared to others, Cohen could feel that he still had a long life ahead of him. He didn't know when he would die, maybe in 1,000 years, perhaps in 10,000, but definitely not now. I will guard this place, whether the gods care about us or not, but the reverence humans have for deities will never change. Under the watchful eyes of the stars, I will protect this place until the end of time. Looking at Hecy's face, which had also begun to age without him realizing when, for some reason, a strange emotion surged through Cohen's heart. He didn't know what this emotion was, but he had never seen it in other members of the golden humanity. He wasn't sure if this was because he was the first human or because of that unforgettable dream, but Cohen instinctively didn't want to face this emotion. So he stood up, greeted Hecy, and then walked towards the temple. In this moment, only the gods could give him a moment's peace of mind. Chapter 94, Chapter 71, Silver. In the second era, humans were always insignificant. Apart from a few exceptions, no god paid attention to the aging of humans across the lands, perhaps only sparing them a thought in idle moments before suddenly realizing that they had all died. But once dead, they were forgotten as the attention of the chaotic gods was now focused on the divine king who continuously fathered divine children. He had 3 daughters, each with powerful godhood and extraordinary talents, but their inherent gender meant they could not threaten the throne of the divine king. However, Cronus would not always sire only daughters. Eventually, he would have a divine son of his own. Around the time the divine king's 4th child was about to be born, on the Delphi Great Plains, within the range of Mother Earth's divine power, silver humanity was being born from the hands of this repeatedly wounded ancient deity. Epitus watched this scene, with his 2 children and his wife, the goddess of renown, Clymene, present. Having decided to defy the divine king's orders, he naturally made preparations. Unfortunately, because of this, he had a big argument with his wife. After all, the god of speech had decided to live in seclusion under Mother Earth's protection, while the goddess of renown was clearly not fond of keeping a low profile. Cronus, don't blame me. The arrival of the Silver Age is determined by fate, and I am merely following its will. Clasping the life vase, a deep black mist appeared intermittently. Although she had made up her mind before, Gaia began to hesitate as the moment approached. Because of past events, she indeed harbored many grievances toward Cronus, but he was, after all, the first to stand up, willing to rebel against the Heavenly Father. She was willing to give him some trouble, but she did not really want him to pay too grievous a price. This contradictory psychology was undoubtedly evident in the mythology. On one hand, she guided Zeus to release the titans trapped in the abyss and forge 3 divine artifacts for the 3 brothers, but after the struggle for the divine king's throne ended, because of her dissatisfaction with Zeus's harsh treatment of the titans, she birthed Typhon to oppose the Olympian gods. Throughout the process, Gaia's stance could be described as wavering, never fully resolved. Now that it has come to this, my sister, you wouldn't consider backing out, would you? Do you feel it, the joy from the underworld? Barring any surprises, the divine authority of Cronus's next child will be related to that place. It doesn't really matter to me. Although the underworld is also influenced by my power, that is just an insignificant part. But what about you? The earth will lose a part again, all thanks to your beloved children. The voice of Erebus, the dark overlord, was faint, standing beside Gaia, yet invisible to the observing family of the god of speech. As the embodiment of secrecy, so long as he didn't wish to be perceived, hardly any deity could detect his presence. Even the laws of the current world largely ignored this ancient deity. I understand. Gaia replied coldly, knowing that Erebus's words made little sense as the divine king could not determine the godhood of his offspring. But reason is one thing, reality another. Like he said, Mother Earth too felt the tremors from the origin of the underworld. Despite its position as the boundary between this world and the outer realms, the underworld was never entirely under Gaia's control, but it was still a part of her. But soon, this part would also greet a new master. She reached out her hand, merging the faint darkness with the life origin liquid in the vase, tinting the originally verdant liquid with a layer of shadow. Under the power of the earth, the soil and stone necessary for creation surged forth, combining with the life origin liquid. Although she disliked Laine, Gaia had to admit that the humans he had previously created were already quite perfect. Thus, she only made slight adjustments to align them with the slightly altered essence of life. Creation was difficult, but imitation was easy, thus just 3 days later, the silver humanity had begun to take shape. Different from golden humanity, due to the infiltration of dark forces, Gaia dared not first create an excellent prototype and then copy it, because only through sufficient dilution could they appear somewhat normal. Therefore, she had to repeat her actions over and over again, even creating hundreds of humans simultaneously. In the end, when she stopped, the densely packed silver humans had already emerged upon the earth. They had not yet been endowed with souls, so their eyes were lifeless, but the breath of life was already manifest on them. However, compared to the Golden Age, for reasons unknown, silver humans were shorter in stature, as if they were children who had not yet grown up. Moreover, even from just watching, the god of speech Epitus could feel indulgence, lust, greed, and deceit emanating from them. It seems that Mother Earth was not in a good mood, and so her sentiments have been transferred into these humans through her divine power, haven't they? But will such humans truly worship the gods devoutly like their predecessors did? The god of speech couldn't help but feel doubtful, but out of respect for Mother Earth's presence, he said nothing. After all, the act of creation was a task entrusted by Mother Earth. Furthermore, thinking of the prophecy, which stated that the appearance of silver humans would lead to wars upon the earth, their various behaviors also seemed to make sense. Epitus, the rest is up to you. Taking a deep breath, Gaia was also a bit weary. Repeating the same task had left her feeling mentally fatigued, and coupled with the fact that the birth of the silver humans was part of a plot, she did not want to see them anymore. As you wish, Mother Goddess. Bowing slightly, the god of speech stepped forward. He picked up the divine whip, stirred it through the materials prepared in advance, and then gave it a gentle shake. Under the influence of the divine artifact's power, as the materials fell to the ground, millions of different types of animals appeared on the Great Plains, just as it happened during the birth of golden humanity. A mysterious aura emanated from them, landing on the whip, slightly increasing the artifact's power. Putting down the whip, the god of speech then raised the chalice. It was filled with water from the well of origins, which he turned into mist with his divine power, enveloping all the creatures present. After completing this step, Epitus thought it was all over, but to his surprise, he found that a little water was left over in the chalice. That was because he had taken the water based on the needs of all spirits for propagation, forgetting that humans did not require propagation, so the portion meant for humans was left over. Then let it stay here. Water from the well, once removed from the specially made chalice, would lose its divine effect after 7 days even if unused. So, Epitus casually poured the remaining portion onto a rock at his feet, and then observed the changes unfolding across the Delphi Great Plains. Under his gaze, humans and all spirits opened their eyes one by one, and silver life would spread across the earth. Of course, other than him, there was also the god of the west wind, Zephrus, who had been circling the vicinity of Delphi, witnessing this scene. Chapter 95. Chapter 72, Hades and the Swallowing Child. Atop Mount Otherworld, the divine king's bedchamber. Once again, a divine birth anomaly occurred. Judging by the scale, it was likewise a true god with a strong priesthood. Unlike his own siblings, Cronus could be said to have taken eugenics to an extreme level. However, it was also difficult to say whether this was the influence of fate. After all, it was not uncommon in the chaos world for powerful gods to sire weak offspring. In front of the great hall, compared to the leisure at the birth of his eldest daughter, Cronus's expression was somewhat serious now. Unlike before, this time, he did not know whether the child being born was a boy or a girl. What's more, the most crucial point was that his third daughter, Hera, had obtained a portion of the birthright from Mother Earth, which was simply a natural reserve for the future Queen of Gods. Taking into account that it was entirely normal for siblings among the chaotic gods to come together, Cronus couldn't help but speculate whether this was a heavenly empress prepared for the next generation's divine king. As he pondered, the anomaly around the Mount of the Gods became even more intense. But just as the aura was about to climax, the divine king suddenly looked beyond Mount Otherworld. There, an invisible current of air was rapidly flying towards him. Zephrus, what is he doing here? Didn't I tell him to watch over Delphi? His expression changed, and just like the previous 2 times, the eyes of all the gods were on the mount. At such a time, for the god of west wind to come so indiscreetly, there must have been a slip at Gaia's end. Stepping forth, Cronus immediately reached the other side and then forcefully compressed Zephrus, who had taken the form of a stream of air, back into human shape. Before he could even ask, the god of the west directly delivered the news he least wanted to hear. Your Majesty, I don't know how it happened, but Mother Earth and the god of speech have created a new generation of life on the Delphic Great Plains, and humans are also among them. Boom. Buzz. The divine power inadvertently unleashed by the divine king, along with the sudden buzzing of the law, resonated with each other. As his own offspring was being born, the silver humanity emerged into the world, and Cronus felt that his previous actions were like a clown in the face of fate. Swoosh. The dark ribbons scattered across the sky, and the earth trembled. Shortly after, as a stream of light mingled with the faint breath of the 4 primordial gods crashed into the great hall, the true name of the new god echoed in every corner of the chaos world the next moment. The god of the underworld, Hades. At the same time, perhaps in welcome of its own master, deep below the earth, beside the river of vows, Styx, another river was slowly born, and an aged deity also emerged from it. That was the river of sorrow, Acheron, and Charon, the ferryman of the Styx River. It seems that in many mythologies there is such a river that, apart from a designated boat, no substance can float on top of it. They all have a ferryman, and if one is not willing to bribe him, mortals can only sigh in longing at the river's edge. And the painful Acheron is the unfloating river unique to the chaos world. Silver humanity, Mother Earth, I understand. Amid the sky, Cronus seemed to have accepted the fact. He had assigned the god of west wind to monitor Delphi, simply to prevent any deity from stealthily borrowing the life vase, but if it was Mother Earth herself who wanted to create life, then unless he went there personally, no one could keep an eye on her. But since previously Gaia had sent someone to bring him a golden apple, Cronus had thought she wouldn't do such a thing, but in the end, she disappointed him nonetheless. Is this fate? But I do not believe in it. The voice was very calm, but Zephrus's body began to tremble involuntarily. His instincts told him that the divine king seemed about to make a terrible decision. You can leave now, my firstborn has already come into the world. Now, I must visit him. No longer paying attention to the god of the west wind, the divine king turned and walked into the central bedchamber of Mount of the Gods. Without pausing, he reached out and grasped, and from the crack between spaces, 3 golden ambers slowly floated out, the very same daughters he had earlier. Even sealed, they never stopped drawing power from their godhood, resisting Cronus's divine power. The Divine King had no doubt that if he were to release the restrictions now, they could all grow to the appearance of an 8 or 9-year-old in an instant. But all of that ended here. Cronus, what are you going to do? Watching her husband push open the doors with his 3 daughters from before floating beside him, Rhea lay on the bed, her face slightly pale and with some panic. Having been together for 10,000 years, she could sense the turbulent emotions beneath the Divine King's calm exterior. Moreover, this time, her child was ultimately a divine child. Nothing, Rhea, I won't do to you what Father God did to Mother Earth, I promise. Approaching the bed, he whispered softly. Cronus sat on the bed's edge, looking at the newborn infant. It was as though he was talking to Rhea and also to himself, but it also seemed like he was conversing with something unseen. And I don't know why, my children all, to a greater or lesser extent, split Mother Earth's power, so it makes sense for her to make such a choice. Yes, it makes sense, destiny is such. It makes everything so rational, as if it had done nothing at all. With a sneer, Cronus snatched the infant from Rhea's hands. He looked at it, just as he once held a sickle, looking at his own father. I want to see what other tricks you can come up with. Boom! A silent resonance echoed in the primordial sea, but the laws of the present world did not take any further action. Unlike the Heavenly Father, Cronus's actions, in a strict sense, were not against the rules. To stuff gods back into the womb is a violent act that defies the law of birth. But to swallow gods into one's belly is simply a special way of sealing gods. They will thus be cut off from most connections with their godhood, but they will still exist in the present world. Leveraging the connection between their bloodlines, the Divine King could even expend more than 10 times his divine power to fulfill their godhood duties in their stead. And unlike the goddesses, infant gods cannot draw power from within a male god's body to continue growing, they can only rely on their own severed godhood, allowing their divine power to grow slowly, bit by bit. So Cronus did so, and he was unharmed. At the same time, outside Mount of the Gods, amidst the turmoil of the primordial sea, all deities with intermediate divine power or higher knew what had happened. One god had swallowed another, using his power to suppress the other's growth and divine authority. They were shocked by Cronus's ruthlessness and decisiveness, and for a time, the chaos world fell silent. Only Queen of Gods Rhea, she watched in agony as her husband swallowed each of the 4 children, and even after that, he could still smile at her. For the first time, she felt a sense of strangeness. Golden Apple, Mother Earth. As another child was conceived within her, Rhea took out the gift Gaia had once given her. If fate has decreed that the Divine King must be succeeded, then let it come sooner. At least in this way, the world may see fewer conflicts arising from it. Chapter 96, Chapter 73 Zeus. Thousands of years ago, within the underworld, 12 titans together in the womb of Mother Earth witnessed the prophecy that would decide the succession of the Divine King. But in the end, driven by a sentient life's curiosity about the future, Cronus, like his own father, inquired about his fate. Therefore, Laine told him that as life and death exchange places, he would lose what he had gained in the same way he acquired it. The world is like a circle, and this was the ending destined for him. In the past, Rhea did not understand what this meant, but now she did. She had mastered the method of turning death into life, but she still needed one thing to help her turn life into death. But this was not difficult, because her eldest son, Hades, who wielded divine authority over the underworld, was born from the intertwined powers of the 4 primordial gods, so naturally, his divine power also possessed some of their characteristics. As comprehensive as the earth and abyss, as concealed as eternal night and darkness. Although possessing only some of their characteristics, it was barely enough to cloak the faint aura of a newly born deity. Using this divine power to weave a cloth, to protect the brother with the strength of the elder. The premise was that the Divine King would not investigate seriously, but Rhea was willing to bet on it. She believed that fate would be on her side. So she summoned the Mealy, the 3 oak sisters who served her, deities born from the divine blood of Uranus. Rhea commanded them to find an object sturdy enough, as mortal things could hardly last long under the power of the Divine King. In the end, after decades of searching, they brought back to the Queen of Gods a rock from the molten lava. When the stars fell, some of the sun's power also fell to the mortal realm, and the fact that this rock remained intact within the lava evolving under the great sun proved its toughness. Therefore, Rhea placed this rock under her bed, day and night, polishing it with divine power. She was ready, waiting for the right moment for the birth of the new divine child. It would play a crucial role in helping her child escape his mad father. Since the divine king began swallowing his children, the chaos world had become quiet and eerie. At first, many deities eagerly anticipated whether this mad act would bring about the world's punishment, but centuries passed and nothing happened. It was not until the birth of the divine king's fifth son, Poseidon, who wielded control over tsunamis, storms, and earthquakes on Mount Otherworld, and Cronus swallowed him without hesitation, that the gods began to believe that perhaps the divine king had truly avoided his destined fate with this method. Not just them, even Cronus himself thought so. Since the destined fate had been postponed, he once again turned his attention to the earth and the ocean, which would help his power advance further. So, 300 years after the birth of Poseidon, the divine king set foot alone in the ocean. He stepped onto the circumterrestrial river, confronting the ocean deity's sovereign and his wife, the primordial water goddess Thetis, with unsurpassed strength. Even though Oceanus's power had approached the pinnacle of great divine power after acquiring vast unclaimed ocean territories, and even though his and his wife's powers would be greater upon the sea, they were still at a disadvantage before the current divine king. After a decade of divine war, the divine king finally trampled the ocean beneath his feet, once more asserting his supreme authority. Oceanus was defeated, but unlike the god of sun, being in the ocean, Cronus could not truly harm him, as the ocean was ultimately not the main stage of the divine king. In the end, the ocean deity sovereign offered his scepter to Cronus, allowing it to become a part of the divine king's scepter, and the divine king also recognized his dominion over the ocean. The submission of the ocean once again elevated the divine king's power. Looking around, in the chaos world, there were hardly any deities who dared to openly challenge Cronus's reign. Without surprises, Mother Earth and the mountain god would be his next opponents, as the previously obtained one-third of the earth no longer satisfied the divine king's appetite. However, as Rhea became pregnant again, the divine king still returned to Mount of the Gods first. Though on the surface it seemed fate could no longer stop him, Uranus had thought the same when he once shoved the Titan gods into the womb of Mother Earth. Therefore, Cronus was not careless. He had to make sure that every child of his could not escape his control, and he would never give them a chance to conspire with outsiders. Even if this outsider was their mother. Boom! Dark clouds gathered, thunder roared, and lightning flashed as rain poured down from the heavens. Standing atop Mount of the Gods, the torrential rain beat against his body. The divine king did not use his divine power to dispel the drops, but let the rain slide off his body. In Chaos World, rain and wind were common, but on Mount Otherworld, such a natural phenomenon had never happened before. Cronus could feel that it was caused by the debut of the new god. Undoubtedly, another of his children had a domain related to meteorology, and their godhood was immensely powerful. Don't worry, Creus, just like Poseidon, he won't have the chance to shake your control over meteorology. Gazing at the changes in the sky, Cronus casually reassured the god of meteorology by his side. The divine king couldn't help but feel reflective, as among his several children, except for his eldest daughter Hestia, all of them extended and plundered already existing domains of godhood. This gave the divine king a premonition that perhaps the natural divine domains in the world had gradually been allocated. The deities that were born later would increasingly tend towards perfecting old concepts rather than pioneering new ones. Even perhaps one day, the descendants of gods might not necessarily be deities themselves. Boom! Silver and purple light streaked across the clouds, emitting a deafening rumble. It was part of the weather, yet it seemed to be more than that. It contained the scent of destruction, as well as teeming vitality. Although not yet born, Cronus could already tell that the new god's domain was capable of sustaining divine power of level 19 or above, and it might even be higher. This speculation inevitably made him wonder if this child could be the one prophesied to overthrow him. But then again, no matter how powerful the domain, he alone could never be my match even at his peak. Moreover, he won't have the chance to grow. Fate, is it? Let's see how you plan to help him overthrow me from within my own belly. Watching the silver serpent flash across the sky with a cold smile, the intangible aura grew increasingly turbulent. Through the thick clouds, Cronus could feel that the sun and moon had cycled 3 times, and the phenomena finally reached its peak. In a moment, accompanied by another loud crash, the true name of the new god spread across the world. The king of the thousand thunders, Zeus. Chapter 97, Chapter 74 The Exchange of Life and Death. Outside, the true names of the new gods had already spread throughout the world, but within the Great Hall a tense operation was still underway. Queen of Gods Rhea clutched her newly born child to her chest and anxiously looked towards the maid who had been waiting for a long time. "Hurry, quickly, bring it to me." Pale-faced but with an air of urgency, the queen received the rock from the hands of the goddesses of the white oak. She had once thought of giving birth outside of the Mount of the Gods, but Cronus clearly hadn't given her that opportunity. Fortunately, given that it was within her own domain, the divine king courteously waited outside the great hall. But as soon as the divine child was born, Rhea knew he would enter immediately. "Your Highness." The goddesses of the white oak brought out the stone that had been prepared in advance, and Rhea snatched it from her. She used divine power to alter the rock's shape, making it resemble the infant in her arms. But this alone was not enough. Rhea needed to imbue it with life and the scent of the new deity. So she closed her eyes and cruelly cut open the chest of the infant in her hands. The newborn deity wailed loudly, causing the thunder outside to grow even more frenzied, but Rhea didn't have the luxury of feeling heartache. She hurriedly dripped the blood from the infant's chest onto the golden apple, then covered him with a gray cloth. "Take him away," she said, "to the ocean, to the domain of my eldest brother, Oceanus. Apart from the wavering mother goddess, he is the only one in the world willing to confront the divine king now. Tell him, Cronus's pursuit of divine authority will not end here. If he still wishes to keep control of the ocean, if he wants to seize more power from the new king, this is his best opportunity." Watching the goddesses of the white oak nod in agreement, Rhea finally looked at the infant in her hands. She felt reluctant, but still handed him over to her maid. She hadn't done this when Poseidon was born because his godhood was associated with the ocean. Storm tsunamis would make the god of the ocean reject him, earthquakes would make the mountain god and Mother Earth despise him. But Zeus was different. His godhood was powerful and only conflicted with the role of the god of meteorology, Cronus, the helper of the divine king. Even if just as a backup, the oceanic god Laine would surely accept him. "Go quickly." "As you command, Your Highness." Bowing slightly, the goddesses of the white oak took the infant and hurriedly left. As Rhea watched her leave, she did not stop what she was doing. The divine king had entered the palace, his unmistakable footsteps approaching. "Destiny is on my side, I will succeed." Mumbling to herself, Rhea fused the golden apple with the stone in front of her. The divine fruit merged into it, becoming the heart of the rock baby, emitting a strong, rhythmic beating. The rock, unfazed by the burning of the sun and cleansed by the power of the Queen of Gods day and night, had already developed divine power. With the divine blood of Zeus' golden apple fused into it, it seemed to come to life, emanating an aura that belonged to a deity. Tread, tread. The footsteps of the divine king were getting closer, and without further thought, Rhea wrapped the prepared swaddling clothes around the rock, covering it with cloth. She held this infant in her arms, then closed her eyes, waiting for fate's verdict. Tread. The footsteps stopped in front of her bed. Cronus looked at his wife before him. She held the infant in her arms, turning her back on him as if guarding against an enemy. The divine king felt a pang of sadness and regret. As his queen of gods, Rhea ultimately could not understand him. She had no idea that every time Cronus saw his own offspring, the final curse of the Heavenly Father echoed in his ears. "He is waiting for me, watching from the sky. At the highest place, he awaits my fall to the very bottom." Memories flickered through his mind. The divine king shook his head gently, as if trying to throw these thoughts from his head. If possible, he too did not wish to do this, but fate was so merciless. Should he conquer destiny, the divine king swore, the law of the present world would be his next target for revenge. No one can manipulate the destiny of a king, not even the world itself. What was Mealy here for? Standing in front of the bed, the divine king inquired. On Mount of the Gods, he could naturally sense the presence of the goddesses of the white oak. He was curious about what she had done as she had hurriedly left just before. However, Rhea, lying on her side, remained silent in the face of the divine king's question. "All right, since you don't want to talk, let her be then." Shaking his head, Cronus knew that Rhea was not inclined to pay him any attention at the moment. But as long as their child was still here, he didn't care what petty schemes they were playing behind his back. If she could incite one of his brothers to rebel against him, that would just give him an excuse to take action. The Queen of Gods remained silent, but Cronus was not about to wait any longer. He snatched the swaddled infant from Rhea's arms and swallowed it in one gulp. Boom! A thunderous sound of thunder rolled through heaven and earth. The divine king felt something stir in the void, as if signifying something. Perhaps this child is indeed the one destined by fate for destiny to respond in such a way. He scoffed coldly. Whether it was true or not, the divine king no longer cared. He took one last look at his wife and then quietly left the room. He needed to give her some time to calm down, as he still took care of Rhea's feelings on issues other than those related to their progeny. Stepping out of the great hall, he watched the figure of the goddesses of the white oak transforming into divine light and receding into the distance. Cronus did nothing, for the robust vitality in his belly seemed to prove the vigor and robustness of the new deities, though it could also possibly be the inherent vitality that came with the scepter of thunder. But that was not important. After all, she was now swallowed by him, never to rise again. Walking slowly forward, the god of meteorology was still waiting at the side. His complexion was not good. Birthing two true gods associated with his godhood in succession inevitably affected his divine authority. Fortunately, both new deities expanded the authority over meteorology rather than seizing the existing parts. What he truly lost was only a little bit related to the storm. Creus, when do you think I should make a move against my uncle who rules over the mountains? Standing shoulder to shoulder with his brother, the divine king asked softly. However, the god of meteorology did not respond, knowing that Cronus wasn't really asking him. Indeed, after a short while, the divine king answered his own question. Let it be 1,000 years, no, 1,500 years. Although my divine authority tells me that I will not have any new divine children born in the short term, I still have to wait. By the way, I'd like to see what kind of punishment fate will give me for opposing it so brazenly. Making decisions as if no one else mattered, Cronus looked up at the sky. The dark clouds had not yet dispersed, with lightning weaving through them. The anomaly of the law that appeared due to the birth of a deity was slowly receding, but it still needed a little more time. But Cronus could not wait any longer. If he wanted to see the sun, then the sun had to show itself to him. Gripping the scepter of divine authority, the divine king raised it high towards the sky. Supreme divine power connected heaven and earth, tearing through the yet unquieted law. In that moment, with Mount of the Gods as the epicenter, the entire world felt an extraordinary power erupt from the heart of the earth. The sun was frightened off its course, and all spirits lay prostrated on the ground, worshipping the ruler of heaven and earth. The dark clouds scattered, and bathed in sunlight, the divine king surveyed his surroundings. Unlike before, this time, no deity's gaze dared to pry into Mount of the Gods. Chapter 98, Chapter 75 Decision. Spanning the earth, sweeping over vast oceans. Shortly after setting off, the goddess of the white oak felt the terrifying presence emanating from the Mount of the Gods behind her. With the perfection of laws, the thriving of life, and the expansion of the world's surface area, the ceiling of the divine authority also continued to rise. Perhaps in tens of thousands of years, the full power of the divine king would be equivalent to the great divine power in terms of divine energy. But the oak goddess did not look back. Having accepted the command of the Queen of Gods, she would persist, for the presence of the divine king was strong but not enough to instill fear in her. Finally, after several more days of flying over the outer sea, the oak goddess came close to the edge of the world. Upon the turbulent circumterrestrial river, the Mealy, holding Zeus, saw the god of the ocean and his wife. It seemed they had been waiting for a long time. After all, the oak goddess had no intention of concealing her tracks over the ocean. Oceanus stood there, his towering stature exuding an intangible oppression that combined with the environment to appear especially majestic. The circumterrestrial river, looping with neither beginning nor end, encircles the chaos world, an endless long river. Its interior connects to the outer sea, while on the outside lies void and chaos. It is like a ring of light, coiling around the outer edge of the chaos world. As the true first of the Titans, Oceanus was different from his younger brothers and sisters. To a certain extent, he possessed the characteristics of the primordial deities, which were reflected in the circumterrestrial river. However, under his gaze, the goddess of the white oak was not afraid. Your Highnesses, I bring him to you by command of the heavenly Empress. He is the infant son of the divine king, Zeus, who commands the thousand thunders. I am not skilled with words, so I can only relay the exact words of the heavenly empress. The divine king's greed for power is boundless. If you wish to preserve your dominion over the seas, if you wish to draw greater benefits from the new king, then this is your best opportunity. Placing the infant on the ground, the goddess of the white oak felt the oppressive aura of the two deities without a trace of fear. As deities born from the divine blood left by Uranus in battle, the Mealy sisters naturally were warlike and fearless, never bowing down even in the face of an overwhelmingly invincible enemy. This was also the reason why the Queen of Gods, Rhea, trusted them. Their nature ensured that they would not retreat halfway or betray them to the divine king. The new god, yes, is he the son of the divine king that was born not long ago? Although Oceanus had no idea how Rhea managed to whisk Zeus away from Cronus' sight, the fact was laid out before him. The progeny of the god king, a potential threat to his throne, undoubtedly stirred Oceanus' heart. Cronus' previous suppression had infuriated him, but being weaker left him no choice. However, the infant before him undeniably represented another option. But at the moment of decision, he hesitated. Because the god of the ocean did not know whether this deity before him was truly the one from the prophecy. After all, in the distant past, Oceanus himself was once suspected of being the one to overthrow Uranus. If it were so, then the ocean deity sovereign was willing to wager on it. Or rather, to follow the guidance of fate, joining the side destined for victory. But if not, all his actions would merely hand Cronus further excuse to act against him. After all, while the current divine king still lacked the power to suppress him, it did not mean he would be unable in the future. I think, perhaps we need not decide just now. To the side, seemingly perceiving her husband's indecision, the ocean goddess Tethys reached out her hand, pointing towards the boundless outer sea. She knew that her husband, like herself, preferred to deal with problems through indirect means. Thus, they spread water systems across the land with a multitude of oceanides and drew many deities to their side through marital alliances. The matter of Zeus before them could be approached in the same way. They did not need to go all out, just providing the initial, most crucial investment was enough. Raised amongst us does not mean we are complicit. We can give him an environment to grow up in, an excellent assistant, but unless he can prove his prowess, we needn't do more. What do you think? Ultimately, Theseus still left the decision to her husband, as she had always done in the past. To some extent, the original Titans, both male and female, seemed to possess excellent qualities that far surpassed those of the later Olympian gods, at least in the eyes of humans. You're right, Theseus. Nodding slightly, the ocean deity sovereign accepted this point of view. He looked toward the goddess of the white oak before him, his resonant voice echoing above the circumterrestrial river. Mealy, my sister in name, servant to the Queen of Gods, I will leave the child here, but whether he can become the new king foretold by the prophecy is now his own affair. Convey this to your mistress, Zeus will grow up safely over the sea. But to prevent my brother from overthinking, I won't let you stay here any longer than necessary. Mealy nodded, she placed Zeus on the ground, then turned and left. Watching her departing figure, the two principal deities of the ocean exchanged glances and once again turned their attention to the infant on the ground. His wound on the chest had not fully healed, and a silver light flashed there. The two deities pondered for a moment, and finally, Theseus put forth another suggestion. Let's send him to Crete Island, a small island near the inland sea. Golden humanity once lived there and, although they are now gone, the place is well suited for young deities to grow up. Do we need to send someone to take care of him? With some hesitation, the ocean deity sovereign inquired. Without adequate nourishment, his growth will surely be slowed. And without life to teach him wisdom, he might well become arrogant and ignorant. We need not worry about that, Oceanus, for there is an excellent choice there. Shaking her head, Theseus extended her hand. Water floated up at her gesture, turning into a mirror before the two Titan sovereigns, within which the image of a small island appeared. This is Crete. When golden humanity was still there, our daughter of wisdom, Metis, often visited. Her divine power affected some living beings, awakening wisdom within them. To this day, one still resides there who will rear Zeus. As for what comes after, let the child decide for himself. If he truly is the one destined, I believe he will meet us again by his own strength. Theseus was reasonable, so the ocean deity sovereign agreed without hesitation. He waved his Hand gently, and divine power enveloped the infant, sending him directly plummeting toward Crete Island. The legacy of golden humanity still existed there, and due to shifts in the world situation, no sea god had planned to bring the newly created silver humanity there. On this island, only a goat named Amalthia was still active, a life influenced by the divine power of Metis. Thus, Zeus was wrapped in divine power and traveled through the sky for 3 days and nights. Finally, at dawn, he precisely landed on the branch in front of this wise being. Take care of him as you would yourself, mortal Amalthia. This is the responsibility given to you by the master of the sea. Help him grow, and teach him wisdom. On the day he comes of age, whether alive or dead, you will share in the utmost glory with him. The voice of the sea god reverberated over the island, and an invisible force enveloped this remote island in the outer sea. Everything was thus settled. The wheel of fate slowly turned on its track, and just as the Titans had once returned to the earth, so too did Zeus welcome his new beginning. No one knew what his future would hold, nor did later records provide a precise description of the fate of this third-generation divine king. Everything abruptly stopped there. Perhaps it would be better, perhaps worse, but that was all a matter of the future. In any case, on the island of Crete, the young Zeus grew up day by day. Chapter 99, Chapter 76, The Horn of Plenty. Crete Island, an inconspicuous part of the ocean, was destined to be renowned for generations in the epics of later ages. Zeus, still an infant, was thrown here, but he didn't fall to the ground. Instead, he and his swaddling clothes were hung among the branches. This place was neither heaven, nor earth, nor sea, so the authority of the divine king could not warn its master or allow him to sense his own bloodline. On this isolated island, the young Zeus spent his most vulnerable time. When the infant cried, thunder would sound to cover his voice. When the infant was hungry, goat Amalthia would feed him her milk, allowing him to draw from the strength left by the goddess of wisdom. This tiny island was protected by the power of the god of the ocean, and sea monsters could not approach here, nor could birds, and no one could discover Zeus, who grew up on the island. And so, time passed day by day, and decades flew by in an instant. Although he had not yet fully mastered the power befitting a deity, Zeus had grown to adulthood in appearance. He had shoulder-length hair that shone like gold. His tall and valiant stature, coupled with his dark eyes, made it hard for any living being not to describe him as handsome. But on this day, goat Amalthia, who had raised Zeus, reached the end of her life. She possessed wisdom due to the unintentionally left-over divine power of Metis, yet she was not endowed with divinity. Perhaps it was fated, as she lay down on the ground on the 5th day after Zeus became an adult, facing the end of her own life. Thus, before her death, she told Zeus that it was the couple Oceanus and Theseus who ruled the oceans who brought him here. She also shared the importance of wisdom with Zeus and her view of her previous ignorant life after she had gained wisdom. Power can accomplish many things, Zeus, but so can wisdom, which is the last thing I can teach you. I am grateful to goddess Metis for helping me understand the meaning of life. If possible, please peel off my skin and offer it as a gift to the goddess. As for my horn, please cut it off as well and keep it by your side. With it, it's as if I am still beside you. I will, Amalthia, I will always remember you. Kneeling before goat Amalthia, Zeus solemnly promised, your horn will become my most treasured possession. Just as you provided me with milk, it will bring abundance and wealth to all life. The goat died, and Zeus, honoring his promise, peeled off the goat skin and tied the horn around his waist. He infused the horn with the divine power of thunder so that the aspect of life could be activated. From then on, this horn could endlessly produce food. Having organized his belongings, Zeus surveyed the place where he had grown up. From the stories told by the goat, Zeus learned about the world and the gods. He knew that he was a member of the deity race, born with the ability to command wind and thunder, yet for some reason, he found himself here alone. Amalthia told me that I was brought here by the god and goddess of the ocean Oceanus and Theseus. Since they placed me here, they must know my origins. Although I do not know where they are, their daughter must know. Goddess Metis of the Oceanides, the one who granted Amalthia wisdom, as long as I can find her, I think all my questions will be answered. Having made his decision, Zeus resolved to leave the island. The young deity was confident and brave, resolved to uncover his origins, so he flew into the sky, heading westward from the island. Amalthia had told him that the golden humanity had once lived on this island, and over the years, Zeus had also come across traces they left behind. These were life forms similar to the gods, but without divine power. Thousands of years ago, when humans had not yet perished, the goddess of wisdom, Metis, taught them hydrology and imparted knowledge to them on this island and lived among them. That is how Amalthia came into contact with the goddess's divine power. In her recollections, every time Metis came to Crete, it was from the west, and when she left, she also headed towards the west. So, without knowing where to find her, Zeus decided to go westward, asking every living being he met about Metis. The young deity set off, but in places unknown to him. The moment he stepped off the island, not only one being turned their gaze upon him. The actions of the goddesses of the White Oak could be concealed from the uninquiring divine king, but not from several other deities. Or rather, Rhea did not expect her maid to be able to conceal from them. She had anticipated the Mother Earth but had not expected another primordial god to also cast their gaze upon this event. On Earth, Aurea, the god of the mountains, stood beside Mother Earth, gazing in the direction of the East Sea, feeling the pressure of the divine king drawing ever nearer. Although he did not know when Cronus would make his move against him, that did not prevent him from secretly praying that fate would soon mete out its punishment. And Gaia, she did not care about the throne of the divine king, she was just looking forward to a deity who could open the abyss. Even in her heart, she actually did not wish to overthrow her youngest son. She just wanted him to suffer a bit more, to learn how to respect his mother goddess. Besides, in the underworld, the Lord of Darkness Erebus, who was indifferent to the affairs of the world, was also paying attention to Zeus. The power that Cronus had unleashed earlier was indeed mighty, but it was not enough to warrant his concern. However, the outbreak of the divine war meant that a vast number of creatures on Earth would die. He had long been anticipating the souls of the silver humanity to enter the spirit realm. Apart from the two primordial gods, the couple from the god of the ocean, entrusted by Rhea with the care of Zeus, had also noticed that Zeus had left Crete Island and were preparing to search for their daughter. The opinions of the two Titan principal gods were divided, but they eventually chose to turn a blind eye. They were waiting for Zeus to show his strength. If he could make Cronus fail just once with his meager power, then they would be willing to believe that Zeus was the new king destined by fate. Meanwhile, in the seventh layer of the spirit realm, Laine, feeling the divine power rising with every second since the coming of the Silver Age, could not help but follow the fluctuations of fate and look toward the small island in the eastern sea of chaos. There were some differences from the mythology recorded, but Laine was not surprised by this. Subsequent records often contradicted each other, and his influence on fate could also potentially affect some minor details. There are some differences, but not many. Indeed, as long as I do not directly intervene with my current influence on fate, it is not enough to shake the destined trajectory of the changing of the divine king. However, is his heading in that direction a coincidence? Gently tapping the armrest of his chair, Laine did not sense the trace of fate. He elevated his perspective, and when he looked down at the East Sea from above, he could clearly see that on Zeus's journey to find Metis, two other goddesses were also going to have an unexpected encounter with him. In the original trajectory, the three generations of divine kings each had different relationships with them. But now, the outcome may not necessarily be the same. The goddess whom Zeus respects, the wisdom Metis, and the evaded destiny. I see. It is true, in the myths of later generations, she could indeed be seen as a goddess symbolizing uncertain fate. If mere power is not enough to make the divine king bow, then Heracles and she must have their reasons for treating Zeus differently. With a slight smile, it was probably just a coincidence. After all, no matter how it looked, this encounter would likely not be a good one. In the original mythic trajectory, Zeus actually followed the template of an invincible protagonist. Tremendous talent, an extraordinary background, and formidable enemies. First, Zeus won the favor of his wise wife, rescued his siblings, and then, guided by the ancient gods, found the smith who forged divine artifacts, creating powerful equipment for himself. Then, relying on his appearance, eloquence, and strength, he vastly extended his harem, fathering a host of exceptionally gifted children. His only failure was in the battle against Typhon, which lasted just one day. Soon after, Zeus regained his strength and defeated the king of all monsters who dared to challenge him. In short, in his divine life, victory and success always seemed to follow him, as if he rarely encountered failure or frustration. But for some reason, Laine always felt that Zeus in this world might have to change his template. Perhaps the path of being invincible might become one of growing stronger through adversity unless he could change his character, in which case he was likely to suffer quite a bit. However, while regimes may change, nature is hard to shift, and the observing Laine did not hold much hope for that. Chapter 100, Chapter 77 Encounter. Ever since Hyperion was sealed within the sun, Helios took his father's place to drive the great orb, and already thousands of years have passed in the blink of an eye. The situation in the starry sky settled down, and many deities governed their own territories. Among these vast and serene celestial regions, it was not as turbulent as it was on Earth. However, unlike other deities in charge of the starry sky, there was one goddess who had always been somewhat inconspicuous and now found herself with abundant leisure time. The moon goddess Laine, Hyperion's eldest daughter and Helios's sister, who once ruled over many realms along the white path of the moon's orbit, was somewhat idle. Since the mother goddess of light, Thea, who had once lived with her father atop the sun, relocated to the moon, naturally, the god of stars within these realms followed the commands of this titan principal god. As for Laine, nearly 10,000 years had passed since her birth, yet she had not even stepped into the realm of weak divine power. The moon's orbit required no effort from her after all, as a celestial body it now paled in comparison to the sun, and even though the godhood didn't quite fit, Thea could drive it with ease. Thus, Laine found herself with spare time, often wandering between the sky and the ocean. The earth was out of bounds for her, given the fearsome divine king residing there. Over the years, she had hoped to find a strong deity to rely on, but upon reflection, such a powerful god probably wouldn't take much interest in a moon goddess who lacked everything. So Laine simply let her mind wander and began to appreciate the beauty of various places. Today was like any other. The morning light shone upon the sea, casting trails of gold. Laine looked up to find her brother driving the sun chariot across the sky, bringing light and hope to all things. Sometimes she couldn't help but wonder if the concept of the moon hadn't been taken by the lord of the spirit realm, whether she would also be crafting a moon chariot per the divine king's order, dutifully fulfilling her responsibilities every night. Perhaps things are not so bad as they stand. Her mood lifting, Laine had arranged to meet a friend today and did not want to keep her waiting. "Excuse me, beautiful goddess, may I ask, have you heard of the Oceanides, the goddess of wisdom, Metis?" "Ah." The sudden voice startled the moon goddess. She looked in the direction of the sound and saw a blonde, valiant-looking unfamiliar deity standing not far away. Perhaps she was too engrossed earlier to notice his approach. But now awakened by his voice, the moon goddess took a closer look at this uninvited guest. Even among the gods, this deity's appearance was exceptional. Yet his aura of divine power was quite feeble, hardly any different from her own. And more importantly, the intensity in his gaze as he looked at her made Laine feel a bit frightened. "I know. Metis, daughter of the god of the ocean, renowned as the goddess of wisdom throughout the seas, naturally stays with the other goddesses. She resides in the west after flying for 3 sunrises and sunsets. When you see an island rich in vegetation, that will be where she is. She lives there with her sister Eury, keeper of the water meadows. Go and seek her out yourself. If there's nothing else, I shall take my leave." With a slight frown, Laine didn't want to linger any longer. This deity, much like herself, may be good-looking but lacked corresponding strength. But unlike her, he did not seem like the type who would keep to himself. As to whether he was a new deity born recently, that was even less likely. Apart from the divine king, there had been no signs of new deities being born over the past millennia. "Well, thank you for your help, stranger goddess. My name is Zeus, might I have the honor of knowing your name?" Although a bit disappointed by the distant demeanor of the goddess before him, Zeus wasn't yet the ruler who would later ascend to the throne. Lacking the power to do as he pleased, he didn't impose further but asked politely instead. "My name is Laine, not a deity of the ocean." "You needn't." "Wait, what did you say your name was?" Suddenly realizing who he claimed to be, the moon goddess was somewhat disbelieving. The prominence of a god's birth sign was determined by the strength of their godhood, and as the world expanded, many new gods were born unnoticed. However, such was not the case with Zeus. The youngest child of the divine king, whose birth was marked by silver serpents stretching across the sky, Laine could not possibly forget his name. There was some panic, and the moon goddess instinctively wanted to flee. She did not know why the divine child, who was supposed to be swallowed by the Divine King, appeared here in good condition, but there were definitely secrets she didn't know about. And the years had taught her a lesson: don't get involved in these things without sufficient strength. With her divine power in motion, Selene transformed into a seagull and swiftly flew towards the direction of the stars. However, her sudden action evidently aroused Zeus's suspicions. "Madam, wait, it seems you are aware of my existence." While asking the question, Zeus also turned into a majestic eagle wreathed with thunder. He flew high, quickly catching up to the moon goddess. "I don't know, and I don't want to know. Please leave me be. I am the daughter of Thea, the mother of light, and now, I am returning to the stars." Selene firmly refused, trying to intimidate the other with Thea's name. What she didn't know was that this instead solidified Zeus's determination to stop her. The great name of the Mother of Light, he had heard from goat Amalthia. The powerful Titan principal god, an existence treated with respect by the Divine King. If he let the goddess before him go, what happened next would be out of Zeus's control. So he sped up. Selene exerted all her strength to fly, but still could not escape Zeus's pursuit. Even the moon's original godhood in mythology was no match for Zeus's thunderbolt, let alone now. Although Selene's divine power was similar to Zeus's, her strength was far less. She was trapped by Zeus in his eagle form, above the sea surface. Whenever she tried to fly high, she was driven back by the thunder that struck her. Fortunately, Zeus didn't intend to harm her. He just wanted to know what he wanted from the goddess before him. "I have no intention of hurting you, madam, but I cannot let you leave either. If possible, I'd like to hear about matters concerning myself. Given your reaction earlier, my origins seem to be quite unusual." Despite his advantage, Zeus remained cautious. He surveyed his surroundings while skillfully coaxing with his words. In response, Selene remained silent. She thought of her father, trapped in the sun, who was so powerful yet locked up there, unable to move. And the deity before her was an existence that the Divine King absolutely could not tolerate. Anyway, she would not die, and being caught by him was better than being permanently sealed in the moon like her father. Thus, Selene silently stood off against Zeus in the sky. Time ticked by, second by second, and Zeus exhausted all kinds of words, but the moon goddess still didn't respond. Eventually, he grew somewhat impatient. "It seems words cannot sway you, madam. Then, I will have to bring you down and take you away with me." Even though he didn't understand why she was so stubborn, Zeus was no longer willing to wait. In the vast ocean, no one would know if their confrontation was noticed by any passing deity. The scepter of thunder was fully activated by Zeus. Although his divine power was not strong since he was newly born, the surrounding thousands of miles were still obscured by dark clouds and lightning. Zeus reverted to human form, holding electric light intermixed with silver and purple in his hand. The dark clouds descended as if the sky in this area had collapsed. He watched the white gull that Selene had turned into, issuing his final ultimatum. "Madam, I would still be grateful to you if you're willing to tell the truth." But the results still disappointed him. Selene wrapped her wings over her head, using her meager divine power to enshroud herself. Then Zeus extended his hand, and the silver serpent in the sky bore down as well. The thunderbolt fell, striking fiercely towards the lone white gull on the sea surface. With this blow, Zeus had used all his strength. However, just before his eyes, a spherical barrier radiating with rainbow light suddenly appeared out of nowhere, deflecting the plunging thunderbolts to the outside. The next moment, accompanied by a ripple in space, a red figure slowly emerged.